still there.
Well, of course it's still there. Not going to disappear of its own accord, is it?
Well, I was hoping I might have dreamt it.
Well, you haven't. More's the pity.
What are we going to do? Well, we're going to have to move it.
Oh, no. No. We're not going to have to move it. No.
Who is then?
The idiots that put it there in the first place. The garden centre. That's who's going to have to move it.
And do you think they will?
I'm not going to give them any choice in the matter. I paid for the soil and I paid for the delivery. Now, delivery means in a proper place and in a suitable manner, not just dumped on your front doorstep.
There's so much of it. I'm sure we'll find there's far too much.
Not when it's spread evenly, Mavis, which is how soil should be. In fact, that's how it starts off, isn't it? Takes a garden centre run by imbeciles to turn it into a hazard for low-flying aircraft.
Morning.
Who are you talking to?
Well, there's Mr. Sugden and Emily. No, quite a little crowd gathering.
Well, they want to hope it doesn't rain, or else they will have a mess.
What on earth is it for?
Some kind of fertility symbol, is it?
I think what it needs is a little gnome. A garden gnome sitting on the top.
You're not still on about Kevin Webster, are you? Can't get him out of your mind, can you?
No.
Ah, here he is then, the man himself. You've seen this, have you?
Well, of course I've seen it. I could hardly miss it, could I?
So what's it in aid of then?
It's not in aid of anything. It's not meant to be there. And I can promise you it won't be there for much longer.
Well, I hope so, because it's taking some of our light away, you know.
Yeah, we can hardly see anything. I thought it was an eclipse.
I can assure you it will be removed as soon as is humanly possible.
Very good. Come, Stephanie.
Rightio.
Wherever has it come from?
Oh, it's just a misunderstanding with the garden centre. I can't imagine what they were thinking.
You got planning permission for this, have you?
It's not intended to be permanent.
Oh, is it not? I'm glad it's not me that's got the job of shifting it. And can I point out that if it's still here after sunset, it'll want lighting and bollards?
So go on then. What are you doing today?
Well, we're opening the cafe as usual. Oh, still lovely.
Yeah?
And then we're closing at the normal time, and then we are cleaning it from top to bottom.
Oh, aye.
Just like I've done with you. Eh? Nicky, get a move on.
Haven't got my dinner money.
It's all right, I'll see to that. You just go and clean your teeth. And you?
Well, you know I'm on late, don't you?
Yeah, I've spoken to Audrey. She's going to pick up the kids, give them the tea, and bring them back round here about 7.
Good old Audrey, hey, that woman's a saint.
There's some washing in the machine. Will you put it on the line when it's ready?
Yeah, OK.
And you're going to have to forage around for your own dinner, because I haven't had time to do anything.
I'll find my own dinner. Just because you're 3 months pregnant, you've got 2 kids to look after, and you're working a 12-hour day. That's no excuse, woman.
Have you got any change? It's $3.20 for Nicky's dinner money.
Yeah. Is it a bird? Is it a plane? Oh, it's Superwoman.
If I make out a list, you pick up some shopping for me.
OK.
Look, I thought I explained this once. It's better for all concerned if I stay where I am.
I know, but... Well, they had my mum and dad going out with me all night again last night. Why? Why doesn't he want to live here with us?
Well, honestly, I don't think that's fair.
I mean, my mum keeps our house like a palace. You've seen it.
Yes, I know that,
Dad's
but
always saying there's none of us ever poorly because no germs could survive a mum's cleaning.
Yes, I know, but
well,
is
he
it...
feels me mate and all that, don't get me wrong, but I can hardly see her as it's like a palace.
No, but I
I'd be able
quite...
to save ever so much quicker because my mum and dad wouldn't want any rent.
No,
I
Kim,
just
you
don't
said...
understand what you've got against the idea unless...
What?
This isn't what I think, it's just something my mum said. Only when she said it, I didn't know what to answer.
What?
It seems to her that you're looking for an excuse to put off our wedding as long as you can.
Oh, well, that's...
I said you weren't, but then she just carried on against him. Well, why doesn't he want to live with us? I just didn't know what to answer. Oh.
Hey, you two lovebirds, Mr. Holsworth's here.
Thanks, Vera.
Oh, I just thought you might want to straighten your clothes.
I don't think it's very fair of your mother to say things like that, which certainly aren't true. I am not trying to postpone this wedding. It's just that I feel I'm entitled to decide where I live until...
well, Miss Taylor, if you could carry on with that, please. Thank you.
Oh.
Mr. Holdsworth, you looking for me?
I am, as a matter of fact. You know I'm disappearing at lunch.
Ah, yes, head office.
I am indeed. And I think the purpose of my visit might be of some interest to you.
Oh?
Top of the agenda, confirmation of managerial appointments.
Ah.
And I don't think I'd be giving away any secrets when I say that today might well be the day when Mr. Watts, trainee assistant manager, will be trainee no longer. I'll catch you later.
Hi, Mum.
Hello.
Oh, hello. Hey, do you want a cup of tea?
If only I had time, Mum. Honestly, if everybody were as busy as me, places like this were closed down, they would.
No, I just want a quick word with Gail. Now, I just want to make sure I've got it right. Am I picking up the kiddies, or are you dropping them round?
Well, I was hoping you'd pick them up.
Yeah, I knew it was that. It's only Alfie told me different. Do you know, that man, he can remember a whole week's bread order down to the last slice, but anything else, clueless.
But you can pick them up?
Yes.
And you'll give them the tea?
Yes.
And you take them back home about 7. And take your key in case I'm not there.
Don't worry. Do you know, I knew it was that in my mind, but it's just that he made me wonder. Oh, right, I'll see you. Ta-da.
I'll see you, Mum.
Oh, bye, Audrey. Are we really going to be doing this cleaning?
Of course we are.
Only, Mike was wanting to go out.
Alma?
But you know, I must be getting just like Alfie. It had completely slipped my mind. Only I did say that I would be home and ready when he got back.
Then you'll have to just ring him and tell him otherwise.
Well, couldn't we do it another night?
No, we can't, Alma. I've made arrangements now. Look, this is important.
Oh, I know.
I don't know if you've noticed, but this cafe has been very quiet since those rumours about food poisoning started.
You can't put it down to that.
Well, what would you put it down to?
Hot weather? People going on holidays?
Alma, we are going to clean this cafe.
All right. It's just that, well, perhaps we oughtn't to be the ones to do it.
Who else?
Well, you know, like some industrial cleaners.
And how much do you think they'd cost? They not only clean the cafe, they clean the till out as well. No, Alma, we are doing it tonight. And if you don't want to do it, I'll do it on my own.
Oh! That is blackmail.
Call it what you like.
All right, I'll go and phone Mike.
Up to you.
No, it is not up to me. You rule me with a rod of iron, Gail. And you know it.
What's that load of muck doing outside your house, then?
It's not doing anything, Mrs. Pearce. It was left there by mistake.
Oh, it's not a molehill, then?
No, it is not a molehill.
Quarter sarsaparilla drops, love. What are you going to do about it, then?
Well, Derek's arranging for it to be taken round the back where it should have been left in the first place. Now, is there anything else?
No time.
Right, that's £1.25.
Morning.
Morning, love. Hey, what's all that soil doing outside your house?
We were hoping you wouldn't ask that.
Why?
Bit of a touchy subject.
She says it's a mistake. It's beyond me how a load like that could land on you by mistake.
We bought that soil at the garden centre. It should have been delivered to the back garden, but it was, by mistake, left at the front. Now, I hope that answers all your questions.
If you wanted it somewhere special, you should have made that clear in the first place.
Well, it is soil, earth. Where else could I possibly want it but in the garden?
Well, I can't read your mind, can I?
Oh, can you not? Well, let me explain then. I want that soil moving into my back garden.
Well, we can sell you a barrow, if that's what you're short of, or a spade.
I've not come here to buy anything. I'm not going to move that soil. I want you to move it.
Yeah, I suppose if I were in your shoes, I'd want me to move it as well.
Oh, so you will then?
No chance. Because I'm not in your shoes, am I? I'm in mine. And I've got better things to do with my time than borrow 10 tons of topsoil from your front doorstep to your back garden just because you didn't give us full and proper instructions in the first place.
Hey, Betty. What? You'll know this Ken Barlow. He used to live next door to here, won't you?
Ken, yeah. Known him for donkey's years.
What kind of a fella is he?
I think Mrs. Bishop here knows him as well as anybody. What would you say, Mrs. Bishop?
What is it you want to know? Well, it's just his teaching my lads. And all I've ever seen of him has either been leaving his wife or getting into fights in here.
Well, that's not a very fair impression. I mean, Ken's a very nice person.
He is, yes, and I'm sure he's an excellent teacher. Oh, well, I'm relieved to hear it.
No, you do surprise me, you do.
What?
All this hymns of praise for Ken Barlow when he's made a mess of everything, hasn't he? Made a mess of his business, made a mess of his family. Even the woman he ran away with has threw him out now, hasn't she?
I'm sure Ken would admit that he's made mistakes, but then which of us wouldn't?
No, but you can't even blame it on drink, because he was somewhat similar to Percy here, one of the Half a Bitter Brigade, sipping at it, as if he was frightened he was going to wet his throat.
Well, I thought that would be something in his favour.
Betty, love, for a man to make a fool of himself in drink, now that is understandable. But for a fellow who sips half a bitter to make a fool of himself, there's something sadly wrong with that man, because that man has got no excuse, love.
Half a bitter, please, Tina. And,
I'll have a pineapple juice.
And a pineapple
Right,
juice,
coming up. So he just refused.
Yes, and was extremely insolent into the bargain. More or less suggested it was all my fault.
What are we going to do?
Well, it can't stay there, that's for sure.
No.
There's nothing else for it. I'll just have to don the old gardening clothes and set to with a will.
Derek, it'll take you forever.
Yes, but what's the alternative?
£1.30, please.
Oh, there we are.
Cheers.
And I'm tied up at work all afternoon, so I won't be able to make a start until this evening.
I just wish I could help.
Well, if Rita could spare you... You know where the spade is, don't you?
70 pence change.
Thank you.
And can I just say something?
Yes?
Did you know that somebody had left a great pile of soil outside your front door?
Well, I won't be back before closing, so perhaps we can meet this evening for a social glass and I'll relay any news there might be.
Yes, I'd appreciate that.
Right. So fingers crossed, and who knows, there might be something worth celebrating.
I'm sorry, Curly, I'm sorry.
What's the matter?
Well, I think my mum and dad are right. I don't think you want to get married to me.
Oh, for goodness sake.
So I'm releasing you.
You what?
Here, your ring. Now you won't have to worry about marrying because we're not even engaged.
Disinfectant. Cleaner. Half a dozen heads of rubber gloves.
I bet you can't wait to get started.
Do you know, I'm really looking forward to it. Are we really going to be doing all these walls?
Every inch.
Do you know, if I break just one nail, I shall never forgive you. Do you know that?
Get going, mate.
Now, here's two strapping young men. Bit of hard work wouldn't do you any harm, would it?
Probably, yeah. Well, it always has done before.
Well, there's a neighbour of yours in need of help. When I was your age, I'd rolled my sleeves up and got myself round there.
And where?
Oh, Percy, you do go round the houses sometime. Mrs. Wilton wants a pile of soil shifting.
Oh, from across the road.
That's right.
Oh, we didn't put it there, honest.
Nobody's saying you did, but I'm just saying it'd be a very neighbourly act if you went out and moved it for her.
Yeah, well, see, the thing is, I've got a lot of homework on. Oh, yeah, that's right, and I've got to help you.
I don't know. When I was their age, I'd have jumped at a challenge like that.
Either not half the man you are, Percy. And they wouldn't be even if you put the two of them together.
You know, for a daft old woman, you do talk sense sometimes.
I believe you've got some soil you want shifting.
Yes, we have. Why?
No, I was just wondering, we'll shift it for you if you like.
Oh, really? Oh, that is kind of. Rita isn't that kind.
Ask him how much.
Oh, you mean for money?
Yes, say 10 quid between us and we'll shift a lot.
£10? Oh, I don't know.
5.
Have you seen how much there is?
Yes, I have. And I'd say you two would have cleared it in a couple of hours, so I reckon a 5 is the going rate.
Yeah, I think 5 sounds very fair.
Sorry, it's either a 10 or we're going to have to forget it. Right then, let's go.
Oh, well, all right then. As long as you can have it moved by the time my husband gets home.
Well, what time will that be?
Oh, probably about 6 o'clock.
Right then, better get a move on. Just dump this stuff, then we'll be round.
Thank you. Oh, I better go and show them where everything is. Oh, Rita, I know you think I'm paying them too much, but oh, it'll be worth it just to see the smile on Derek's face.
I just don't know whether I've done the right thing.
Look, do you want to be engaged to me, don't you?
Yeah.
Then I don't think you've done the right thing, no.
But does he want to be engaged to me?
You have to ask him.
You see, I've been thinking. Perhaps he didn't want to move in with us because he didn't feel he could trust himself. I mean, it'd be a big temptation, wouldn't it, us both living under the same roof?
Yeah, well, I suppose there is that, yeah.
And I can understand that because, well, that'd be a big temptation for me too.
Right.
So all this time he's been thinking of us and what's best for both of us. And all I've done is said terrible things to him and given him his ring back.
Well, look, you just have to tell him you're sorry and that you've changed your mind.
Probably won't ever want to speak to me again, Vera.
Of course he will.
This is a staff announcement. Will Miss Taylor please come to the manager's office?
There you see, he's asking for you.
Bet it's got something to do with work.
No.
Will Miss Taylor please come immediately to the manager's office? Miss Taylor, please, immediately.
That doesn't sound like work to me. That sounds like somebody desperate.
Oh, ready?
Yeah, don't you... be running a risk.
Risk?
Well, I mean, if people find out what we're doing, I mean, all this cleaning, well, I mean, it's as good as condemning ourselves. It's like owning up to poisoning people in the first place.
Good try, Alma.
Oh, no, listen, I'm perfectly serious.
I know it's a perfectly serious attempt to get out of a bit of hard work, only you're not getting out of it. So can we get on, please?
Certainly.
Can I take the racing page out of this and leave you to sell the rest for somebody else? Eh?
No, you can't.
They're doing a wonderful job, Rita. They're really setting to.
Well, they'll need to.
What's this?
Oh, the two McDonald boys. They're moving that soil from the front of our house.
What soil?
Are you joking?
About what?
Haven't you seen it?
Seen what?
That great pile of soil that's been dumped out there. You must have walked past it 5 times.
Lisa, I've got a lot on my mind to notice every little bit of thing.
Every little bit of thing. It's enormous.
How long have you had them glasses?
Listen, I remember reading about a fella called Albert Einstein. Maybe you've heard of him. He's famous. I don't know what he's famous for.
He's a scientist.
Oh, probably. Anyway, Albert used to go out in hail, rain and snow with nothing on his back, nothing on his head, just a pair of carpet slippers on.
No wonder he was famous.
Because he was that preoccupied with what was on his mind, he didn't even notice the weather, did he?
Well?
So there.
Well, I bet Mrs. Einstein had something to cope with.
Derek's going to be so pleased. I mean, he'll be driving home thinking of all that work ahead of him, and he'll get out of the car and he'll look. Well, he's going to be amazed, isn't he?
You know, you're really looking forward to this, aren't you?
I am. I'm almost glad they left the soil there now in the first place.
Well, I'd never have believed it.
Neither would I.
Well done, lads. That's the spirit.
Hang on. Now, just hang on a minute. Can I ask one question?
Oh, what now?
Come on, Mum, we've got to get on.
For you two to be working like this, you've either done something terrible, which you're trying to make up for, or you reckon you're being paid over the odds. Now, which is it?
Paid over the odds.
Yeah?
Yep.
Oh. Carry on, then.
And then he called her into office, didn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah, said he was sorry and asked her if she'd take the ring back.
Yeah, he did.
And she said she would.
Oh, and then he put it back on my finger. But I had to take it off again, you know, 'cause we're at work, but all the same.
Do you know?
What?
I was one place away from a 5-horse accumulator today, just one place.
Take the notice of him, you know. When we got engaged, I had to buy the ring to give to him for him to give me it back again.
I don't know. Oh, you know, I think I value it so much more now. I've run the risk of losing it.
Oh.
Oh, doesn't it look nice?
Of course he does. Hey, sit yourself down so you won't be long.
Thanks, Vera.
I hope so. Got to be back in work in half hour.
Don't forget, I've got an arrangement to meet Holdsworth later.
Oh, yeah, that's when he makes you up to assistant manager, isn't
Yeah,
it?
well, we don't know yet, so let's not count our chickens, eh?
Of course you'll get made up. And about time and all.
When I think I nearly ruined everything with my stupid ideas. Oh, I'm so lucky. I'm that lucky.
Mavis?
Oh, I'm here.
Mavis? It's, I mean, what?
Oh, it's gone, hasn't it?
Yeah, but how? Where?
Well, I just thought I'd save you the job.
Oh, Mavis.
Well, I didn't want you coming home.
You must be exhausted. You must have been at it all afternoon.
No, I haven't done it. I got the two McDonald boys to move it.
Oh.
They worked ever so hard.
Well, let's go and see what sort of a job they've made of it then, shall we? Oh, no!
What?
Well, they should have spread it out, not just piled it up again.
Well, I just asked them to move it. I didn't know.
Well, you might as well not have bothered. I mean, I'm still stuck with the job of spreading it out.
Well, I'm sorry. I'll know to leave well alone next time.
No, it's only that I just wish that... Ah, hello.
Mavis made the earth move for you, did she, Derek?
Yes, she did, but she won't be doing it again. He can make his own earth move next time.
Excuse me. Mavis?
Hey, do you know what would be a really good trick now?
What?
Well, wait until it's dark and then cart all this round the front.
You wouldn't?
No.
I hope you've got it, Curly. Honest, I do.
Does that mean more brass?
No, not straight away, no.
That's a waste of time, isn't it?
Not to Curly. He wants to have the right title.
Give me what title they like, as long as they put the brass up.
Cheers.
Well, my recommendations were unanimously accepted, so I am delighted to say, Norman, that you are now a fully fledged assistant manager. Congratulations.
Oh, thanks, that's marvellous.
In fact, I can't say more. There are those at head office who see you as the coming man.
Really?
Oh, really, yes. In fact, there's no limits to the heights you can go. You must look to the stars. But if I could give you one word of advice.
Please.
See, this firm we both work for, it's a very forward-looking and progressive one. But it does tend to frown on liaisons between management and staff. Now, rightly or wrongly, that's not for me to say, but it does. And I can't help but notice that you and Miss Taylor have been increasingly in each other's company. Well, I'm not trying to pry. All I'm saying is, the future is there lying ahead. Supermarkets of your choice, the hypermarket at Widnes even. But I shouldn't fantasise about having Miss Taylor at your side when you get there. Are you with me?
Oh, yes.
Cheers. Cheers. Towards 6?
Yeah.
You know, we were really emergency.
What's that?
Oh, that's brilliant, haven't we? Give way to oncoming traffic.
Martin?
Gail? What's up?
Oh, Martin!
What's happened? In the cafe we were cleaning, she had a fall. And we thought she was starting to lose the baby.
No.
No, so I called an ambulance. Look, I better catch up.
Go on, I'll see to this.
Let's get through. Alma, come on, it's through here. Excuse me, excuse me.
We're nearly finished. We're just down to bits and bobs. I mean, Gail were up these steps and I heard a clatter. All of a sudden she wasn't up them any longer.
You know, what was she doing climbing steps in the first place, Alma? I mean, for God's sake, you knew she was pregnant.
But I didn't force her to do it, did I?
No, but you could have stopped her.
Oh, yeah. Have you ever tried stopping Gail doing something she was determined on? Look, it was an accident, Martin. If it makes you feel any better blaming it on me, well, all fine, yes. But it was an accident, pure and simple.
Was it?
Yes, it was.
Well, there's accidents and there's accidents, aren't there?
And what's that supposed to mean?
Oh, you know, she didn't exactly want to be pregnant in the first place, did she?
Oh, you mean she chucked herself off it on purpose? Look, Gail is in there not knowing whether she's going to lose that baby. I mean, the last thing she wants to hear is that kind of wild talk. And the last person she wants to hear it from is you.
Well, Martin Platt, you've been keeping a lot of things quiet.
How is your sister?
She's very comfortable and getting what she needs most, which is rest.
What about the baby?
Well, there's no cause for immediate alarm. That's really all anybody can say at the moment. But she does need rest. So the best thing you can do for her is to leave her alone in there for a little while longer.
Oh, we...
Okay. I'll let you know the minute you can go in.
Right, thank you, sister.
I didn't mean it, Alma.
Listen, you work here. How can we get a cup of tea?
So you were McDonald's lads then?
Yes, I just said to him, a very neighbourly thing and very neighbourly act indeed if you were to move that sofa, Mrs. Wilton. The next thing I knew, they were working away like Trojans.
They have.
What?
Look, we came past. She said, look, that sofa's gone. Derek must have shaved himself. I said, Derek? I'll lay odds that wet Nelly didn't shift it.
No, he didn't. It was them two lads that did the shifting.
Well, I'm glad. I'm delighted. If they hadn't sacked us, I'd have left anyway.
No, you wouldn't. Do you want a lager?
Yeah. 2 hours of lager, please.
Okay,
Doc. And another thing, I swear I will never touch another sweet again as long as I live.
Oh, I've said that a good few times. Then I come face to face with a box of chocolates, my resolutions crumble.
No, it's not that, Betty. We've been sacked from the sweet factory. You know the job we've been doing in the holidays.
Oh, dear. Why would they want to sack two lovely girls like you?
I don't know, they just said don't come back anymore.
Yeah, great, wonderful, freedom.
Yeah, freedom until we get another job. Bye.
See,
Okay.
so, physical attractions, it's a very powerful thing. Nobody's more aware of that than I am. The company has this policy. No liaison between management and staff.
Well, I don't see why it should concern them, what I do in my own time.
There's no such thing as your own time, Norman. Not at Better Buys. If you're to reach the higher echelons of office, you've got to devote yourself body and soul. The chairman's a great admirer of the Jesuits, you know.
Hello, has Curly got his promotion?
Oh, we don't know. That's why we're coming here to find out.
Oh, look, Vera, they're there. Hey, I've been watching him. He don't look right happy.
Oh, no, don't say he hasn't got it.
Oh, well, he never smiles much, Curly. Can't go by that.
I see your young lady's arrived. Right, well, I'll leave you to celebrate. I hope you don't mind me giving you that bit of advice, Norman.
No.
See, I despise this blessed policy as much as you do. But that's the world we live in, isn't it? And we're powerless to change. Good night. See you. Good evening, ladies.
Hello, Mr. Holsworth.
Yeah.
You're going to let us buy you a drink, aren't you?
No, I've had my ration for tonight, thank you.
That is ration for tonight, mingy beggar.
Well, what did he say? Have you got it?
Yep.
Oh, well done, Kelly. That's brilliant.
I am now a fully fledged assistant manager, so in future you treat me with some respect.
Why round here? What? Well, if we're going to have to find ourselves new jobs, why don't we look for them somewhere interesting? Australia, the States.
That's a bit of a long way, isn't it? I mean, how do we get to either of them?
All right, France.
Don't talk to me about France. I've done France.
So have I. Oh, we can get there for next to nothing. Hitch down to the coast, student rates on the ferry across. Oh, come on, Jen, let's do it.
Oh, don't worry about the job. We'll manage without you. In fact, we'll manage a lot better without you.
Could do with nipping home, actually.
Yeah, go on.
All right. Alma, do you fancy hanging round? You know, in
Oh,
case the
listen, I
system-
can stop all night, nor tomorrow, if you like. Look, you just get yourself home and concentrate on getting yourself and the kids sorted out. Gail won't mind if you find you're not here.
Yeah, all right. I better...
Ricky, just go.
All right, so...
Go.
Nice lad.
Yeah, she's a nice lady. And if there's out hanging in the balance, let's hope that counts in their favour.
This was what? Blimey, it's 3 years ago now.
And you went with Martin?
Yep. He had a car, so we just took off. Drove down to France and got jobs grape picking.
I never knew you had a thing with Martin.
Didn't say we had a thing, did I? Said we went grape picking.
Hi, Joanne. Well, who do you think it is? It's your sister. Can you put Mum on, please?
Anyway, we got separated when we got over there. Came back without me.
Yeah, well, can you give her a message from me when they do get back? What do you mean you'll try? Really helpful. Yeah. Listen, Jenny, who I share a house with, we're planning to go to France, and we thought we'd stop off at home for a couple of nights as it's on the way. So can you tell her that, please? And can you tell her... Look, just forget it. Tell her I'll try calling back tomorrow. Honestly, you know, I bet she'll even forget to tell my mother I called.
Anyway, what I'm saying is, I did not have a thing going with Martin. We split up when we got over there.
Oh, go on, I believe you.
And that was when I met Patrice.
Who?
Oh, he was this Frenchman. Lived in Paris. And he proposed to me and we got engaged.
No, I'm sorry. Now this I do not believe. This I will never believe.
No.
Yeah. Well, she's all right. Well, I think she is. See, they're just resting her at the moment. We've got to wait and see.
What's the miscarriage?
Well, it's just something to do with the new baby, sweetheart.
Yeah, anyway, it's not for you to worry about because it's your bedtime.
Oh, not just yet.
Yeah, just yet. Come on, get your Jim Jams on. There's a good lad. Off you go.
So there's still a chance that she won't lose it then?
Well, I hope so. I mean,
Oh.
that's what they're saying.
Oh, Gail, she always goes through it, doesn't she?
She does that, love. Anyway, I just thought I'd let you know why there was no one here.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you'll be wanting to get back, won't you? Look, I think it's best if we take the kiddies back home again with us, isn't it?
Well, if you won't mind.
Yeah, that's what we'll do. I mean, even if Sarah's gone off, I can still carry her, can't I?
Oh, hey, Nicky, don't bother putting your pyjamas on
Now,
you.
is there anything else that needs to...
Well, I'm just going to take some of her stuff in, you know.
Ivy!
What?
Well, we'll have to tell her, won't we? I mean, and Don, of course, but especially Ivy. I mean, you know what she's like, don't you?
I suppose I could ring her.
No, come on. You've got enough on your plate. We'll take the kiddies home, get them settled, then Alfie can call round there.
Hey?
Well, you can call round, tell Ivy what's happened. You're capable of that, surely.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Oh, have another drink. I'm having one.
No, thanks, Bill.
No, love, we're going to have early night here, and you should do the same.
Oh, suit yourself. I'll drink on my own. Tina, put us another in here, love.
Right, love.
Oh, I see. You're on your own tonight, then, eh?
As a matter of fact, I'm waiting for someone.
Oh, well, I shouldn't turn up. I'm here.
Yeah, I'll bear that in mind.
Yeah, love. Oh, thank you. Well, I've often wished I had a garden in the past, but now I'm not so sure. I've just been to call for Mavis and I found her in her back garden with Derek, trying to level that great pile of soil they've delivered.
Lot of work in a garden. 77p, please, love.
I can't see the point myself, you know. I mean, if you've got a backyard, you know, you've got somewhere to put your washing and your dustbin. I mean, what more do you want?
Oh, it must be nice to be able to grow some flowers, watch the seasons come and go.
Costs a lot of money, though. I mean, they don't want trees, do they? Flowers.
Have you ever thought of working somewhere else?
What, beside Better Buys?
Yeah.
No, I love it. I could never imagine ever leaving.
Oh.
And besides, you're there, aren't you? I mean, that gives me an even bigger reason for staying.
What ward is she on?
It's Ward 5.
Well, we better get going then, haven't we?
How do you mean?
What's the hospital, love? The Bamslayer or see her?
Hang on. No, she won't be wanting visitors, love.
No, she won't be.
Well, we're going first thing in the morning.
Well, we'll ring and see what they say. They might not want visitors first thing in the morning, either.
But, Donny, she's all on her own. I mean, you said Audrey's not there. She's got kids looking after them at your house,
Oh, yeah,
hasn't
she is, love.
Yeah, but you said Martin.
Oh, he's there. I mean, he went straight back.
Oh.
Well, there you are, then. If she wants anybody, she's got him.
I bet I gave you a shock, seeing me.
That's a get stretcher for me. How do you feel?
I'm fine. I'm just nicely tired.
Don't make go.
No. Not yet. Well, there's one thing anyway.
What's that?
If I were harbouring any thoughts about whether I wanted this baby, they all went when I was lying in the ambulance thinking I might be losing it. I do want it, Martin. I do.
You gonna have it? Don't worry. We know to look after his patients, innit?
I hope so.
Hello. Oh, hey. You heard about Gail, have you?
Oh, what, that she's in hospital? Oh, well, I know that because I took her there myself.
Oh, of course you did.
Well, you haven't heard anything else, have you?
No, I haven't heard anything.
Oh, no, all right, well, I'll call later. I mean, that's if I got 2 minutes to call me on, trying to manage that cafe by myself.
How poorly is she then?
Well, she's not exactly poorly, Phyllis. She's just more in need of a rest.
Well, you'll be in need of somebody to help you out then.
Well,
I'm offering my services. Now, you don't have to worry. I'm only offering them once. So if you don't want me, all you have to do is to say so.
No, well, I'd be very grateful, actually, Phyllis.
You would?
Yes, but listen, just for a day or two.
Oh, that's grand. Will you wait till I've just finished my shopping?
No, just take your time. There's no rush. Oh, Alf. Listen, there's no new on Gail, love,
No,
is
I've
there?
not heard out, love.
Oh, well, it's in God's hands now, isn't it, love? I mean, anything that happens is with his will, eh?
Well, yes, let's just...
You see, Alf, do you know, some folk, they think they can flout the natural way of things and live life just as they like, but, you know, they generally find there's a price to be paid somewhere along the line. Oh, yes, and what's that supposed to mean, Ivy? I mean, what price to be paid are we talking about? I beg your pardon, I was under the impression I was talking to Alf. What, about Gail? And is this some sort of God's punishment? Is that because her and Martin aren't married, or because he's younger than she is, or was there something else you had in your mind? I'm simply saying there's a natural order to things and we ignore it at our peril, and that's all I'm saying. Oh, so Gail's being punished, is she, because she's in hospital?
Ladies, can we just...
I'm not saying I know why Gail's in hospital. I'm not saying I'm clever enough to know that sort of thing. Oh, no, well, I mean, I would agree with that,
Hey, I say it's a bit early for religion and politics, isn't it?
Oh, well, this isn't either, Alf. This is just primitive superstition we're getting here. I'll thank you to look to your own values, lady, before you start calling mine. I'll see you later, Alf. I haven't got time to stand round here bandying words with her sort.
Oh, dear.
Hey, shall I go home and get my penny, or have you got one at cafe that'll fit me?
There you go. Well, the kids send her love. Audrey sends her love. Everyone's all right. I've put the washing on, brought the milk in, you know. What else has happened? Oh, there's loads of people threatening to visit. Soon his sister lifts a blockade.
Can't be much of a blockade. Certainly doesn't keep you out, does it?
Yeah, but I'm an exception, aren't I? I mean, it's the general public we're talking about here.
You're an exception to most things, you are. Look, 5 minutes, and then let girl get some peace and quiet, all right?
All right, thanks, sister. You're an angel.
Well, look who it is.
Now they're all starting to arrive.
Oh, just me, sister. I know I do the work of 10 men, but just me.
This lady is supposed to be resting.
Yes, sister.
Hi.
Yeah, not bad. How are you then, love?
Not so bad.
Great. Only I've just come from the office where there's some speculation about whether you'll be working today.
Yeah, I'm going to be in.
And when are you going to get some sleep?
Well, I got some sleep.
Oh, Martin, about 2 hours of it.
Look, I'm going to be in. All right.
Right. I haven't disturbed you, have I?
No.
Good. Mind you, if you're used to seeing him first thing in the morning, there isn't much will disturb you. See you then.
Yeah, ta-ra then, Nick. So, is there anything else you want me to bring you?
Has anybody told you how long I'm likely to be in here?
No, no one said a thing.
No. Well, you know that picture of the children? The one on the sideboard?
Yeah.
Will you bring me that? Give me something to look at in case it's going to be a long job.
They always have important things to talk about, don't they, Mum?
Well, I like to think they have.
Well, I mean, not like us. We just gossip, don't we? But well, look at them two. They're obviously talking about something really serious.
A bus? Yes, a bus. Well, it was your idea, Norman. So you probably don't remember, but you said to me, we must use a bus.
Oh, yes, I did, didn't I?
Yes, yes. So, I put it to head office, and head office, after due consideration, said, yes.
Oh, great.
Right, so, we'll have a free bus going around the local area, picking up the people, and then taking them home afterwards.
Right.
It'll probably be called the Norman Watts Circular. I think it might most probably.
Oh, no, I think that's a little over the top.
Huh? No, look, just get on with it. Get the details of the route, cost, anything else. Let me have as soon as possible, all right?
Hey, hang on. You mean I'm organising all this?
Well, of course, it's your idea. It'd be a travesty to let somebody else have it. Come on, jump to it.
Hey, what's the matter, Carly?
Hey, don't tell me the 10-year assistant manager what's it off you day after they give you it.
What do you know about buses?
You are?
I mean, where do you get them from? I mean, what size? Single-decker? Double-decker? And what about drivers? I mean, you need a driver, don't you? And what about bus stops? I mean, do you need bus stops, or can they stop anywhere nowadays? You know, I'll never suggest anything again. Ever.
I told you it was serious.
Serious? It sounds fatal.
Hey, y'all girls. That's £2.30 altogether.
All right. Hey, Betty, you remember Patrice, don't you? The Frenchman I was engaged to.
Oh, yes. Tell me he's back on the scene.
No, he's not. It's just that my friend over here is refusing to believe a word of it. So, would you be my witness and tell him that I'm not fantasising?
Oh, no. He's real enough and a very nice young man from what I remember.
See?
All right, yes. What do you want? A written apology?
Do you know what Gal's going to do about the calf? I mean, I know Alma's getting a bit concerned.
Well, no, she'll have to ask Gail about that.
Well, she can't, can she? She's got to wait till she gets his medical business sorted out.
Well, yeah, but I suppose...
Oh, come on, Alf. Not even you be so hard-hearted as to put pressure on her and she's lying there in hospital.
Oh, no.
If there's one time business takes a back seat, it's when babies are involved. I tell you.
Well, I've been to France, and to be quite honest, I don't care whether I ever see it again.
But it's beautiful.
Well, it weren't where we went. Mind you won't be going with a football team, will you?
No, we won't. No. We're going on our own, and we're going tomorrow.
We're going to Canterbury tomorrow. Well, that's not in France.
No, it's where my parents live.
Well, near enough to France to me. Hope you have a great time. See ya.
Tina, we will.
And neither of us are going to get engaged this time, are we?
Look, I don't have to every time, you know.
That was cake, look. I chose that one because there were most colours in it.
Thank you.
Hey, I wouldn't mind you mentioning it to management if you feel you've been satisfied with the service.
Well, this table could do with a wipe down.
Hang on, I've got a cloth.
2 Cokes, please, and have you got any chips?
No, I haven't.
Well, I'll just have a packet of crisps then, please.
Make that 2, please.
And I shall pay for those. Yes, these 2 young men, whatever they're having, it's on me.
Oh, right, Percy.
Do you want to know why?
Why?
Because he did a very neighbourly thing yesterday, shifting all that soil for Mrs. Wilton.
You think we should tell him?
It's up to you. She did actually pay us for that, you know, yesterday.
Well, she'd be wanting to show an appreciation, wouldn't she? I mean, you weren't doing it for money in the first place. That's what really matters.
Some people you just can't tell.
You just tell her we're fine and tell her that Phyllis is being a great help.
Sounds as if you meant that.
Well, I'm doing my best. There's something you haven't to tell her, though. Something I think you should know.
What?
Came across Ivy this morning.
Huh?
Yeah, she was doing her Old Testament bit, going on about how what had happened to Gail were God's will, and sounding like she approved of it.
No, I don't believe that woman.
Well, look, it's the last thing Gail needs right now, so out you can do to keep her away.
Oh, don't worry, I'll keep her away. I'm not having to go in near Gail with them sort of barmy ideas.
Yes. Yes, okay, Mum. And you. Bye.
So is it all right then? We're staying with them?
No, not really. Because they're not going to be there.
Hey?
My grandmother's ill in Karachi, and they're flying out to see her.
Oh. Sorry about that. She's seriously ill.
Oh, they don't know, really. That's the reason they're going over, to find out.
They want you to go with them, do they?
No. Well, to be honest, I hardly know her. I haven't seen her since I was 5. But what they do want is for me to look after Joanne.
Your sister?
My sister. And it's a case of either I go down there or she comes up here, and apparently she's dead keen on coming up here, so that's
So she's
that.
coming to stay?
Do you mind? Yeah, and then we go to France. I mean, we are still going to France. It's just we'll have to put it off for a couple of weeks.
Better go and start unpacking, hadn't I?
Hello.
What are you doing? Ah, well, we're visiting, aren't we? What are you doing? This is what you call working, is it?
Who said you could come in?
Martin? Why, is there any reason we shouldn't?
Well, there is if you're saying the sort of things I've been hearing about, yeah.
What's this?
What sort of thing?
No, just...
Yeah, well, hang on a minute, let him speak. I want to know what I'm being accused of here.
That all this is God's will. It's all something Gail deserves.
Martin. I never said no such thing. Not about Gail deserving it. I wouldn't say anything like that. Oh, yes, but I know where you've got this off. Yes, I know where this lot's come from, all right.
Yeah, well, I'm not having you in here upsetting Gail with that sort of stupid claptrap, Ivy.
Just a minute, lad.
It's that Alma Sedgwick, innit? She's been calling me behind my back.
Never mind who it is.
But I do mind. I mind very much.
Ivy, well, I'm telling you now. I'm not telling you behind your back. I'm telling you to your face. Will you get out, please?
Oh, he thinks he runs the hospital.
Go on, get out, will you?
I don't think we'll have everybody out if all you can do is make this sort of a row.
Oh, I'm sorry, sister. We didn't...
Well, just ask him what he said to me.
I've no intention of asking anybody now outside, please. Mrs. Tilsley is supposed to be in here to rest.
It was all right till he turned up.
Well,
I'll
it's
tell you
just
now.
as well I did, isn't it, eh?
See, we're getting nowhere.
That's for you. I've never been so insulted in all my life.
Sorry, Martin. Relax. You should know. How are you feeling this morning, Mrs. Tilsley?
Fine. But I feel I'm here under false pretenses.
We'll have you out of here today, then.
Go home, you mean?
I mean, you can get out of bed and sit in the chair.
Well, when can I go home?
Oh, that's up to the doctor. Shouldn't be in such a rush to get out of here. Sit back and enjoy yourself while you can. I'm sure Martin can cope. He's a very capable bloke.
Most of the time.
Yes, we have had words about yesterday's little incident.
Well, that wasn't really Martin's fault.
Whoever's fault it was, it doesn't do you any good. Even if he does think the world of you.
Is that what he said?
He's a nice lad, naturally cheerful person. Made himself quite indispensable in this hospital, has our Martin.
Not only this hospital.
Sorry about it, mate. Have you got a minute?
Yeah, I don't suppose it'll do any irreparable damage if I take a break. Come in.
Ta.
Just get a brew on. Do you want one?
No, thanks. Not for me. I've got a job in 5 minutes.
Don't mind if I do, then.
No, you go ahead. Looks as though you deserved it.
You got help this morning, eh?
Look, I'll come to the point.
Look, if it's about last night, forget it.
Look, I don't think we should forget it.
Look, it was just as much my fault as Ivy's. I overreacted. I was tired, that's all. I'm sorry.
Yeah, well, she don't exactly pick her moments.
Well, I just didn't want upsetting Gail, that's all. You know, bringing it all back on.
I agree, but in the end, you both upset her.
Yeah, we did. I admit it. You're not me and Ivy alike. Best thing we can do is stay well away from each other.
Well, that's wrong and all, isn't it? I mean, you both got Gail's welfare at heart.
Well, I have, anyway.
Oh, so has she. Look, Martin, believe me, there's no that she wouldn't do for Gail and them kiddies.
Yeah, I know. But like you say, she's got a funny way of showing it sometimes. But I don't want her going on about God and sin and who's to blame. You know what the doctor said? Rest. Feet up, no stress. I'm going to make sure that's just the way it is.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, hello, Flick. I was just trying to get some perspective on my new poster. Oh, what do you think?
Well, it won't win any prizes for literature.
Yes, but is it effective? Will people notice it?
Well, with the word free on there, I think you stand a pretty good chance.
Yeah, but would you use it?
If it was convenient.
Oh, it will be. It'll be very convenient. Don't you worry about that.
Well, count me in.
Here, have a free voucher. It's £2 off tin goods.
Thank you.
Customer relations. You can't do it for everyone, but... if you'll excuse me. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Ah, the poster, eh?
Yes.
Right. Get the Better Buy bus to the Better Buy store. It picks you up free, huh? From your own front door. Oh, yes, I like that. Simple, catchy, rhythmic. You didn't tell me you were a poet, Mr. Watts?
I wouldn't exactly call it poetry, Mr. Holmes.
No. To the student of English literature, perhaps not. But to the lady with the gammy leg, who's never even heard of Blake, or the young mother of three who's looking for a cheap alternative to the corner shop and a day out in town, it's not only poetry, it's music to the ears.
Well, I'm glad you like it.
Like it? I more than like it. I admire it. You've done very well to get it printed so soon.
Well, it wasn't easy, Mr. Holdsworth, but as you once told me, where there's a will, there's a supermarket manager. I call this the infinitely adjustable, multi-purpose, high-profile poster. You see? And here we have the authoritative, professionally printed top, which fits in to the Better Buy upmarket image. And just below here we have the space, or as we call it, the open space, where we can put messages, points of view, and the bus routes, which are specifically targeted to local areas.
That's what
You see, we don't need any other posters. We just need this poster.
Oh, yeah.
You see, it'll save us time and money, and it will stop us going backwards and forwards to the printers for alterations in case a bus breaks down, or, in our infinite wisdom, we decide to change a route.
Brilliant.
Thank you.
Perfect lateral thinking, that. Right, now all you need to do is work out the routes and get the posters delivered.
The routes are in your office, on your desk, awaiting confirmation. As soon as I get that confirmation, they'll be printed and delivered.
Right. Right.
There you are. An actual punch-up in the ward.
I haven't even been to see her, and there's Martin and Ivy going at it hammer and tongs.
What, in front of Gail?
Who is supposed to be getting bed rest.
Oh, well, that's no good, is it?
I just wish Ivy would think before she goes charging in there, tongue flapping.
Well, was Gail very upset?
Luckily, there doesn't seem to have been any lasting effect, but I mean, she's supposed to be kept quiet. Honestly, Alma, anything could have happened. That's what makes me so furious.
Hey, look at that. You'd wonder where they were dragged up, wouldn't you?
What are you trying to do? Put me off my bun?
Animals, no respect for cleanliness.
Put that down, it's not finished with yet.
There's nobody dropping it and that'll be cold.
Whether it's cold or not, it's bought and paid for. Leave it alone. I'll tell you when.
You're being awkward, aren't you?
Look, do you think you could let people eat their food in peace? Mrs. Sedgwick, can you do anything with this woman? I came in here for a read and a quiet cup of tea and I'm fighting to keep it on the table.
Look, Phyllis, would you just get stuck in with that washing up, love? I'll see to the rest of these.
He's only doing it to annoy me. He'll never drink that in 1,000 years.
Well, that's just where you're wrong, isn't it?
Oh! Well, look, I'm very sorry about this, Percy.
You're not half as sorry as I am. Until you get rid of that woman, you won't have my customer near.
Hey,
Maybe I should borrow Phyllis and stick her in that hospital doorway. If you can get rid of Percy, it might work with Ivy and all.
Ellen, do me a favour. Take her with you now. I'll help her on with her cold.
Bye.
Bye.
Sugar.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Like bikes, do you? Oh, it's something to do, innit?
What sort you got?
The band smart's not mine, it's my old fella's. I'm just giving him a hand.
Yeah. Well, thanks. Well, for giving me a hand as well.
Sorry.
Well, well, what are we up to?
Our bag broke, mate. I was just giving him a hand.
Well, as long as that's all you were giving her. I mean, she's quite tasty, though, isn't she?
And you'd know, would you?
Yeah, well, let's just say, if it came to a toss-up between her and a Bantam, you can have the helmet.
You tackle her, mate, you might need a helmet. Anyway, you're meant to be revising, aren't you?
Yeah, that's right, I am, aren't I? But I reckon a bacon butty down a cafe and a quick assault on the fruit machine's in order, actually.
Yeah. Well, I've got some spares to pick up, actually, so I'll come with you.
All right, yeah.
Right.
Does this sister of yours play rugby for England or something?
Ah, she's a growing girl. Besides, I didn't ask you to go and get it, did I?
No, you didn't.
And I'm paying her share, so...
So, the thing is, I have to twist your arm to go 20 yards down the street to Alf Roberts for a loaf of bread.
Well, that's going to change as well. Did you know food is half the price at Better Buys?
Yeah, you just break your back trying to get it home.
Not for long. Curly's organised a free bus service. Picks you up at the end of the street, you do your shopping and it takes you home again.
I don't know, Alfie. The poor lass is lying in hospital getting her ear bent by Ivy. And as if that wasn't bad enough, she's got Phyllis empty in the cafe.
I don't know why she took her on in the first place.
Save Alma getting her hands dirty, I suppose.
Well, she's making a rod for her own back. Man, she never had any business sense, Aunt Alma. I mean, her mind's not on it, you see. You've got to be one step ahead in this business, especially when you're a little businessman. I mean, take that retail outlet opposite the Rovers. If either of them had any sense, they'd be in there before some smart outside operator gets in.
Yeah, but I don't think our girl is in any fit state to consider the business she's got at the minute, let alone branching out.
Yeah, but you've got to be alert to changes in circumstances, though.
As you are.
Yes, absolutely. Yes, as I am.
So Cherry's older?
No, come on, you don't hold cherries, mate.
It's my money as well, you know.
Was your money?
Do you mean it's all gone?
Well, it was only £1. So come on. What? 50p. Jackpot's ready to drop any minute.
Oh, yeah, I've heard that before.
Oh, come on, hurry up before old Phyllis comes and cuts the lot.
What about your 50p?
Are you in or out? I've lost it. Proper little danger man you are, aren't you?
Hey, you two. You're not supposed to play that machine, you're underage.
Yeah, well, we've been underage for the last half hour.
Hey, I don't want to hear your lip. You just have a bit of respect for your elders. And if you want something to eat and drink, sit at the table and I'll bring it to you. Otherwise, you're out.
What, so you can get in here on this?
I don't gamble.
Oh, yeah, well, you chat, kid. You sit over there all day, don't you wait for mugs like us to come and fill it up. Then you're straight in for the jackpot.
Hey, I could go and get a copy, you know.
What, and tell me you've been watching us for the last half hour? Oh, God. All yours, dear.
You jammy.
Oh, face it, mate, I'm just a winner.
Amongst other things, yeah. Listen, I'm going to go and pick up that part. You coming or what?
No, I think I'll wander back. Got what I came for. See you, Phyllis.
When's soon?
I think I can safely say in the next few days, Mr. Sugden.
Whose idea is this, then?
Well, actually, it was mine.
Well, it's to be congratulated. It'd be very helpful for people like myself with a bus.
So you'll use it, then?
Oh, I can safely say I will, young man. I'll be seeing you.
Hammy, Grandaddy, love.
So you'll put this up in here, then?
Well, it's not for me to say.
Here, give it to us, I'll put it up.
Not without asking Alec.
You'll never notice.
You might.
Sorry, Curly, best wait for Bet or Alec.
Well, look, Rita's got one up. In fact, they're plastered over half of Weatherfield.
Look, I tell you what, I'll hang on to it and I'll ask them both when they get back, OK?
Right.
Yeah?
Right.
So where's your mate?
Oh, she's picking her little sister up from the station. She's coming to stay with us for a few days.
Oh, that'll make a change.
I think I'll be coming round to you for some tips.
Oh, I don't know if I'm a prime example of motherhood.
Oh, I wouldn't say that. Flick was singing your son's praises to high heaven this morning.
Which one?
Steve helped her with her shopping.
Oh. I don't suppose it had anything to do with her being a very attractive young lady.
I think maybe that came into it somewhere.
Yeah, I'm sure it did. Mind you, he's always been thoughtful, unlike his brother.
It must be funny having twins.
I don't recommend it.
Oh, come on, you wouldn't be without them, would you?
Oh, I would sometimes.
Well, they'll be off your hands in a few years, won't they?
I'm hoping they both do well in the GCSEs, then they can stop on at school, get some qualifications.
Should do all right, shouldn't they? I mean, they both seem pretty bright.
Steve will muddle through. He always does. But Andy's the one I worry about. He's bright enough, but he's just a lazy little guy. He's too much like I was at that age. And look what's happened to me.
Thanks, mate.
Yeah, I'll take that if you like.
Oh, thanks. Andy, this is Joanne, my sister.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah, well, thanks a lot.
Yeah. I'll probably see you around.
Yeah, okay.
Right, yeah.
Come on in, Joanne. You must be starving.
Oh, that's a good idea. Right.
What is all this?
Competition, that's what that is, and about time and all.
Do you know what about it, Percy?
Well, what do you want to know?
But Rita, of all people, I ask you, Emily, who can you trust?
I know it seems hard, but, well, I mean, I should imagine Better Buy can rent a space in Rita's window like anybody else can.
I took half a day helping that woman buy a bed.
Oh, well, we won't go into that again, will we?
No, but seriously, Audrey, this could hit us hard, you know. Once that bus starts, I'm going to lose business. It could ruin me.
Well, I think you'll always have your regulars out.
I wish I thought you were right. I mean, you see, the trouble is, a small businessman like me can't compete with Better Buy prices. It's tantamount to poaching.
Well, I think you might find it's a 7-day wonder, you know. They'll all use it for a bit, but the novelty will wear off, you'll see.
Well, I hope you're right. How this Holsworth man can do this to me, after all I've done for him, it's beyond me.
Well, he has, so we'll have to live with it. Now, give Grandad a kiss and say goodbye. Biscuit.
Bye-bye, love.
We'll see you later.
Yeah, give Gail my love.
Yes, I will. And don't you stand there fretting all afternoon. One member of the family in hospital is bad enough. I don't want to be visiting another.
No.
Come on.
That's right. Bye-bye.
What's wrong? Don't you like it?
I had a sandwich on the train.
A sandwich? Well, that's not enough to keep a growing girl alive.
Leave off, Fizzle. You sound just like Mum.
Fizzle!
Yeah? What's wrong?
Nothing. Just get on with your food.
Do I have to eat this?
No, okay.
I'll be hungry later on. I'm always ravenous about midnight.
You will be in bed by midnight, young lady.
What's with the young lady bit? Come on, give us a break, Fizzle. I'm on holiday. I've escaped. This is meant to be an adventure.
We deal. You drop the fizzle and I'll drop the heavy older sister routine, all right?
Deal. Hey, can I look through your wardrobe? Only Mum sent me out with all this sensible stuff and I'm going to look a real nerd.
Yeah, go on.
Great. Where is it?
Upstairs, second on the left. Now, what are you grinning at?
She seems quite a handful, your little sister.
She's not so little anymore, either.
Well, I think you're going to have to keep an eye on her. Fizzle.
Thanks for bringing them, Mum. Thanks for looking after them.
I enjoyed it.
And you will take them round to Ivy's for the tea.
Do I have to
Yes,
go?
you do. You know your granny likes to see you.
Oh, I must say I sympathise with him. Do you know, I think it's more than generous of you in the circumstances.
I don't want any running feuds now.
Oh, all right, they are children.
Anyway, give you a time to smooth Alf's furrowed brow.
Do you know, it's practically apoplectic.
Yes, well, I can see why it would be. I think I'd be the same in this situation.
Now, just remember what the doctor said. Now, you are not to worry.
Can't help it though, can you? There's not much else to do in here. I keep wondering what disaster has befallen the cafe with Alma in sole charge.
She's fine. She's coping very well.
I'd still feel better if I was there to keep an eye on her.
Look, now, just you concentrate on getting better and let Alma worry about the cafe.
I'm fine now,
Yes. All right, well, don't rush it. Anyway, she's got Phyllis helping out.
Phyllis?
Yeah.
At the cafe?
Well, didn't Martin say?
Martin didn't have a chance to tell me anything yesterday, did he?
Look, well, Phyllis is fine. I mean, she's making a very good job of it, actually.
Oh, yeah.
Now, just don't you worry about it. Just forget I said it.
How can I forget it? Alma in charge and Phyllis aiding and abetting. Sooner I get back to that cafe, the better.
This must be a very proud moment for you, Norman.
It is, Mr. Holdsworth, it is.
Yes. Well, all aboard, as they say. Right.
Yes. Oh, yes, yes, it's beautiful.
Perfection, absolute perfection.
Do you think I might...
Go and have a go.
Are you sure?
Try.
I'm not really good at these things.
Well, it's your baby, yes. And another one, if you please, George. Perhaps this time with a couple of our more photogenic ladies in shot.
Will we do, Mr. Holdsworth?
Oh, yes, I suppose so.
Right, Kimberly, you get your arm round Curly, and I'll snuggle up to Mr. Holdsworth.
Mrs. Tilsley, how are you feeling now?
Fine.
No pain?
I feel perfectly normal.
In which case, I think we can let you go home.
Today.
Oh, I should leave it till tomorrow. The baby seems fine. There's no reason why you shouldn't carry it through to full term, as long as you take things easy.
What about work?
You have a family as well as work.
Yes, I do.
What sort of work do you do?
I run a cafe.
Does that involve a lot of physical effort? Lifting, carrying, standing up?
Quite a lot, yes.
Well, I wouldn't recommend it. Though, of course, I can't say for certain. It's really up to you, Mrs. Tilsley.
I'll send Alfie round about 7 then.
No, it's all right, Audrey. Don will drop him off at bedtime. Thanks for bringing him anyway.
Well, Gail asked me specially. Ta-ra, Don. Ta-ra, kiddies.
Oh, ta-ra, love.
See you. Bye-bye, love.
Bye. Gail asked her specially. More likely she got fed up of looking after herself.
Look, whatever the reason, they're here now. Now, doesn't that please you?
Well, of course it does, Don. I just wish people would say what they mean, that's all.
Yeah, well, I sometimes think life might be a bit easier if they didn't.
I mean, she's only been there days, but it feels like weeks. Years, even.
So get rid of her. Employ some kid. Save yourself a fortune.
Oh, the heart. I mean, she's trying so hard.
Sounds like she's trying too hard if she's driving people away. Look, the name of the game is profit, not charity.
You know, I've thought of asking Audrey, but I mean, Alf's got so much on his plate. I don't like taking his backup away.
Oh, don't you believe it. Once his bus gets going, he'll probably be glad of a little extra income from another source. Yeah.
Hey, you! I want a word with you. Oh, hello, Alf. I hadn't expected to see you here at this time of night.
No, I bet you didn't. I've been waiting an hour at the shop.
Why, is there some kind of problem?
Well, if you call a 16-seater bus a problem, yes, there is.
Oh, that's it, is it?
Yes, that's it. What are you trying to do, ruin me?
Oh, no. Firstly, I'd never be vindictive to a man who put a roof over my head. And secondly, if you're talking about the better buy court, which I'm sure you are, I had absolutely nothing to do with that.
Well, you're the manager of the store, aren't you?
Well, yes, I am. But I can't, in all honesty, claim the idea of the bus. That was Mr. Watts. And head office, in their infinite wisdom, they've gone and ratified it. So you see, if you're looking for somebody to jump on, Alf, that somebody is not me.
Must say, I didn't expect this sort of welcome.
I missed you.
Have you?
Yeah. Where have you been?
Well, I'm cleaning the house this morning. From Sue on, I've been in here
Well,
working.
you could have popped in.
Oh, there's been 3 of us off sick today. Been worse off my feet. Anyway, got a rollicking off Sister Jenkins.
She said.
I'm sorry about that.
It's okay. It's not your fault.
It was really. Jumping to conclusions.
Well, it's over now.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm coming home tomorrow.
No. Honest?
Honest.
Oh, that's great. Oh. So, come on. What did Doc say?
Everything's fine.
Is it? What are you going to do about the cafe? I've got to tell you, I don't think you should go back yet.
Don't you worry about the cafe. I have no intentions of going back yet.
No, I know you. You sat at home, worrying about everyone.
I won't. Honest. There's more important things at stake now than the cafe. I intend to put them first.
Bill? 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 Oh, Red Bill.
You used to like bills.
Don't talk silly.
You did. I hadn't known you for 10 minutes before I knew how big your telephone bill was, what your rates were, and how much it cost you to fill the tank of the Jaguar.
Well, everyone moans about bills, don't they?
Well, you weren't moaning. You were boasting.
Well, I'm moaning now. Right then. That's the lucky winner this week. File the rest behind the fridge, will you?
Oh, you should pay that one, won't you? Do anything, suffer anything, but keep your gold card.
Platinum, like the doctor said, use it or lose it.
I don't think it works like that. Hey, listen, I better get going. It's supposed to be open in 10 minutes.
Well, when's Gail back on the job then?
Oh, come on. She isn't even out of hospital yet.
But she didn't lose a baby. No danger of that.
Well, look, say what you like about Gail, but she doesn't make a fuss over nothing. I mean, she's not the hysterical type.
Not hysterical. When she went to the health and safety people, isn't that being hysterical?
No, well, I mean, this is different.
Oh, yeah, you bet your life it is. Having a baby is one thing, running the business is another. You tell her, make her mind up or get yourself a new partner.
Would you like me to go around to the hospital and tell her that right now, would you?
No, don't be silly. Wait till she gets home. You can't keep running to the hospital every 5 minutes. Costing you a fortune.
Do you know, if I thought you were half the swine that you pretend...
Pretending?
What time are you collecting her then?
About 10 or so.
Would you like me to take Nicky to school for you?
If you won't mind.
Oh, I don't want to go to school. I want to wait for Mum.
You going to school so you can be dead brainy for your man and earn loads of money so you don't have to work. Some sauce there. So if you fancy finishing off the breakfast and tidying up a bit, I'll be grateful.
Of course. Actually, I was supposed to be going to help Alma in that cafe.
Well, if you can't manage it...
No, come on. Blood's thicker than water.
Thanks, Audrey. You've been great. I mean, I know you don't always, see eye to eye, you and Gail.
Martin, lovey, she's my child. And as you're about to find out, they don't come with any guarantees of happiness. Just guarantees that you'll worry and fret, eat your heart out and feel rotten. At least that's healthy with your own daughter. Alfie's doing all that with his rotten shop.
Oh, yes, they've got things right in Japan, you see.
Well, they usually do, don't they?
These big firms, they're not allowed to open a retail shop above a certain size unless all the little stores round about say so.
Hey, there can't be very many big shops in Japan.
Too right, they've got it right in Japan, though.
Listen, Alf, if you don't mind me asking, what in the name of the whole of the road are we talking about here?
Oh, he's talking about Better Buys and the Better Buys bus. Ta-ra!
Yeah, I wouldn't mind so much. I've only got the boss of Better Buys living over my shop in my flat, and he's only running a bus pinching my flipping customers.
Hey, that must take you nearly the whole way into town. Where's it go from, Alfie, eh?
Oh, don't provoke me.
Yeah, it's bad for his heart.
Well, going bankrupt usually is.
You must have read that from cover to cover and back again 10 times.
No.
Yeah, well, if you spent a quarter of the time reading your physics book...
Mum.
Well, you tell me. You could hardly answer any of the questions. If it were a test on motorbikes, you'd come top, wouldn't you?
Well, that's okay then, isn't it? I mean, I'm not looking for a job at Jodrell Bank. Motorbike shop, now at least I've got a chance.
I don't want to see you working in any motorbike shop. Now, where's Andy?
Who cares?
Well, is he upstairs?
Yeah, he's trying to make himself look like Mickey Rourke.
Like who?
Mum.
Well, I don't know, do I? What does this Mickey Rourke look like?
Like a constipated gorilla, so he's got a head start.
What's brought this on, anyway?
Oh, I don't know.
Joanne, I thought I said take the rubbish out. Joanne? I asked you to take out the rubbish. If your father could see you chewing bubblegum.
You know what? Sometimes
sound middle-aged. I look at her and I feel middle-aged.
Anyway, thought you said you weren't going to do all of that.
Does it matter? I'm talking to Miss Oblivion.
There's no need to carry me.
I'm not carrying
Well,
you.
yeah, practically. I feel fine. And look at this place.
What's up with it?
This is all I need facing me when I come out of hospital.
What's up with it?
Well, look at it. It's perfect. If I was to come back from hospital and the place was in a tip, I might feel someone needed me. I could go away forever and nobody would even notice.
Not quite, you couldn't.
Yes,
Look
you
who's here.
Did you miss your mummy?
Now, take it easy. She's awake now, you know.
Don't be daft.
I'm not being daft. You're not supposed to lift anything heavier than a pair of eyelashes. I told you that.
Be sensible is what they said. A quiet life is what they said. So don't go.
Well, you'll get a quiet life if you go to bed.
Martin, I'm not lying around like an invalid. I'm not going to bed at 11 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, well, if you want a rest, just tell us, okay?
I'm going to help Alma out.
Oh, ma'am, that's good of you.
Oh, goodness is my middle name. Now, if you'd sooner have stopped here.
Oh, no, to be a weight off my mind, even if it was only for the rush hour. Sooner you than Phyllis.
Oh, and you don't need to worry about any shopping because we've made a list and I shall drop it round.
Well, let me give you some money.
Don't be daft. I'll put it on the slate. Just look after yourself.
I think he'll do that.
Do you know, I reckon he will.
Ah.
I'll be round.
Okay.
Ta-ra.
See you then,
Bye,
Audrey.
bye.
Ta-ra. Ta-ra.
Mind you, thinking about it, Alma and Phyllis is bad enough.
Yeah, forget it.
Alma and my man might be even worse.
Hey!
All right, I won't think about it.
Good. Oh, I'm glad you're home, you know, the both of you. God, I'm glad you didn't lose it.
I know.
Oh, you messy little pups. Lift your teacups up and let me wipe underneath them for you. There, that's better.
Phyllis, love, scrambled egg in the corner. And don't you think you could just leave that dishcloth behind while you're serving the food?
Well, I like wiping tables as I go about, you
Yes,
see.
but it is not very appetising. Bon appetit.
I like it off a clean table, me.
Well, me and all, but I was sooner it was clean before I ate off it.
Well, I'm sorry, I'm not quick enough for you.
Or after, but not during.
Right, the reinforcements have arrived. Hello. Tell me what you want me to do.
Oh, I am glad you could make it.
I'll just go and put me pinny on.
She's all the reinforcement she wants.
So Audrey's going to pitch in, Phyllis. I mean, I can't have you going at it all day, can I?
Well, half a day's gone, look at time.
Phyllis, please, please.
It isn't as if she knows anything about cafe work. You're going to have your time cut out, showing at job.
Please. Oh, look, there's a table there, wants wiping.
Now she wants it wiping.
Right. Oh, now what do you want me to do first?
Shoot, Phyllis.
Oh.
Oh, I hate myself, but I can't stand it. I mean, everything's an argument, and she loves it. Hey, how long can you do?
As long as you like. I'll go down the pit for coal sooner than be in that shop today.
Step aboard, bring the boat to bargains in abundance that's better by. Step aboard. Every passenger gets a free cash voucher.
What is it?
Oh, I hope they're not turning the water off again.
Oh, it's Curly!
Welcome aboard, sir. Welcome aboard, madam. Welcome aboard, madam. Here, have a free voucher. There's 50 pence off the chicken. Don't lose it. Move along the boat.
Sally, can you just give us a hand, love, please? Sally? What's the attraction?
That's right, Alf. He is.
Hey?
Curly Watson, his magical mystery box.
I say, do you mind? I'd like a word with you. I say, I want a word with you. Hey! Hey! I want a word with you. I want to talk to you, young man.
Now, come on, Alf. Don't be daft.
Yeah, remember your heart, Mr. Robert.
I want a word with you, Watch. Don't give me that.
Is this a shopping bus?
Yes, sir.
Oh, good. I thought I'd missed it.
Hey,
What do you mean, eh? What do you mean by it?
Look, Mr. Roberts, I am not having a public argument with you.
You'll have a public punch-up if you're not careful. You bring your flipping fancy bus down my street, poaching my customers.
I didn't kidnap them, you know. They got on the bus of their own free will.
You come down this street, though. You park right outside my shop. I don't know how you got the cheek. You come down here.
I prefer not to. It's just that you can't turn right into Victoria Street.
I don't care where you can turn right. You're not picking customers up outside my shop.
Oh, come on in, Mr. Robert.
Come on, Alice, this is doing your blood pressure no good, and you're not going to get nowhere like this.
Look, I don't want to chop your hand off, but I'm shutting this door.
Yeah, well, you've not heard the last of this. Take it from... I'm telling you.
You've knackered this.
I'll do more than knacker your flipping door.
Come on in, Mr. Robert.
I think you better get this bus out of here.
If I take the bus, Norman, am I obliged in any way to shop at Better Buy?
No, Mrs. Bishop, there's no obligation whatsoever.
Well, in that case, it'll get me halfway to town, won't it? Don't spare the horses.
Driver.
You didn't think you'd get away with this, you know. You traitors!
Which of you two is going to pop out and get me some butter? How nice it would be if just once, oh Lord, I heard somebody say, let me do it for you, ma'am. Let me do this one little thing for you, because I know I can never repay all you've done for me in the 16 long, thankless, tear-stained years you have been my mother. I still can't hear it.
It sounds like one of those pathetic American songs.
Butter. Oh, Stephen.
I'll toss you for it.
Go on, then.
I was very nearly touched.
Heads.
Tails. You go.
Sally, will you be all right by yourself for a bit? I've got to go see somebody.
Oh, Mr. Roberts, I wanted this afternoon off. I was going to go round and see Gail.
Gail. Look, there's other people have problems beside her, you know. I'll see you.
Are you Flick's sister?
Oh, how did you guess?
Well, you know, you've got the look of her.
Oh, yuck.
Oh, don't say it like that. I think she's very, very attractive, your sister.
Ugh.
So, are you going to be here for long?
Maybe. Don't know.
Because it's from Canterbury, isn't it? That's where you're from, originally. Must be a bit different from round here. Ta. We'll have to have a nice long chat sometime. Thanks.
Oi.
Yeah?
I should give you a warning, you know.
What about? Boys who follow you about in the street?
No, you don't have to worry about them now, all right?
What are you warning me about then?
Well, you've never been round here before, have you?
No?
Well, you're in danger, aren't you? We can't have you going around here on your own.
Why not?
Because, well, it's incredibly boring.
Oh. Lucky I met you then.
Well, yeah. I'll show you around if you like.
What? Show me round all the real most fantastically boring places.
The wonders of Weatherfield, eh? Now, let's see. There's a library, and there's a car park, and there's the cemetery.
You're mad.
Well, you've got to be round here. You coming then?
All right.
You see, the big thing for people around here is to feed the ducks. I mean, they book in advance, they've got to. And it's only 2 ducks as well. They do the best, like. They can't eat all.
Of course you can. Don't be daft.
I'm not talking daft. We've got no money for a start.
Well, God almighty, don't spend much on you from what I can see. He can afford it. He's got a good job.
I seem to forget, Vera, we're saving up to get married.
Yeah, but you need holiday. Get somewhere abroad, books. The Med. Oh, Greek islands, eh?
Greek islands?
Yeah. You see, I'm not in travel shop, late bargains.
Why don't you go then?
No, we just come back from Pwelly, haven't we? Oh, but Greek islands, do you know, I'd love it. I am saving up, you know, for a time I can go without Jack Duckworth. Nice little insurance policy, eh? He thinks it's for his funeral.
Mind you, Mum and Dad have never let us go on holiday together on our own. God, you must be joking.
Well, you're engaged, huh? Yeah. Hey, I know you said you were saving, you know, for your marriage, but I mean, you're not saving everything, are you? Not everything.
Of course we are, Vera.
Flipping, eh?
Well, didn't you save yourself and Mr. Duckworth?
Listen, love, when I met Mr. Duckworth, that certain little piggy bank had been rifled plenty. Don't you worry.
If anybody asks, you don't know where I am, right? I've got things to attend to, so I must not be disturbed, right? You have not seen me.
No.
Do you understand?
Right.
Customer service to checkout 6. Checkout 6, customer service.
Hey, I say, Vera, have you seen Mr. Holsworth anywhere?
Have you tried office?
Certainly I have, yeah. The woman there said he was in the shop somewhere.
Oh, well, he often is, yeah. It's always on the prowl, Mr. Holsworth, you know. But where? That's the mystery. Did you want to see him about our special, then?
Yes.
You know, I think I'm really clever there. Yeah, because considering, I mean, I never told a lie.
No obligation.
No, Alf. I just happen to... I'm entitled to shop where I like. I don't have to explain myself.
Yeah, well, if so, tuppence. Tuppence.
Do you like it?
Well, it's all right, I suppose. We've been all over the place. Dad's a sergeant in the army. Well, was a sergeant in the army. He believes in discipline.
Oh, you'd get on well with my father then.
Why? What does he do?
He moans.
What about?
Same as everybody else's dad, I suppose. You'd think they were the last people in the world allowed to grow up.
Well,
It's too dangerous for anybody else.
just don't live in the real world, do they?
It's bad enough when it's your mother and father. When it's your sister doing it, and she's worse. She is. You got any brothers or sisters?
Just the one.
Which one?
Brother.
Is he older?
No. No, he's quite a bit younger than me, actually.
Oh.
He's only a kid. It's one of the problems, really, I suppose. Not having anyone to talk to. Well, talk any sense to.
I know.
Because, like, well, relatively speaking, I've left school.
Why?
And, well, because I'm 16.
And then you've got to leave school. Because you're pretty brainy. It's obvious.
Thank you, Mum.
It is. Don't you want to stay on?
I don't know. Everyone else seems to think I should. Are you?
Yeah. Gonna do sciences.
It's so boring.
Science?
No, school.
You really hate the idea of being bored, don't you? So why not learn how to do something interesting?
Because I want to do something interesting now. You, well, I mean, like, do you want to do something interesting tonight?
Like what?
Well, anything, I don't know.
All right.
Where has that brother of yours got to?
He's probably run off to sea with the butter money.
I'm waiting for that butter. Do us a favour. Go and look for him for me, will you?
Oh, why do I have to go and look for him?
Well, don't bother. Here, just go and get me half a pound of butter and let's have it back here in 2 minutes flat. Or else I'll brain him. Where is the butter?
exactly have you been?
Nowhere.
Now look, I wanted to go into Manchester this afternoon. I'm looking for a job, you see, as I'm not going to get a holiday.
I wasn't stopping you.
Look, when you disappear without telling me where you're going, I think you were.
Oh, don't be so pathetic.
I'm supposed to be responsible for your welfare.
And don't be so pompous.
Well, you are being. I mean, she's a perfectly sensible, intelligent young girl.
Intelligent she might be, whether she has any sense.
Do you know what? I'm really disappointed in you. You've been a really terrible big sister.
You don't know her.
Well, come on then, big sister, keep looking. It's got to be legal, decent and non-fattening and pay at least £2.50 an hour.
It doesn't exist.
So where did you get to?
I went for a walk.
You went for a walk?
I went for a walk.
Oh. Where did you go?
Around. Just around.
And my butter just went out of your head, did it?
Look, I apologised, didn't I?
Who did you go for a walk with?
No one.
Oh, I see. You were just wandering, lonely as a cloud, were you? Philosophising.
Correct.
Has he got himself a girlfriend or what?
That'll be the day.
Beaten to it. Thought I'd be the first.
What would I love? No prize goes with it.
Oh, except for the undivided attention of a lovely barmaid.
Oh.
Bit of peace of quiet and a pint of bitter paisley.
I didn't know you Irish like peace and quiet.
Oh, yeah, sure. Would fight any man who says different.
Yes, well, of course, you wouldn't get a lot of peace and quiet if you went home this week.
Oh, the 12th, you joking? Not down my road, anyway.
You'll be toddling along in your ball rat and banging a drum.
Uh-huh.
Well, if you want my opinion about
Right,
Ireland...
I'll ask for it. And so far I haven't. Okay.
I'd be very interested in your opinion, Mr. Oldsworth, about the grocery business.
Oh, hello, Mr. Roberts. Would you care for it?
No, I would not. I'd like to know how you justify running a bus alongside my shop, enticing my customers, though.
Enticing?
It's unethical, it's very likely illegal, it's a blooming crazy, and it gets right up my nose.
Well, really, it's Mr. Watts's choice of route. But certainly you've made your point clear and...
Oh, no, I haven't. I've not made myself clear at all. I'm just about to do so. Speaking as your landlord, Mr. Oldsworth, I'm telling you this. I don't mind where that bus of yours goes, but if I sit within a mile of my shop, you'll be without a roof over your head. And if that's all you're without, you'll have put up a very good fight. Now, is that clear enough to you?
Hey, what? It's the only place I've been where the baddies do a runner when the grocers come to town, eh?
Nicky, if you'd have said you wanted toast, I'd have made you toast. What did he ask for? Cornflakes.
Well, I meant to.
Yeah, well, you got cornflakes now. It's hard luck, innit? Oh, come on, Sarah. Get your poddies down just for me. Oh, way.
I'll go.
No, I'll go. You get them cornflakes. All right, Phyllis.
Hiya.
How are you?
Oh, hello, my lovelies. Hey, I was just on my way to Cappy. Thought I'd call in and see how Gail is.
Oh, she's all right. She's just got to take it easy, you know. Nicky, will you stop messing with that Lego? Get
Hey,
that
but she's all
cornflake down
right
you.
in herself, isn't she?
Yeah, you know, like I say, she will be. She's just having a bit of rest.
Oh.
She's sleeping at the moment.
Oh.
She was.
Hello, love.
Hi, Phyllis.
Oh.
How's the cafe?
Oh, you might well ask. Oh, I mean, you know me, I can work with anybody. But your mum and Alma, well, they're a match and set, them two, aren't they? Neither of them likes getting their hands dirty.
Phyllis, Gail don't want to hear all this about the cafe. There's 3 of you running it. She's had to do it on her own sometimes.
Well, I'm only saying I'm doing my share.
Oh, it's all right. You got to bed. I'll bring you
No,
a cup
I'm
of
all
tea.
right, Martin. Don't fuss.
Your mum, she's not really cut out for work, is she? She's one of those people I call one of life's customers.
Come on, Sarah, get your poddies down, you know. You'll end up growing up like Auntie Phyllis, won't you?
Well, all right, all right. I'll grant you it's a bright idea. But what it needs now, Mr. Watts, is some fine-tuning.
Fine-tuning?
Well, for instance, your collection points and your routes.
We're going to crisscross the whole of Weatherfield eventually. I predict that every potential Better Buy shopper will be within 100 yards of one of our routes.
Could I just get a word in?
I'm sorry.
It's just that I feel that, well, we could give the Coronation Street catchment area a miss.
We got 2 full busloads from there yesterday.
Oh, I'm well aware of that. And so's Alf Roberts. He's breathing fire and smoke about us stealing his customers.
Mr. Holdsworth, the day I joined, you said to me, we are in a business, not a charity.
Huh? Well, he also happens to be a friend. And in my case, landlord.
I'll never forget those inspiring words. You said, there's no room for sentiment in selling, and you were right. I appreciate that. Anyway, what about head office?
What about head office?
If they find out we're doing a competitor a personal favour, I don't think they'll be too pleased.
Aye, aye. Right, carry on, Norman, carry on.
Oh, yes, I marked his car for him all right.
Who's that, Mr. Roberts?
Red Jolesworth. I told him, I said, I don't mind how you entice your customers. I said, you can round up with sheepdogs for all I care, but not on my patch.
And what did he say?
Well, what could he say? He's living under my roof, isn't he?
Oh, I see. So you threatened the poor fella?
No, I didn't need to threaten him, did I? You see, what you don't understand is there's an esprit de corps between grocers. It's a kind of a moral code.
Oh, moral code, eh? You scratch my back and I'll scratch yours.
I'm telling you, if you come in late again, there'll be trouble.
It wasn't late, it was only 10:30.
You wouldn't dare say that to Mum.
Well, you're not my mum, so...
Look, she said I had to keep an eye on you and you're to do as I say. And while you're here, you come in when I tell you and not when you feel like it.
You're so bossy, I don't know how you stand her.
Ah, well, she's not bossy with me. Well, not much anyway.
I'm not bossy at all, except when silly kids make me.
So where'd you get to then last night?
Promise you won't tell Flick?
Cross me heart.
Well, I went out with that boy from number 11.
Blimey, you're a fast worker. Which one?
Eh? Andy, of course. I wouldn't go out with a little kid, would I?
What do you mean, a little kid? Who are you talking about?
Andy's brother. He's only a little kid, isn't he?
I think someone's been kidding you here. Hey, up, stand by your beds.
Right, come on, Joanne. You're coming shopping with me. While you're here, you can make yourself useful.
Stand where you are, mister, unless you want to be filled full of lead.
Have you nothing better to do than be watching telly? Can't you find something useful to be doing?
Really?
I'll have to think of something.
Mum, this jacket could do the bit of a clean.
OK, leave it out and I'll take it when I get a chance.
All right, I'll take it if you want.
Wonders will never cease. Hang on, I think there's a jacket of your dad's needs to go as well.
What you that for?
It's all right, there's a few laughs in it. Anyway, where were you last night?
Out.
Yeah, I know that, but who with?
It's a couple of the boys, Tomo and that lot.
Take this with you as well, will you, Andy?
Yeah, sure. Listen, I was thinking of getting my hair cut while I was down there.
Marvellous. You're on. I suppose you want some money.
Please.
What do you want your hair cutting for? It's all right.
Don't put him off. Anyway, this could definitely do with a trim. Why don't you go down with Andy while he's...
Well, girls, I think I can safely say the lunchtime rush is over.
Oh, thank goodness. You know, my hair's unravelling in all this steam.
So I'll just nip out and get it over with.
You're not leaving us, Alma, surely?
Well, I've got no choice, Audrey. Supplies. I mean, the admin in this game is never ending. You two can hold the fort.
Do you know, Phyllis, I never used to believe our game. I used to think she was over-exaggerating about Alma.
She's another one that's not over fond of work.
No, well, anyway, if you get on with the washing up for this, I'll get rid of this little bit of mess.
Excuse me, it's not your place to tell me what I'm to do. You're not in charge of me, you know.
Excuse me, Philip, but my daughter just happens to be the owner of this cafe.
Part owner. Smallest part and all. Any road, that's nothing to do with it. You're not giving me any orders.
Right, bye-bye, girls.
Alma, just a minute, love. Who's in charge when you're not here? It's me, isn't it?
It never is. It's me.
Girls. Who's in charge?
Yes.
I mean, we're not like that, are we? We're just one big happy family.
No, I'm feeling fine, touch wood. Well, you don't want to be doing too much. That was Gail's mistake, I reckon. And if you're carrying on working, you want to get Alf Roberts to put a chair there for you behind that till. Sit down whenever you get the chance.
Yeah, Liz, you're right. I'm going to ask him.
No, I'm not. I'm going to tell him.
Hiya.
All right,
Hiya.
Jenny.
Hey, I say, your son's made a big hit with young Joanne. You know, Flick's kid sister.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, dead romantic. She's all thrilled about the boy next door.
Oh, well, at least it's a step up from Tracy Barlow, because I know she fancies Steve.
Oh, it's not Steve. It's Andy Joanne's keen on. Hey, but you won't say anything to Flick, will you? Because she's being really strict with her.
What, is she carrying on like a mother?
More like a mother superior. And somehow, I don't think Joanne'd make a good nun.
What do you think she's doing? Trying to get me customers.
What time do you call this? We were supposed to be meeting for lunch.
No, I know, but I just couldn't get away.
Thought Audrey and old Phyllis were doing their stuff.
They are, but honestly, they're not much good. They hate each other. It'll be okay when Gail gets back.
When's that?
Hmm?
Oh, gin and tonic, please.
Rightio. Well, I don't know. I mean, it's been quite a while yet.
A sleeping partner's no good to you. Present company excluded.
Was that a gin and tonic?
Yeah, I'll put a scotch in it.
Okay.
No good being sympathetic in business, you know.
Oh, come on, Mike. I can't get tough with her now. She just nearly lost her baby.
Babies and business don't mix.
Hiya, Betsy.
Hiya.
Never mineral water, ice and lemon.
Yes.
Or have you got any sandwiches left?
Yes, we've got chicken and cheese and tomato.
Oh, cheese, thanks, love.
Okay, my love.
I say, Alf, like you said, Better Buys had stopped the special bus.
Round here, I have. Yeah, they won't be coming down this street again.
Well, I'm sorry, but they just did. I've just seen it with my own eyes, not 5 minutes since. I think I've said something.
Are you still goggling at that box? You'll end up square-eyed. That brother of yours, he's a deep one, he is. The times I go on at him about getting his hair cut or sorting his clothes out for cleaning, and he takes not a blind bit of notice. I should have known there was something doing this morning. Well, anyway, now we know. He's got himself a girlfriend.
He's got a girlfriend.
Andy, who do you think I'm talking about?
No, he's not got a girlfriend. No, unless you mean Tracy Barlow and she fancies.
No, it's Joanne.
Who's Joanne?
You don't know anything, do you? Because you're too busy watching telly. Joanne, next door but one, Felicity's sister. She came to stay with her a day or two ago. Haven't you seen her?
No.
Well, anyway, that's who Andy's clicked with.
Oh, she like then, this Joanne?
Well, she seems quite nice. I mean, I haven't really talked to her.
She can't be that nice looking, not if Andy's baldy.
Don't be rotten. As a matter of fact, she's very nice looking.
Ah, Melanie. Yes, very nice. Very appetising. Just like our Better Buy products, eh? Now, you know what you have to do.
Suppose so.
Just hand out these leaflets, OK?
Suppose it'll have to be.
You see, because when the customers get on the Better Buy bus, you are there representing the Better Buy image, the Better Buy welcome. So what we need, you see, is a nice, big, warm smile, all right?
Don't know.
Oh, look, Melanie, if there's something wrong, now is the time to tell me.
When Mr. Oldsworth crowned me Miss Better Buy, he never said nothing about me going on buses or nothing like that. He said nothing would be too good for me. I'd be treated like a queen. Well, that's what he said when he crowned me.
Yeah, well, all queens have their duties to do. I mean, who works harder than the Queen of England?
She doesn't have to go standing on buses handing out leaflets saying shop at Better Buys. I know that for a fact.
You think she's attractive, don't you?
Who? Oh, Melanie. She's all right.
More attractive than me?
Tea, please. But no, of course not.
Well, you said she was advertising like our product.
Yes, but don't forget, Kimberly, some of our products, they are on the cheap side. Thank you.
Can I be Miss Better Buy next year?
Well, you know, that is one of Mr. Holdsworth's closely guarded prerogatives.
Yeah, but he listens to you, Norman.
I'm sorry it's out of the question.
Not nice looking enough, that's it, isn't it?
Kimberly, look, you don't want to be getting into all those kind of things, beauty contests, with all those men leering and lusting after you.
Anyway, I won't be able to be Miss anything in 1991, will I? Because by then I'll be Mrs. Watts. I'll just be your private beauty queen, won't I?
working yet?
No.
Probably just as well because there's a letter here for you.
For me?
Yep. No stamp or anything, so we can guess who it's from, can't we? Lover boy down the street. Well, come on, what does it say?
Oh, it's great. Listen. If I were what the words are, and love were like the tune, with double sound and single, delight our lips would mingle, with kisses glad as birds are, that get sweet rain at noon. If I were what the words are, and love were like the tune.
Oh dear, Andy MacDonald never wrote that.
He might have done. Anyway, even if he didn't, it shows he's got initiative, doesn't it?
Oh, he's got initiative. I'll give him that.
Anyway, Andy doesn't even say he wrote it. He hasn't even signed it. Just says, I shall be in Jim's cafe, waiting.
Hell were you standing here for then? Hiya.
Oh,
You waiting for the Better Buy bus?
Yes, it should be here any minute.
Oh, that's good. I'm not actually going to shop there. I just want a free ride into town.
As a matter of fact, so do I. Oh, that was good timing.
Oh.
To cross over though, because he was on this side
Yeah, I
yesterday.
thought he used to come from that side. Hey, Andy! She's got your message, you know. She's there now.
Hey?
Well, she went to the cafe about 5 minutes ago. I thought you were going to wait for her.
Pardon?
Andy, you don't have to be secretive with me, you know. Hey, she read me a poem. Very nice. 10 out of 10 for effort, Andy. 1 out of 10 for originality.
Welcome aboard the Better Buy bus. Your chauffeur-driven drive to a shopping paradise.
Hey.
Here we go.
Hey.
There's no need to swear and cuss. Come aboard the Better Buy bus.
You could be wiping the tables while we're quiet.
Yes, so could you.
Hello, Joanne. It is Joanne, isn't it?
Yes. Do I know you? I'm supposed to be meeting Andy MacDonald. Have you seen him?
Well, actually, you're meeting me. I'm Steve MacDonald.
Andy's brother. He said you were younger than he is.
Well, I am. About 20 minutes.
Isn't he here? He sent me a note.
Well, actually, that was me. I hope you like the poem.
You're kidding. Well, of all the cheek. I want to walk out of here.
Oh, well, I hope you won't.
Give me one good reason why I shouldn't.
Hello, girls. Everybody happy?
No.
I can get on with anybody, Alma, you know that. But this one is impossible.
Huh, it's her, Lady Moat. She's trying to chip at a nail varnish.
Look, it's just a little matter of give and take. I have slaved over a hot stove. I've worn my fingers to the bone. Without a word of thanks.
No, love, no. I mean, I don't know what we'd have done without you.
Would have done all right.
See? See? She's like that with the customers and all. Ungracious, surly. At least I know how to treat customers because I've seen it done right. You can say what you like about Alfie, but at least he knows how to treat the customers.
They're not open every hour God sends, you know. They won't open up for you when you knock on window at 9 o'clock at night because you want a barm cake and a pound of sugar. Well, don't bother coming round to my shop for that no more, neither. And that means you, Elsie, with a spoon. And don't bother asking for tick, neither. I mean, I'm mentioning no names, but Irene Beasley knows what I'm talking about. And as for you, Mrs. Bishop, I'm surprised at you. I thought you reckoned to be a Christian.
Well, really, Alf? If you can show me one article of the Christian faith
you
that
need
tells
leather
me
on
that...
it cuts no ice with me. And don't bring your Christian Aid posters round to my shop no more for jumble sale, neither. That's trouble with me. I've been too good-natured. I always have been.
Davy, put that tape on.
Better Buy bus is coming your way. The Better Buy bus is coming your way.
The brainwashing, that's what they're doing, the brainwashing you. Mind you, in your case, all they need is a teaspoonful of blooming washing powder anyway. Stop the flaming posh! I'm telling you, they're brainwashing you.
The Better Buy bus is coming your way. The Better Buy bus is coming your way. with bags more choice and less to pay.
I know she's supposed to be Gail's mother, but babies must have got mixed up in the hospital. I mean, say she's nothing like her, is she? Gail's a worker.
Yes, all right, Phyllis.
Hey, have you ever studied her when she's got a pot towel in her hand?
Phyllis, look, do give it a rest. Hey, have them kids brought anything?
The boy has, but she's not.
They must think I'm running some sort of a youth club in here.
Do you fancy going downtown?
Yeah, okay.
It's a pretty good record shop in town. It sells records, you know. Get the bands in there sometimes. Stone Roses were in there once. You all right?
What's going on here?
We're going downtown.
Oh, Joanne, you're going with him?
Yeah. See ya.
Yes. Well, come on, I haven't got all day.
Eh?
No, I'm asking you what you want.
Oh, nothing. Nothing. I don't want anything.
I do think it's some kind of a youth club.
Honestly, Mr. Roberts, a lot of people are just using that Better Buy bus just to get a free trip into town.
Yeah, well, that's the Japanese method, isn't it? I mean, they undercut you, the price you out of the game, get all your customers. That's what happened to the British motorcycle industry.
Give it a rest, Alf. You're not the only one that's had a bad day, you know. Look at me, stuck in that cafe all day. I'm covered in grease.
Yeah, what gets me,
I mean,
though...
that chip pan, it's never off. There's grease everywhere.
Yeah, what gets me,
And
though...
all the steam. I mean, it ruins your hair, it ruins your skin.
Yeah, what I can't understand is, though, why...
Oof, you spend it in all your clothes and all. Oh, I'm going to have to chuck all this lot. By the time our Gail is back on her feet again, I'm going to have had an entirely new wardrobe.
Yeah, well, don't expect me to pay for it. Not although that Holsworth taking every penny I'm earning. Listen, he's going to have to go, is that fella. I can't have somebody living under my roof and taking the money out of my pocket at the same time. I've already got somebody who does that.
Oh. I wouldn't mind going out tonight.
What, an hour on the Rovers or something?
Oh, no, I fancy somewhere different.
All right.
Oh, you're back. Is Steve with you?
No.
Your tea's ready?
Sorry, I'm hungry.
Well, you're eating it. And I thought you were getting your hair cut.
Don't worry, Liz, I'll speak to him.
No, leave him. He's courting.
Courting, eh? Ha. Ah, well, sure that explains it, doesn't it? Good lad.
Well, quite frankly, Mr. Holdsworth, I think they've got an unforeseen problem with this bus.
Aye? Well, there's snags with everything.
You know, freeloaders, easy riders. True, they are getting on the bus, and true, they're getting off at the supermarket, but they're not coming in to do their shopping. They're just using us. But I think I've got the answer.
Tomorrow, Norman, tomorrow. Tonight, I need to forget.
You know, I don't think Mr. Holdsworth's heart's in this business the way it used to be.
Norman, about this holiday idea you had.
Holiday? Where are you going? Well, we were thinking of going to the Greek islands.
Oh, brilliant. You've been there before? Well, no, we usually go to Bournemouth with my mum and dad because we've got a caravan, you see. Well, I don't really think they'd like the idea of me going off with Norman. I mean, especially abroad.
Well, it's all right now, innit? I mean, because you're engaged.
Shh! Not in front of Holdsworth.
See, work's been my pleasure, me on Martina.
Yeah.
I've not had the practice at enjoying myself. I need somebody to help me.
Oh, Lonely Hearts Club, that's your best plan.
Well, I thought you might help me. Hello, Alf Laddie.
Al, don't Alf Ladd me. What about this flaming bus you're running?
Oh, no, that's nothing to do with me. You see, young Watts, it's his pigeon. He'll sort you out.
I'm talking to the engineer, not the oil rag, and I'm telling you, one good turn deserves another. You're out of that flat of mine as of this minute.
Oh, come on, be fair.
I took you in, didn't I? You'd nowhere to go, and this is the thanks I get. You can get out.
Yeah, well, I have got a rent book, haven't I? So if we're talking about notice a month...
Tonight. Get your case packed.
Sorry, so the question I...
Oh, you think so, do you? Oh, right. I'll pack it for you.
Yeah. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. You're a bluff,
I wouldn't bank on that if I were you, Mr. Holdsworth.
Oh, no, he wouldn't touch my private belongings. I've got documents in there, you know, important documents.
Well, you see, he can be very pig-headed, can Mr. Roberts. He was with me.
Aye. Excuse me. Just mind me be a love, would you?
You know, Audrey and Phyllis can't stand each other. Audrey's not my shoes anyway, and Phyllis, well, at her age, you never know if she was going to turn up.
But I thought you were going to see Gail.
I did, but I can't put pressure on her. Her baby comes first.
Sure it does, yeah. So what you're saying is Gail's no good to you anymore in that cafe, right?
She's a partner.
So get rid of her. Get yourself a new partner. Buy her out. Well, you've got to do something, haven't you?
Kimberly, you wait here. You'll be all right, won't you?
Where were you going?
Well, I thought I might go give Mr. Holdsworth a hand with Mr. Roberts. I mean, his man management techniques are certainly very rusty at the moment.
I'm coming with you. Just watch our drinks with you, Mark. What?
Hey, I can have you for this, you know. I've got a rent book here that says you're well out of order.
Yeah, just like your rent book.
There's such a thing as a law, you know. I've seen my solicitor.
Yeah, you do that. Yeah. You're the sort of bloke that would mug the Good Samaritan, so you can take all this stuff and your mucky books.
Hey. What do you mean, mucky books? Mucky books are adult reading, yes.
Yeah, well, get rid of the lot of them.
Kimberly, I've hurt your eyes.
He's gone mental.
Have you got everything under control up there, Mr. Holdsworth?
I blame you for this, Watts.
Me?
Yes, you and your crazy boss schemes. I hold you responsible. It's all your fault.
There was no call to chuck him on the street.
There was every cause. Look, you can stand there arguing until you go cross-eyed, but Reg Holdsworth's not coming back in here.
But he's homeless.
He should have thought of that before he started running this bus.
Well, what about me?
You?
Yeah, I'm the one who has to face him this morning.
You were the one that brought the bus in the first place. Listen, anything that happens to you is your concern. Now, if you've not better to do, I have.
Well, thanks, Mr. Roberts. Thanks for a big fat nothing.
You're welcome.
Then you put that round there, and you pull it, you pull it. That's the way. And then we do the bonus. One there. One there.
Hey, thought you were putting your coat on.
Put that through.
Come on, do it now. Still be here when you come back.
Oh, Martin!
Oh, Martin, nothing. Put your coat on. You're going to be late.
Oh, you...
It's a good lad.
Put this on. Here we go. I'm a bit small, these.
So, what have you got planned for today, then? Paris on Concorde? Champagne lunch in the Rovers?
Oh, we thought we might go out to the shops later.
Yeah? I hope you're not thinking about going to the cafe.
Oh, we might just pop in.
Gail, it's Alma's problem if she can't organise her staff.
Yes, but it's not, is it? It's mine as well. I am still a partner, you know.
Yeah, but you've got to rest. You heard what the doctor said? A few weeks, maybe, you'll be able to think about going back, but until then, you can keep any idea of going back to that cafe right out your head. All right?
They might need me.
Gail, look. What was the most important thing to you when you were lying in that hospital?
Saving our baby. Getting on my feet so I could get back to you and Nicky and Sarah.
So, what's changed?
I wouldn't mind, but you don't even fancy her.
Oh, no, of course I don't. That's why I'm going out for it.
But it's just a game with you, though, isn't it? You're not interested in Joanne at all. You're only doing it to get with me.
I wonder why would I do that?
Because you've always done it, that's why. Whatever I've had, you've never been satisfied until you've got the same. You think you're so smart, you do. It's all right, she'll soon suss you out.
You always were a bad loser, weren't you?
Right, that's it. No one calls me a loser.
Come on, knock it off, knock it off.
Well, he started
I don't care who started it, kid. Just leave it.
What's going on?
Right, I'm going upstairs.
Hey, you're stopping here. I'm not having you turn that bedroom into a battlefield, thank you.
I'm going out, all right. It wasn't me who started it anyway.
No, it never is it?
Not that girl again.
Yeah, it would appear so.
I don't know what it is they're seeing her, but I'll tell you something. I'll not be sorry to see the back of her.
Are you taking route or what?
I've been waiting for the bathroom.
Well, it's free now. Haven't you forgotten something?
No.
Well, who was going to clear that lot away?
Oh, I'll see to it later.
You'll see to it now.
Jenny.
Now.
Don't have to do this at home.
Yeah, well, you're not at home now, are you? There are a lot of things you do here that you wouldn't be allowed to do at home. Like seeing so much of that Andy MacDonald for a start. I take it that is who you're rushing off to see.
Well, that's just where you're wrong, actually.
You're not seeing Andy?
Nope.
Since when?
Since I met his brother. He's got a lot more going for him.
Tea break, are you coming?
Oh, I've been put on half.
Oh, have you? Hey, you don't know the curly's had a word with Mr. Holdsworth, do you?
Oh, I don't think so. He's been tied up in his office, well, since first thing.
You know, he can't take it out on Curly. It wasn't his fault Mr. Holdsworth got thrown out of his flat. You know, I've got a good mind to go into that office and just tell him myself.
Hey, now, hang on, you. Don't be so daft. Worst comes to worst. It's best if one of you's still got a job.
Mr. Watts, I thought I'd never catch you up.
Oh, Mr. Holdsworth, look, I can't tell you how sorry I am about last night with Mr. Roberts evicting you. Totally unjustifiable, in my opinion. And, well, I feel as bad about it as you do, believe me.
Well, I really appreciate your concern for me, Norman. That's why I thought you'd like to share my good news with me.
Good news? You're homeless?
No, I was, Norman, I was. You see, after I left Mr. Roberts last night, there was only one place I could think of going to find temporary shelter. I went home.
Oh, to Mrs. Holdsworth?
Exactly. And I was surprised and delighted. You see, she was just as pleased to see me as I was to see her. So we're back together, Norman. I'm back home with my lovely lady wife. I'm sure you must be delighted for me. I just thought I'd let you know.
One cup of tea. I'm sure I can't tempt you to anything else.
No, that's fine, thank you, Phyllis. Have you heard how Gail's getting on?
Nicely, Tar, but she's got to have a lot of rest.
It'll not be easy, not with small children.
No, I don't suppose so. She should take a leaf out of her mother's book. She's got it taped to her fine art.
Phyllis, love, over there. Yep.
Morning, Phyllis. I'm sorry I couldn't get here before, love, but I had to go into town first thing for a hair appointment.
Oh.
You know how it is. Anyway, I'm here now, so I'll put my card in the back and then I'm ready for action.
Right, well, when you're ready, could you get started on them spuds?
Spuds?
Yes, well, they've been through the pillar. They just want their eyes taken out.
Oh, no, lovey, I'm not doing that. I mean, it'll ruin my nails.
Well, somebody's got to do them.
What's stopping you?
I'm not doing them. I did them all day yesterday. And anyway, here, it's share and share alike, especially when it comes to mucky jobs.
She doesn't realise I'm doing her a favour, aren't I, just by being here?
I'm sorry, Phyllis, but you can see the way things are.
You're right, I can. I've seen how things are ever since Madam waltzed in here, and I've had enough. I don't mind what I do for Gail, but I'm not stopping here to be treated like a floor cloth, so I'll get my coat.
Oh, Phyllis, love, there's no need for this.
Look, I've loved working here, I really have. But I'm not staying if she stops.
Well, if you think I'm going to be driven out of my own daughter's cafe because of threats from you, then you can think again.
Right, well, there's nothing more to be said. I'll come in for my money on Friday.
So Mr. Holdsworth really has gone back with Mrs. Holdsworth then?
Yes, but I'm not coming here to talk about Holdsworth.
Oh?
You know that holiday we were thinking about?
Yeah?
Well, I've got wind of a cancellation in 3 weeks, but I've got to tell them tomorrow. So I've had a look at the holiday list and everything's all right.
So you're going to book it then?
Oh, yeah. Why? What's wrong?
Well, there is one thing.
What?
My mum and dad.
Your mum and dad?
I haven't asked them if I can go yet.
You've got to ask your mum and dad if you can go on holiday.
It's just that I've never been on holiday without them before.
Kimberly, we're engaged.
I know we are, but you know what they like? They like everything done proper, don't they?
There we are, my love.
Thank you, Betty, love.
Guard up.
Ta. Oh.
I can't tell you what a relief it is to get out of that house for 10 minutes. Honest, lads, who'd have 'em?
Oh, no, thanks. I've got quite enough on my plate without Tracy.
All over a flipping girl who's not been round here 5 minutes.
Oh, this is Felicity's sister, I take it.
You take it right.
Ah, Tracy's been none too pleased since she landed, I can tell you. She's set her cap at Andy, I hear.
Oh, that was yesterday. She has now ditched Andy for Steve.
Looks like she's going to leave a few broken hearts behind her when she goes back home.
Well, it can't come soon enough for me, I can tell you.
Is it something your mates haven't told you or what?
Hey?
You've been stood here for 20 minutes staring into that glass. What happened to the sizzling personality you told us so much about? Where's your mates?
Oh, well, they're under the thumb, aren't they? I mean, that's what women do for you these days. Not one of them can turn now without asking for written permission and triplicate.
Oh dear, Mark, you certainly know how to turn a girl on, don't you? Hey, what's up with you? What happened to the demon of the racetrack who used to make me go weak at the knees just by walking through that door?
Well, perhaps I need something to put the fire back into my belly.
Well, I just might be able to do something about that.
Now you're talking.
I'll get you a plate of Betty's beef casserole.
I feel terrible sending you away without any lunch.
Oh, no, really, Mrs. Taylor, we're fine. Anyway, we've eaten. We just popped in because well, both of us wanted to ask you something.
Oh, sorry, Norman. I always forget whether it's you that has 2 sugars and the window cleaner doesn't have any, or whether it's the other way around.
No, I don't have sugar, thank you.
Right.
It's actually about holidays.
Holidays?
Yeah.
Yes, well, because myself and Kimberly are engaged, this year I thought we might...
Oh, isn't that peculiar, Daddy?
Oh, it certainly is, Mummy. We were only discussing the same thing last night.
So you've no objections then?
Of course not. It'll be a bit of a squeeze, but we'll manage somehow.
I beg your pardon?
The caravan.
The caravan?
It only sleeps 3 in reasonable comfort. But there's always the awning. I'm sure you wouldn't mind sleeping in the awning.
We weren't planning on going to Barmouth, Dad.
We always go to Barmouth, Kimberly, ever since you were a little girl. Have you ever been to Barmouth, Norman?
No, but you see, I thought...
You are in for a rare treat, Norman. We can promise you that.
We certainly can. There you are, Norman. Drink up. Don't let your tea get cold.
Everything all right, lovey?
Hey?
Well, you've been sat there nearly half an hour and you've hardly touched your drink.
Well, there isn't any law against that, is there?
I'm sorry I asked. Oh, Gail, what are you doing here?
I thought you might like to see your granddaughter for 10 minutes.
Of course I would, but should you be out?
Don't you start. I'm having enough trouble with Martin wrapping me up in cotton wool.
Just don't overdo it,
No,
that's
I
all.
won't.
Oh, now, what would Princess like to drink?
A glass of milk could be fine, ma'am.
Am I glad to see you?
Have you done with Phyllis?
Well, you might well ask.
Eh?
Well, she walked out this morning.
Phyllis did? Why?
She had a bus stop with your mum.
A cup of tea, Gail?
Yeah, Tom.
Listen, when are you coming back?
Well, I'm not. Not for a while, anyway.
But you can see how I'm fit.
I'm sorry, Alma. There's more important things on my mind right now than the cafe. Like me health. Like me baby.
I see. Well, there's nothing else to be said then, is there? Best get on with playing happy families. Don't bank on coming back here when it suits you, because the way things are going, there won't be a cafe to come back to. Sorry, listen.
I did want to go to Greece with you, honest I did.
Well, why didn't you tell your mum and dad?
Because I thought you wanted to go to the caravan.
Only because I thought you wanted
I
to.
didn't, honest I didn't.
Well, why didn't you say something? Oh, look, never mind. Get back to the till before Holdsworth gets on my back. That's all I need right now.
Oh, and by the way, don't forget to put your holiday request form in for 2 weeks in September. I've done mine.
Hang on a minute. I'd like a word with you.
What?
It's about my sister. I gather you're the one in the frame now.
So?
So, I'm responsible for her. I don't want to see her getting into any trouble. She's very young, you know.
Trouble, come on. We're just good friends, me and Joanne. I mean, we have a few laughs together. What's wrong with that?
Nothing. Nothing at all, if that's as far as it goes.
How far can it go? I mean, she's leaving soon, isn't she?
Yeah. Well, just as long as we understand each other.
I'll see you.
See you.
Is that it?
Yeah.
Hey, I don't seem to have seen you or your brother in here much lately.
It's surprising, isn't it, the price of these? 5p a can cheaper at the supermarket, these, you know.
There we go. Off you go.
Hey.
Hi.
Well, the garden looks fantastic, Martin. You must have swept buckets over it.
Sorry, Martin, I didn't even notice.
What's up with you?
The cafe. That's what's up. Felicie's walked out. Me mum's treating it like a rest home for retired gentlefolk. Alma's doing handstands, trying to keep things together.
So, that's Alma's problem.
Yes, but I've told you it's not, Martin. It's mine as well. Well done, darling. Look, I'm sorry. I know what I said, but... What's that? I'm going to have to go back.
Well, you can't. You know what the doctor said? You know, how are you going to get any rest working in a cafe?
And how am I going to get it rest here, knowing the whole thing's falling apart? I don't like it any more than you do. I've no choice, have I?
Hi.
Oh, well, I'm glad somebody's got something to be cheerful about.
Oh dear. Like that, is it?
Worse. Phyllis walked out this morning, had a row with Audrey, and went.
Well, I can think of worse disasters to befall mankind.
So can I. Audrey Roberts. Oh, you know, I can't go on like this, Mike. I just can't.
So what's your problem? Give Audrey the elbow. Get someone in that you can rely on.
The problem, Mike, is Gail. She owns a fair chunk of that business, remember?
Then you've got only one option, haven't you? Grin and bear it. Wait till Gail gets back.
Well, as it happens, there is the other option.
Oh, what's that?
Well, it's like you said. Get Gail out of the picture. Buy her out. Make her an offer she can't refuse.
Mr. Holdsworth, you wanted a word.
That's right, Norman.
Well, what's your problem?
There's no problem, Norman, I'm sure of that. No, as you know, it's down to me as manager to report to head office on your progress.
Oh, I hope I haven't given you grounds for complaint, Mr. Holdsworth.
No, on the contrary. In fact, every month I've been sending in the most glowing report on your progress. Too glowing for my own good, Norman.
I'm sorry, I'm not with you.
Well, I'm not the only one to notice your rapidly developing skills. Head office have noticed as well.
Head office?
Yes, exactly. In fact, I think I might have done myself a disservice.
In what way?
By shooting you out of my orbit. Out of my orbit into the wider galaxy that is the Better Buy Empire.
What are you trying to tell me, Mr. Holdsworth?
Well, head office rang me up this morning to inform me that they were going to make you an offer of promotion.
For promotion?
Number 2. Much bigger store than this, in Hartlepool.
Hartlepool?
Exactly. See, a genuine desire to do the best for one staff can backfire on one.
Hartlepool?
See, a lesser man than you might have been tempted by such an offer.
No, Hartlepool, you said?
Yeah. Well, they make you a formal offer, but I told them strictly off the record that they'd be wasting their time. There's no way you'd even be remotely interested.
Well, that's where you'd be wrong, Mr. Holdsworth. I would be interested. I'd be very interested indeed, actually.
You are joking, of course.
I've never been more serious in all my life.
Me? Buy out Gail's share of the cafe?
It'd be like the travel bags, only a much safer bet. You and me in business together, but it could really take off.
Aren't you forgetting something? What am I going to use for capital? You know I'm fixed. I kept hold of this place by the skin of my teeth. The last thing I want is another millstone round my neck.
No, but you still got that land in Spain.
Which is practically worthless.
But not totally.
It's not even worth what I paid for it.
Yeah, and it never will be. I mean, as far ahead as you can see. So why don't you cut your losses, get what you can for it, and come in with me?
No. No, I'm sorry, Amber, it's out of the question.
I see.
It would be financial suicide to sell that bit of land now. Believe me.
All right, just forget I ever mentioned it. Just wish you told me the truth for the start.
Truth? What do you mean, truth?
That you don't want to come into business with me. What's yours is yours, and what's mine's mine. And that's how you like it. That's the truth, isn't it, Mike?
All right.
Where the heck have you been?
Just getting something sorted.
Tea's in the oven. Burnt to a frazzle, I shouldn't wonder.
It's all right.
Get it yourself, will you?
Well, I'll get it in a minute. Something I want to say first.
What? Nothing wrong, is there?
Oh, no, nothing wrong. Quite the opposite, I'd say. In fact, I feel a lot happier now, knowing you won't be doing out daft, like working in the cafe.
Martin, we've been through all that. Let's not go through it again.
Yeah, well, at least you won't be working in the cafe anymore, because I am.
You?
Yeah. Just been in work now. Give me notice in.
You what?
You heard? Well, I was going to pack it in anyway when you had the baby, so...
Yeah, to look after it while I went back to the cafe.
Yeah, so until then, I'll work in the cafe. You stay here, look after the both of you. All right? I'll get me dinner.
Thank you. So, what did he say then?
I'm sorry?
Mr. Holdsworth?
Oh, I'm going to be promoted.
Oh, well done, Curly. That's wonderful. I'm really pleased for you.
Yeah, well, it's going to mean a few changes.
Changes?
Yeah, to our plans.
Well, what kind of changes?
Well, you can forget this holiday for a start.
I thought you two were supposed to be going out Raz.
Oh, we were off to the pictures, but the thing was, so were about 5,000 others. We'd still have been in the queue this time tomorrow.
I can't remember the last time I went to pictures.
Oh, you don't know what you're missing.
You what? What do I want to spend good money gawping at Mel Gibson for when I can gawp at Jacko all day for now? Hiya.
All right, pint and a half of lager, please, love.
Are you two expecting anyone?
No, feel free. We weren't planning on stopping long anyway.
Oh, darn. We didn't want to play gooseberry.
Oh, chance would be a fine thing.
Hartlepool? Yeah. But I'll never see you.
You will. There'll be weekends.
But why? Why do you want to go and work up there?
Because it's a big step up, isn't it? And it means more money.
Well, money isn't everything, you know.
It is when you're saving up to get married. You do want to get married, don't you?
You know I do.
Well, there you are then. When you think about it, objectively, it's probably the best thing that could have happened.
Hi.
Hiya.
So has she been telling you about all the trouble your kid sister's been causing us then?
I did happen to mention it.
Well, don't worry about it, love. They're only kids.
As it happens, I do worry. She's my little sister. I'm supposed to be looking after her.
Yeah, but she won't be here much longer, will she?
Yeah, well, if I have to put up with any more from my boys, I'll not be here much longer.
Look, I've told you, love, it's only a 9-day wonder. There's nothing like a couple of 100 miles between a couple to cool a relationship.
There is no relationship. Steve and Joanne are just friends. Well, I've spoken to him.
And that's what he told you?
He did, and I believe him. In truth, I'm a lot happier knowing she's with Steve than getting up to some of the things I can imagine.
What's up?
Your tape stopped.
So?
So I'm going to turn it over.
Leave it.
It'll only take a sec.
I wasn't listening to you anyway.
Well, I was.
You happy now?
Hey, hang on, isn't that my tape?
That was not a problem, is it?
Oh, isn't it? She had to go into my room to get it, didn't she?
Joanne?
I thought you'd gone to the pictures.
I just come out and listen to some tapes.
Yeah, I think it's fairly obvious what you came round here for. Out!
Well, what's wrong with this?
Out when you can still walk out.
It wasn't Steve's fault.
Out!
I'll see you tomorrow, yeah?
Yeah, I wouldn't bank on it, sunshine. Move it!
I hate her. I hate her. I hate her.
Hartlepool, eh?
Yeah. Second in command. One of Better Buy's biggest hypermarkets.
The coming man, eh?
More authority, more power.
More money.
Too true.
So, you'll be moving over there then, will you?
Well, yeah, but I'll be back here for weekends, you know, for Kimberley. Absence makes the heart grow fonder and all that.
Good lad. We're proud of you, you know. One of his own.
Jack.
So you want your room keeping on then?
Well, yeah, I mean, I've got company digs over there, but I need somewhere to stash me stuff.
Oh, fair enough. We'll keep the rent as it is and call it cheap, eh?
But you can't do that. Charge me a full week's board when I'm getting fed and watered in Hartlepool.
Well, that's not our fault. I mean, we can't rent that off if you're coming over every flipping weekend. Now, be fair, Curly.
Be fair, stuff that. I'll find somewhere else.
Yeah, you would and all you, wouldn't you? You snake. What about that young lass of yours? Would you let her take a running jump while you swan off?
Kimberly's fine. She understands.
Yeah, I do. Cutting and running. Do you know she's talked about no else but that holiday in Barnwood till she's blue in the face now? Look what happens.
Look, I got promoted. That holiday was an unfortunate forfeit. Why is no one genuinely pleased for me? This is real promotion. You'd burn your house down for a job on the checkouts.
Oh, save it, Curly. It's Kimberley you want your excuses for.
Yeah, well, I don't think that's any of your business. And we're late for work. And after 8:30, it's Mr. Watts to you, all right?
You know, I hate televisions, Liz. You know, that's irrational. I hate the people who own televisions. You know, I mean, they could actually do without water or gas or oxygen, but you try taking their tellies away from them for a night. Oh, God. Where's your kit?
All right, I'll stand a cut more shit on my jeans to dry, George.
What a sight.
Oh, I'm late. I said I'd help Deirdre with the leafleting. What are you doing today?
Why?
I want you to do me a favour. Will you nip round to your grand's with some money?
Oh, why can't Andy do it?
Hey, because she's asking you to, all right?
Give him a tenner, will you, Jim?
All right, I'll do it.
She won't be in till dinner. Tell her that's all I can let her have. Oh, and will you have a look at that cistern for her? She reckons the overflow's stuck or something.
Catalogue.
Are you listening?
What?
What I saw was bad enough. Talk about what might have been, and you'd be on the next train back to Canterbury. Jenny, talk to her.
We were just kissing.
You were not just kissing. 5 minutes more, and he'd have been having to explain himself to a lot bigger than me, his father for one.
That's giving me no credit for being a responsible adult.
And what about your responsibility to me? I live here.
Yeah, so do I. And I'm sick of you two going on at each other. I mean, did anybody get any sleep last night? Because I certainly didn't.
Talk to her, Jenny.
I mean, come on, you two. Let's just cool down, eh? I mean, let's put this into perspective. Joanne, it wasn't very wise of you to have Steve MacDonald round here for a grappling session.
Mum and Dad always encouraged her to bring her boyfriends home. That's all I did.
Knowing that your sister might burst in at any minute.
Excuse me, Jenny, I did not just burst in.
All right, not in so many words, but I mean, come on, you two. I mean, I think you said enough to make each other understand.
Not yet, I haven't. Joanne, let me make myself perfectly clear. If I catch you with Steve MacDonald again, you've had it, right? Stay away from him. Well, now do you believe me? There's just no talking to her.
Bye, love. See you again. Do you know, Abby, you really surprise me. I mean, I always had Mike down as being careful with money, but I didn't know he'd studied under Alfred. Just no, was it? Just no.
Oh. Made me feel like a beggar. Do you know how to get rich, Audrey? Have a bad memory.
How much did you ask him for and that, was it?
No more than I thought was due to me. Anyway, it's academic now, isn't it? All part of Alma's education. Knows where she stands with Mike Baldwin.
Well, happen he'll reconsider when you tell him where it's for. What was it, Bella?
Oh, it was just a business proposition. Funny thing is, it was his idea in the first place.
Go on. Hi. Gail, honestly, you pick your moments. I was just on the verge of extracting some gossip.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, I'm not. One more minute. Should have had me under that grill.
She has asked Mike to lend her some money. He's turned her down flat. I mean, after all she's done for him, is he allowed so what?
Audrey, do you mind?
Must need it bad if you're asking Mike for it.
See, now, I'm not the only one that's intrigued.
No comment, and that is my last
Oh,
word.
put the grill on, Gail. She can't fight the two of us.
No, I've no time. I just popped in to tell you that I'm not going to be working here anymore.
From when?
From now. That's the bad news, I hope. The good news is that Martin's going to be taking over. He's given his notice in at the hospital and he'll start here on Monday, if that's all right with you.
Yeah, well, of course. Solves all my problems, doesn't it?
Hey, Bet, you consider yourself beautiful, wouldn't you?
Today, yes, I'm buying a new frock.
How about lucky?
Yes, again, if it fits round the hips. Why?
Tina's jealous.
No, I was just talking about the other world out there. You know, where people have the brass to buy what they want. Fast cars, yachts, weekends in New York.
Is she saying money can buy happiness, Betty?
No, not exactly.
Good for you. But it can buy you a few laughs, kid, and no mistake. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm about to take Alex's credit card for a giggle or two around the precinct.
You're rubbing it in, aren't you?
That's what we pay you for, lovey.
Some of us slave, some of us spend. It's market economy, apparently.
I can think of other names for it.
Where to?
Out. Business. I'll be back at dinner time.
Oh, hang on. You could give me a lift. I've got shopping in town.
I can't. I'm late as it is. Keep 'em at it. And don't forget the drayman at 11. We can't both swan off, can we? We've got a pub to run.
Have we? He'll have gone to buy a few laughs. With a bit of luck, he might fetch some back for us lot.
85. You know, it won't be the same. Waking up every morning knowing I'm never going to see you.
Oh, you make it sound like death. It's only Hartlepool. It's not the end of the world, you know. And there'll be weekends.
A bit of me'll die. 95. I mean, what happens if you meet somebody else? I mean, I'd really die if that happened.
Kimberly, I love you. You should be happy for me. For us, we can turn it to our advantage. Just think about it. Picking me up from the railway station. We'll have Monday to Friday to catch up on. It'll be fantastic.
Come on, Kimberly, love, I'll make you a cup of tea. And I hope you're satisfied, Mr. Watts.
Thank you.
Hello.
Oh, hello. Can I speak to Steve, please?
Where's Dad put the Swarfiga? Hello?
Hi.
Hiya.
Wondered how you were.
Worried about you. All that aggro last night. What did Flick say when I'd gone?
Oh, jealousy takes all forms. She just made a few wounded animal noises for nothing I couldn't handle. Can't wait to see you again.
Must be your year for living dangerously. Are you all right? Is Flick there?
No, this is my Suzanne Vega voice, all rough and sexy. Anyway, Flick's not my keeper. Just pretends she is to impress Jenny. You do want to see me again, don't you?
Too right. I just don't want to see you getting in any trouble, that's all.
Betty, if and when his lordship comes back, tell him I've gone. He's no right making me wait.
Not when his money's burning holes in your pocket, he hasn't.
Hi.
Hi. Thought you were going to give me a miss today.
Yes, love.
Gin and tonic, please, Jack.
Right.
No, I don't bear grudges, Mike. It's a waste of energy.
I'm not talking about grudges, I'm talking about your workload. How long do you honestly think you can run that caff single-handed?
I'm not single-handed. I've got ordering.
It's the same thing you said.
And from Monday, I should have Martin.
Martin?
Well, Gail feels she should stay at home and take care of herself more. So Martin's taking her place in the cafe.
£1 for cash.
Ooh,
There you go.
Ciao, very much.
Oh, well, things worked out all round, didn't they? Stability restored in the caff. Here, I bet you're glad you didn't go ahead with that buyout idea now, aren't you?
You know, you beat the band, you do, Mike Baldwin. I mean, it was your idea, remember? I mean, get Gail out of the picture. What good's a sleeping partner? I mean, it was only when money was mentioned that you took a swift turnabout.
It was a good job I did, isn't it? I mean, you think about it. Could have upset Gail, that, you know. Her partner wanting to give her the elbow could be devastating to someone in her condition. Now, I don't know if it was intuition or experience, but something said to me, you don't want to go ahead with this. Funny, isn't it?
No worries, boss. Delivery A1 okay. I watched them dreaming like an hawk with a microscope.
Oh, yes, and who was watching you, Jack?
That's not funny, boss.
Bet's gone. Couldn't wait.
What is she buying, did she say?
The minimum, I think. Coats, frocks, tops, bottoms.
There's no need to be sarcastic, Betty. Makes me wonder where you find the time. He wants serving. That's not funny either, Jack. Remember, what I pay you, I could get a human being. Remember that and be grateful.
Happy?
Yeah.
What are you going to say to Flick? I mean, she's part of sushi with me, isn't she?
I don't care. I'll deny it. It's her word against mine, isn't it?
Betty said you wanted to see us, boss.
Yes, for want of someone with a bit more credibility, I want you both to sign this.
What is it?
Does it matter?
Where do you want me, Monica?
Hey, hang on a bit. You could be signing your own house away for all you know.
Have you been in their house?
Of course I have.
Well, then credit me with some taste, Betty. Sign, Jack.
So charming.
Look, he can, but I'm not. Not until I know what I'm putting my name to.
All right. My last will and testament. I suppose you're entitled to that much.
Oh, I see.
Yes, and I need witnesses to my signature. Well, 2 to be precise. Well, are you going to sign, or do I have to rope in a couple of drunks from Rosamond Street? I'm not fussed.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. You got them mixers up, Jack?
Well, they're just about to go home.
You can go home when you've set that bar.
You all right, Alec?
Of course I'm all right. Why?
Oh, well, no reason. I'll just go and finish clearing up.
Yes, you do that, Betty.
Well, what do you think about that, Betty?
Well, I mean, the last time I signed a sheet of paper, I was conned. Double glazing, they said it was. Prices they were charging, I could have built a new semi. It took my solicitor to shake 'em off.
Aye, but a will. Not allowed to see it. What does that tell you, Betty?
What are you on about?
Well, he's looking after us, isn't he? Good old Ellie. It might be just enough to buy a couple of pints in the event of, but it's the thought that counts, isn't it?
Don't be so thick, Jack. Look, when you witness a will, it means you're definitely not a beneficiary. Them are the rules, didn't you know?
Well, that's not right, Betty.
Listen, hey, what's bothering me is, why is he all of a sudden writing a new will? Or changing it? I mean, it's the same difference.
Well, I couldn't give a monkey's. If he is not prepared to acknowledge loyalty and service with a few measly quid, he could just it sooner than later for me to... The miserable old crow. No else.
Oh, hi, come in.
Where's Steve?
What's he done?
Nothing, I hope. Is he in?
No, he's not. What's all this about?
Last night, I came home and caught them on our settee. Now, I wasn't going to say...
what?
Nothing, as it happened. Well, I interrupted them.
So where's the panic? They've broken no laws.
They might have done if I hadn't arrived when I did. Joanne is 15. I asked her to stay inside, and now she's gone missing. I want to know where Steve is.
I don't like your tone.
Yeah, and I don't like the responsibility of keeping your son at arm's length.
Oh, Joanne's already turfed our Andy aside. Steve's hardly making all the running, is he? If you don't want the responsibility, pack her off back to Canterbury where your parents can keep an eye on her, because by the looks of it, she's too much of an handful for you.
She's my sister, and I resent that remark.
And I resent you making out my Steve's up and down like some maniac.
Hiya, don't mind me.
Look, if you want to throw them together, there's no surer way than blowing your top. Just cool it a bit. Give it a chance to die down. Believe me, if there's one thing I'm an expert in, it's handling kids that age.
Joanne is very impressionable. The last thing I need is to have to tell my parents how she's gone and got herself into trouble. Please, Liz, just do me a favour and talk to him.
Felicity, I sent Steve round to me mum's on an errand. As far as I know, he went on his own.
You looking for Joanne?
Yes, have you seen her?
Yeah, I went down the park with our Steve a bit ago. Make a good couple, I reckon.
Where's Jack?
Oh, he's just popped out. Here, get that down.
Oh, thanks, Vera.
I'm sorry.
Hey?
Well, having a go at you at work, you know, we're out of order.
Oh, that's all right. Apology accepted.
No, you're right. It's none of our business what happens to you and Kimberly. It's just how I feel for you, you know. I mean, I don't want you going barging in doing something you live to regret.
I've never met anybody who's lived to regret promotion.
Well, you know what I mean. Leaving Kimberly on her own, twiddling her thumbs. I mean, it can be dangerous, that, you know. It can happen. You know, out of sight, out of mind.
It's not forever. I keep telling her there's weekends.
Well, I said that.
I do love her, you know, Vera.
I know you do, love. I know.
But if I'm really, really honest, I'm glad I'm not going to Barmouth with her parents.
I can understand that. They even turned their nose up at sterilised milk.
Well, no reflection on Kimberly, though.
Oh, no, of course not. Look, I said to her, look, don't worry, kid, I'll look after you. Weekdays will fly by. A few good nights out, take your mind off him.
Nights out?
Well, yeah, you know, a few birthdays, we'd have a great time. I mean, I know they say it might be a pick-up place, but...
What place?
Well, Beavers, you know, back at Woolies. Live bands on a Friday. Do you know, I've never come out of there without had a good laugh. Never paid for my own drinks either, only don't let on to jar. Don't should be sound. You'll leave it to Vera.
Sorry I'm late, I missed the bus. Waited ages for another one, so decided to walk back.
Did you?
Yeah, Gran went in when I got there, so I sat on the doorstep for the best part of an hour. I didn't mind that. It's just a woman 2 doors down. Kept waiting on about a garden wanting sorting out. So...
You liar.
You haven't been.
Yeah, I have. Straight away, you can ring her if you don't believe
We
it.
already have. If you breathe one more word of a lie, I'll make you regret it, son.
I rang her at 4. You still hadn't turned up.
I mean, and you were seen with your wee girlfriend from down the road in the park. Now, what does that make you, Steve? You've lied to your mother. You've let your grandmother down. And not content with that, you start trying to bull your way out of it as if it's second nature to you. Well, not in this house.
Jim.
Go on, get upstairs before I lose me bap. Oi! Where's the tenner for your grandmother?
I was going to pop round there with it tonight.
She needed it this afternoon.
Oh, go on, get out of my sight.
You were told to stay in and behave yourself.
Talk to a couple of blokes and you treat me like a prisoner.
And what you were doing with Steve last night is your idea of socialising, is it? And what about this afternoon? Did you pick up where you left off?
Go and shine your halo. It's such a hypocrite, Flick. You were 10 times worse at my age. Big difference being I don't need to do all the chasing.
Right.
That's it. Hey, enough! I'm going to make things worse. Disappear, you.
I wish I'd never set foot in this
Yeah, you and me both, darling.
I warned you, didn't I? Just cool down. This has got way out of proportion now.
It's the 3rd time today I've been told to calm down. She's behaving like a child. How do you expect me to react?
Like a sister, not a mother. Ignore her, Flick. She'll be out your hair in a few days.
Out? Again? Look, I've told you, I've got artists to upgrade. And if Sammy and Delilah can't get their voices sorted out by Friday, it'll be more than his hair that gets chopped.
Why is it I'm always the one left holding the baby these days?
You're earning your keep, love. After that shopping spree you had this afternoon, I'm surprised you're not on unpaid overtime till doomsday. It's not a bottomless pit, you know. I'll be back for cashing up.
I'll bet you will.
You know, why is it fellas expect women to look the part without wanting to fork out for it?
The same way they expect you to pay a phone bill without it showing up on a bank statement.
We still managed to swing it.
Ladies in the drawing room, Tiger in bed. Now, if you can manage to pin them down while you're playing Tiger, you stand a better chance of extending credit.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you.
Look, there's something I think you ought to know about Jack and Vera.
Sorry?
Well, neither of them had a normal upbringing. They think anything beyond Stretford's avant-garde.
I know, but Vera's my friend, isn't she? I mean, she's always there when I need her.
Yeah, I know, that's what I'm trying to say. I don't think it's a good idea, her putting ideas in your head while I'm away. So at the supermarket, we'll try to avoid her and don't go round to the house as much.
Well, what will I do at night, though?
Well, I don't know. What did you do before you met me?
Well, not much. I mean, I used to stay in and watch telly, didn't I? You see, well, I was nothing before I met you, Curly. And Mr. and Mrs. Duckworth, well, they're 2 of the nicest people that I've ever met.
Have you seen enough of this place?
Well, I just wanted a word, love. Get us tonic water, would you, love?
Right, on the house. Am I bothering you?
Alec, if you must know. You tried a Barney?
Betty, love. We have Barneys for breakfast. That's how we live.
Has he mentioned this afternoon?
No.
Well, he had us in there signing papers. His last will and testament.
He's already made a will.
Well, that's what I thought, but perhaps you knew him.
Why? What were in it?
Oh, we couldn't see it. I mean, Alec masked it so we couldn't tell. No, we were only witnessing his signature. I mean, we're adamant about that.
Now, Betty, that's what I call half a tale.
Yeah, well, I was just wondering, is he all right? I mean, how well is he?
Nay, Betty. Do you think I want to notice?
Well, I didn't come to worry you, love, but, well, sometimes you can't really tell.
You told him, didn't you? You followed me and Joanne.
God, you're so thick. They didn't need telling. Anyone else could have pulled that one off, no problem, but you.
What, and save you the pleasure of grassing now? This way is more fun, Andy. See, this way I know I'm getting to you. But all's fair in love and war, kiddo.
Yeah, fair if you win, you mean.
So?
So, you weren't interested in Joanne at all. The only reason you wanted her was because I got there first, and you can't stand that, can you?
All right then, if you say so.
Yeah, I do say so. Because as far back as I can remember, you've pulled that one. In the army, Germany, Cyprus, here. Never changed, do you?
Give you a big kick, does it, Grassy?
Little Steve, Big Steve is no difference. I want. Never grow up, will you?
Looking up to Dad.
Yeah, well, you should know. You spend that much time looking up to him, you're starting to spend the same lines. I am, I'm gonna be.
Quit whinging, Mummy's boy.
You're too thick to realise what other people think about you. All they see is a bit of a kid that stamps his feet till he gets what he wants. You want to know how much of a clown you really are?
Yeah? It's better than being a jerk who has to get A's in every subject. You know, you ought to do something about that, Andy, because it makes you look boring and unattractive to women. Well, that's what he said. That's what Joanne said anyway. You know what else she said? She said you were a creep. What are you going to do about that?
What the hell's going on?
Look, it's all right for you. I've got Kimberly to see to.
What do you mean, see to?
Well, a sympathetic shoulder, somebody to give her comfort.
She's a grown woman. Flaming Nora's only got a Hartlepool, you know.
Yeah, well, she thinks he might not come back.
She reckon the locals are going to bang him in a pot and eat him, do they?
No, she thinks he might meet somebody else.
Curly never.
Well, why not?
What do?
Well, anybody. He's a very eligible young man. Got a lovely nature and all. Not that you'd know about out like that.
Well, you're right, I wouldn't.
Well, I'll miss him if he goes. First of all, it were our Terry, now it's Curly. There'll only be me and you. Life's a pig, innit? No more little smiles. No more intelligent conversation. There'll be nothing, no more...
Vera, it's the same every flaming morning. And I'm not waiting for you anymore. You can make your own way to work.
I gave you a call half an hour ago. How come you're not dressed?
I'm not going anywhere, am I?
You're too true, you're not. And you can start saving to pay for that damage.
Well, I didn't start. It's not my fault if Andy's jealous, is
It doesn't matter who started it.
Oh, come on, of course he does.
Look, you provoked him. I mean, a blind man could see that. And you provoked me with your lies and nonsense, so just grow up. I mean, cool it, all right? No more fighting. Did you hear what I said?
Yes, I heard.
And come and have your breakfast.
I'll have it in here if you don't mind. I'm not sitting anywhere near that.
Andy, will you come here, please? Now, just listen to me, the pair of you.
Jim.
Leave this to me, Liz. Now, look, as far as I'm concerned, you're both equally to blame, right? So you will both stop upstairs, and I want that mess cleaned up before I get home from work, all right?
No chance.
I beg your pardon?
Well, you heard what he said. Doesn't want to be in the same room as me. Well, the feeling's mutual.
Next time, he goes in hospital.
Where are you going?
See if we could do anything with a lousy clutch cable on that bike, like you asked. Remember?
No, look, I only... Look, you don't have to do it, all right? I mean, I'd be far happier if you made up with Steve.
Not a prayer.
Let him go, Jim.
There has been nothing but trouble since that girl arrived. I don't want Steve seeing her again. You got that?
You can't stop him.
Oh, can't I? Well, we'll see about that.
He's 16. He's old enough to make decisions for himself.
Yeah, well, all right. This is just one decision I'm going to have to make for him. As far as I'm concerned, the girl is off limits, all right?
You're all bluster, Jim. Oh, you can kick your way round a parade ground, but you can't sort out your own kids' problems. You might lay down the law, but it's me who has to carry it out.
Hang on a minute.
That's the way it's always been. Because you're off on a course, or you're posted overseas, or you're meeting your mates. But I'm the one who's left at home, keeping things running smoothly.
Look, I'm not in the army now. I'm here all the time.
But you're off out at work. I am the one who's left with the job of keeping that girl away from Steve. Oh. I suppose I'll think of something. I usually do.
The hell's that?
It's muesli. You like it?
You know I don't eat parrot food.
I thought you might prefer a lighter breakfast.
Yeah. Well, why should I? Do I ever?
Be better for your health.
No, wrong with my health. I've never felt fitter.
Are you sure?
Yeah, of course I'm sure. And where's the butter? This isn't butter, it's marge.
It's low fat, not saturated.
Oh, I don't like the look of it.
Alec, is there anything you'd like to tell me? You get short of breath when you go upstairs.
No, just short of patience with your damn fool questions. What's got into you this morning?
No, nothing. Just that Betty happened to mention you'd made a new will.
Oh, she did she? I might have known old Mother Hubbard would get her mixing spoon out. Well, what if I did? There's nothing sinister about it. I was just bringing it up to date, that's all.
Oh, I thought it'd be something like that. Well, I mean, I could have witnessed your signature if you'd have asked.
Couldn't?
Could I not?
No, you're a beneficiary. Anybody who stands to profit when I pop my clogs can't be a witness.
Oh, I see. I'm a beneficiary, am I?
Well, of course you are, mind you. Shouldn't be telling you that, should I? Might give you ideas. Some green pellets. It might interest you to know it's in your best interest to keep me earning. The longer I earn, the better off you'll be when the time comes.
Perish the thought.
And I always think a man works a lot harder on a full breakfast.
I'll do you some eggs and bacon.
You, inside.
If you see Alf Roberts, don't say a word.
I beg your pardon?
Cut price veg shop in Rosamond Street.
Right.
Getting your washing all done, ready for your holiday, eh? When is it you go?
Depends.
No news about your grandmother, then?
No, not today.
Look, love, about what happened yesterday. We both said a bit much. Don't take it too personal, eh?
Okay. Well, maybe I'm wrong to stop him from seeing her. I just want to prevent more trouble.
Well, you're too late. There was a fight in our house last night. Didn't you hear the commotion?
No.
Going at it hammer and tongs there were. Feathers flying in all directions.
Who was fighting?
Stephen and Andy. Mind, it's always the same. Every time Stephen gets a new girlfriend.
You mean this isn't the first time?
Nor the last. Love 'em and leave 'em, that's Stephen. I just hope Joanne doesn't take him too seriously. For her sake.
Miss Taylor, if I could have a word, please.
I'm sorry, Mr. Watts. I've got to go to the washroom.
Oh, well, when you're ready then.
Well, it's not my fault if she's upset.
Ah, Mr. Watts, there you are. Our elusive Pimpernel. Could you have a look at the computer? I seem to have pressed the wrong button again. Having a party, are we?
No, it's a pricing error, but everything's in hand.
Well, don't go blaming Kimberly. So wonder she can keep her mind on anything, if you ask me.
Yes, thank you, Mrs. Duckworth.
Well, I've still got a few minutes. I'm on my break.
Well, why don't you go and see if Miss Taylor's all right?
Because she's not all right, is she? I mean, that's obvious.
What's going on? The whole place is falling apart. I'm afraid I'll have to hold you responsible for this, you know.
Me? Why?
Yes, staff morale, that's your department. Used to be one of your strong points. Oh, yes. I remember the difference the minute you arrived. Wow, we pulled together like a team. A happy, smiling team.
Well, that may as well be, but listen, excuse me. Miss Taylor, could I see you in wine and spirits? Thank you. Well, I'm sure that you'll be able to get the ship back on its course, Mr. Holdsworth.
Me?
Yes, because I'll be in Hartlepool.
Change of a turn spot, right? Hey, Blondie, how do you fancy a staff outing at Blackpool?
Who'd look after it, pub?
Bet and Alec.
Oh, you mean you, me and Betty?
Well, Betty's not bothered. I've asked her, you see. Well, it was worth a try. Must be the effect I have on women.
Oh, it's not you, Jack. It's Stuart Jameson. Woke me up at 8 o'clock.
A bit all for you, innit?
No, I've got the builders in. Been going at my landlord for months. Wish I'd kept my trap shut. Give me a leaking ceiling any day. Anything is better than dust and banging and radio flaming too.
Hello, love. It's Percy then. Only there's a band concert in Park. Military band just up his street. So I'm going to ask him to take me.
I've not seen him today. Jacko, can you fetch me up a box of smoky bacon from Cellar Cocker?
Right, love. I'll have a light ale. I can waste half an hour waiting for him.
Sure, I'll get that.
Oh, Tal. It won't make me change my mind, you know.
About what?
Working in cafe. I'm not going back there until that Audrey Roberts leaves.
I don't think Audrey will be working there much longer.
Oh, getting rid of her, is she? Well, I'm not surprised.
No, she won't be needed. Not now Martin's going to work there full time. In fact, I don't think she'll be needing anyone.
Oh, what a pity.
Forget I said out, Betty. You see, it's just my suspicious nature. Mind you, when you've had as many bad experiences as I have, you learn not to trust anything in trousers, even your own husband.
Especially your own husband, you mean?
No, he's all right, he's Alec. You see, it was just one of those legal technicalities. He was just bringing it up to date. And them that stand to gain aren't allowed to be a witness.
Ah, it cuts me out then.
Why, did you want something to remember him by?
No, not particularly.
Oh, I mean, because if you do, you could have his braces. Just take me to wink after the funeral. We're wicked.
There's years left in him yet.
Let's hope he improves with age.
Did he show it to you?
No.
They will?
But he put my mind at rest.
Oh, well, it's nice when you can trust one another.
Oh, Betty, you're right, it is.
Mind you, I do remember when my Cyril was working on that Haslingden weed killer case. Did her husband in, you know, just for the money. In the end, found out that he'd left everything to his grandson. Never got a penny.
So what do you expect me to do? I mean, just hang around for the rest of the holidays?
I'm sorry, Jen, but what can I do?
We could be stuck with her for another 6 weeks.
I don't think so.
If we are, Flick,
Fancy going into town? You could go swimming if you like.
Do you know what? I can't stand any more of this. She's right, you know. I mean, why should she be cooped up in this house under armed guard? I mean, I'm damn sure I'd never have stood for it.
Maybe if you'd had a younger sister to look after, you'd understand how I feel.
Oh, come on, Flick. She's 15. She's not a child.
She's 15, and according to the law, she is.
So what are you going to do with her? I mean, lock her up until her 16th birthday, are you? Because if that's the idea, you know, it's a recipe for disaster.
Yeah, they could be back within a week. We'll leave straight away.
You know, it's one thing not going abroad, but I'm not having the rest of my holiday ruined by Joanne. I mean, why should I? She's not my sister. So don't expect me to sort it out, because that's your job. So get on with it.
Do you have a sister?
No.
You're lucky. You'd think she'd never done a thing wrong in her life. One night when she was my age, she didn't get in till gone 4. Dad stayed up all night. He went spare. She'd been to see Adam Ant. Look, I'm sorry about your holiday.
You're not the only one.
Why don't you just go? Leave me here. I can look after myself.
I've told Steve he can call round for you.
But I thought you said...
And you're not to stay out late. I've spoken to his mother and she says it's fine.
Honest? Thanks, Flick.
So, we happy now?
Yeah. Can I borrow your yellow t-shirt?
Yes, go on.
Thanks.
And what about you? Satisfied?
It's an improvement.
And of course, they reckon these roofing jobs get worse before they get better.
What do you mean, worse?
Well, you did say it was a roofing job, didn't you?
Something to do with flashings, one of them said.
Oh, no, the flashing, that's a 6-week job, easy.
6 weeks? They said 3 days, top whack.
Yeah, well, they would, wouldn't they? Listen, I was talking to a mate of mine, Big Dave, in the bookies. What he doesn't know about flashings isn't worth knowing. Now, he reckons the job gets dirtier and noisier as it goes on, and that's apart from the smell.
Smell? What smell?
Haven't they got to the smelly bit yet?
No!
It's a bit dangerous. I'd be looking for a new set of digs if I were you, love.
Said it to be ready by 3:30, but you know what these garages are like, don't you? It takes them 45 minutes to pump a tyre up. 20 quid an hour, I'm in the wrong flaming job.
Well, don't go blowing your top at 'em, Alec. It's only money after all.
I'll be back as soon as I can.
Jacko, can I have a word?
Yeah. Yes, yes.
You know that little favour that Alec asked you to do yesterday?
Yeah, yeah.
You didn't see anything, did you?
What kind of thing?
Well, you know, any names apart from mine?
Names? No, I can't. This is confidential. I promised Alec, and I am a man of my word, Bet.
You did see something then?
Well, it's more than my job's worth.
Well, never mind your job. You can trust me on that score. Whose name were it?
Look, you're putting me in a very difficult position here.
It weren't Victoria, were it?
Victoria? No. Sonia.
Sonia?
Sonia. Vanessa. Tricia. Judy. Dolores.
Get down the cellar. I'm not in the mood.
Well, I couldn't see nothing. It was all flipping covered up, weren't it?
Don't cellar.
Right, I'll be off then, love. See you tomorrow.
And what will tomorrow bring, I wonder?
You're not still upset about that will, are you?
You know, Betty, when I married Alec, I thought, that's it. We've got each other, and that's all we've got. That's all we'll ever need. I'd have been happy if it had stayed like that, but it hasn't.
You don't think he's turning away from you?
Not so I've noticed, no. I mean, when I say good morning, Alec, how are you today? He still grunts at me just the same. No, nothing's changed like that. It's just that, well, I can be talking about, I don't know, going shopping or going on holiday. It's as if he's only half listening.
I've known a lot of fellas like that. Well, we're a bit younger, of course. They're thinking of two things, and one of them's food.
And then he'll say, Victoria would like to go there. Or Victoria would like that coat. A year ago, it would have been, where would you like to go, Bet? Right, we'll do it. She's taken something from me, Betty. The little lass doesn't even know it, but she has.
She is his flesh and blood, isn't she?
Exactly.
And you reckon that he's left her somebody?
The question is how much. Maybe the lot. Where would that leave me? I've no money of my own, well, not to speak of. How would I manage?
Oh, he wouldn't do a thing like that. I mean, not even Alec.
I wish I could be sure, Betty.
Ask him. I mean, if you've naught to worry about, lovey, he'll show you the will, won't he?
I could have died when Philip told me. You sure you're all right? Let's have a look.
Oh, it's now.
It's a bruise. Is it hurt?
It's not.
What was it about? Was it about us? Was it?
Maybe.
It was, wasn't it? I've never had a fight with my sister. Not a proper fight.
She'd murder you. She's got muscles on her like a rhino.
She would not. I'm not a weakling, you know.
Yeah, you are.
I'm not.
It's all new and exciting at that age, remember?
It's exciting at any age, Alma. Just look at my hands have gone all wrinkly with all this washing up.
Well, I've done some and all, Audrey. And most of the cooking.
Really? I'm too busy to notice. Now, do you want me to pop in tomorrow? Or can you manage without me?
Pop in! I need you here first thing.
Oh, well, no, it could be difficult tomorrow morning.
Difficult? Well, it'll be impossible for me if you don't.
I never promised. I mean, how much longer do you want me anyway?
Until Martin's worked his notice at the hospital, and it'll be another week yet.
Well, I am doing you a favour, you know. Oh, well, that's one less to dry anyway.
Thank you. It's girl you're doing the favour for, not me. That is who you're doing it for.
All right, I know. Well, I'll try and pop in for a couple of hours in the afternoon.
Audrey, that's not good enough.
All right, mate. Busy day, then. Did you get that clutch cable fixed? Get a bit of grease on her, yeah? Hey, where are you going?
Going in.
Oh, still in a bad mood, then, are we?
Oh, look, leave us alone, eh?
Hey, Andy, come here. Listen, in a few years' time, you and me will be laughing about this. It happens to everyone. It even happened to me. Remember the first bike I ever had? The day I went to pick it up, I was to go and pick up this wee girl. She was a real cracker. I'd been after her for weeks. She was dead impressed with motorbikes. That's why I got the bike, you know. Anyway, drove up to the house and I could see her in the window. So what did I do? I waved. Bang! Straight into the back of her old man's three-wheeler. I ended up in the gutter. Bent the forks, smashed me nose in. Well, that was it. She never spoke to me again. Told all her mates. It took me a year to get anyone to go out with me, I'm telling you.
What a nutter.
Yeah, well, that's what she thought. Yeah.
Haven't changed much, really.
Hey, that's enough of that. Don't hurt yourself now, Andy, eh? You nearly smiled. Listen, son. It's a hard world sometimes. And if I'm a bit tough on you, I'm only doing it for your own good. And Steve.
Yeah.
Listen, there are no favourites in our house. I love you just as much as I love Steve. Just the same. Just the same. Okay. Now, let's see how you've got on here, shall we?
Suppose Steve would have done it better.
Hey, that's enough. Tell you what, I couldn't have done a better job myself. Now,
I reckon that's probably worth, ooh, £5. There's yours, son. Right then.
Mechanics. I could do the job better myself. I said to him this morning, every time I get to a roundabout, it stalls. So I pay him 30 quid to fix it, and what happens the first roundabout I get to?
Stalls.
Aye, I said to him, we could have been on our way to Alton Towers, we'd never get there.
Alton Towers?
Well, you know, wherever.
What should we want to go to Alton Towers for?
Oh, I don't know, I thought we might take Victoria out for a day. If Sandra and Tim don't mind. He'd love it at Alton Towers. We could all go for a ride on the beast.
Attracted to beast, me.
What's that supposed to mean?
Nothing, Alec.
Well, look, I think one of us better put in an appearance, hadn't we?
Will you sit down a minute, Alec?
Look, will you stop fussing? There's nothing wrong with my health.
Sit down, Alec. This will that you've made,
Amended.
what exactly is it you've changed?
Nothing for you to worry about.
Well, of course I'm worried. You can see that. I mean, you're keeping something from me, and I think I deserve better. It's Victoria, isn't it? You've changed it because of Victoria.
I wouldn't put it quite like that, but yes, I am leaving her a little something.
She just thinks she's looking after me.
There's no need, is there? Not with me around.
Oh, yeah.
You'll be all right. I'll look after you.
How do you mean?
Oh, I won't let you down, honest.
Can't bear going home, Steve.
And when they're coming back?
Don't know. Perhaps a week. Depends how my grandmother is.
We've got plenty of time.
No, I mean, I want to stay here for the rest of the holidays.
Well, can't you talk around, Flick?
Oh, I don't know. Anyway, I'm staying. I've not felt like this by anyone before.
Neither have I.
Poor Kimberly.
Poor Curly, I mean.
How do you mean, poor Curly?
It's promotion, isn't it? Stop turning it down just because he's working away.
Well, he ain't going to turn it down, is he? I mean, he can't wait to get away. Oh, have a word with him, Jack. There'll be hundreds more jobs to turn up.
No, I'm not standing in the way of the lad's career.
Well, I'll miss him and all, you know, not just Kimberly. House will be empty when he's gone.
There's plenty of more fish in the sea.
How do you mean?
Lodgers. We'll find another one, no problem.
Evening, Vera. Hiya.
Still none the wiser about Alec's will?
Ask us another.
What, he has said no?
Well, not exactly. He's changed it in Victoria's favour. Left her a little something.
I believe that when the time comes. He's obsessed with that granddaughter of his. I bet he's left her the lot.
Thank you, Tina, for that vote of confidence.
Well, whatever he's done, you won't find out till it's too late.
Oh, won't I?
Did you get through to your grandmother?
Yeah, I spoke to her myself. Says she's loads better.
Did she? When are your parents coming home then?
They've left already. They'll be at Heathrow at 6 in the morning.
Honestly?
Yeah. So, Europe, here we come.
Do you know what? I was beginning to think that we'd never get away.
Yeah, sorry about all that.
Hey, it's not your fault. Come on, I'll buy you a drink.
We can set off tomorrow if you like. Drop Joanne off on the way.
Have you told her yet?
No, I thought I'd leave that till the morning when I'd spoken to Dad.
Rather you than me?
That is just a holiday romance. Believe me, by the time we're halfway to Canterbury, she'll have forgotten he ever existed.
I love you.
Honest?
Yeah.
I love you. I do. You won't leave me, will you? Promise. I don't see why I have to go home just because they're back. I want to stay here with you.
Not to mention Steve MacDonald.
They'll be expecting you, Joe. You know what Dad's like.
Well, he'd let me stay if you asked. He always listens to you.
That's debatable. But I'm not about to ask, so there's no point in you arguing.
I'll do all the shopping and the tidying up, even the cooking, ironing, the lot. You wouldn't have to lift a finger.
Sorry, nous allons aller en France, ma petite.
Show off. You don't really want to break your back picking squishy grapes, do you? All those flies and mosquitoes.
Oh, all that sun. I can't wait.
Well, then you go. But you don't have to. Oh, I won't give you any trouble, I promise. I just want to be here with you. Please, Flick. Please.
You see, I've always enjoyed our cosy little meals together, you know, being one big, normal, happy family.
Oh, you burst me flaming egg again.
You see, you're going to miss all this when you go.
Why, he's going to have breakfast in Hartlepool, ain't he?
But not made by me, won't no.
That's the incentive, isn't it, eh? With a bit of luck, you might not get your flaming egg burst, Curly.
Do you know, I don't know why you're being so flaming happy. I'll miss having a human being in the house.
Man has to progress, Vera. Upward and onward.
Well, that won't apply to you. You've always been downward and backward.
I've made mistakes, and I admit it. This is why I'm proud of this, lad, here. I just hope our next lodger gives us the same satisfaction.
His bed ain't gone cold yet, and you're on about getting somebody else in. Have you got no feeling, eh?
Jack is just being practical, Vera. Which reminds me, I heard Mark talking about a mate of his who's looking for a place. Do you want me to mention it to him?
No. There's no need. I've got to give this matter a lot of consideration. We don't take just any lusty young youths into our bosom, you know. Do we, Vera?
I wouldn't care. We all know her dad's got more loot than the rest of us put together. She don't need out from you.
Look, can I have my breakfast in peace, or what?
By all means. Just answer me one simple question. Why have you made a new will?
How many more times? I've told you I didn't. I simply made a few minor alterations to the old one.
Such as leaving a little something to Victoria.
Oh, come on, Beb, be reasonable. She is my only granddaughter. When I drafted my original will, I didn't even know she existed.
Fair enough. All I'm asking is, what sort of a little something have you left her?
Now, that is where you are out of order. Last will and testament's a very personal thing between a man and his maker. I don't question you on any bequest you might have made, do I?
I've not flipping made any.
No, but if you did, if you wanted to leave a little keepsake to your old mate Rita, for instance, or Betty, well, that's up to you. Respect your rights to do what you please with your own bits and bobs.
We're not just talking about bits and bobs, are we?
Well, we might be.
Oh, come on, Alec. We all know you're not just leaving the kid your gold cufflinks and your autograph photograph of Shirley Bassey. Where are you going now?
Somewhere where I can have my egg and bacon without getting ulcers, that's where.
I just don't believe this. I mean, that kid sister of yours can just twist you around her little finger.
I can't help seeing her point of view, Jen. I mean, Daddy's a sweetheart, but when it comes to bringing up daughters, his ideas come straight out of the ark. I know when I was her age, I was itching for a bit of freedom.
When I was her age, I had all the freedom I could handle. What I wanted was a dad to come along and lay down some ground rules.
Yes, I know. It seems you can't win either way.
Well, she can, if you decide to let her stay.
Well, it wouldn't be so dreadful.
Oh, no, it wouldn't, would it? I mean, it'd only wreck what's left of our holiday.
Well, you can still go. I've told you that all along.
Yeah, and I've told you I'm not going on my own. We'll go as a team, that was the deal.
She probably just misses me. We used to be very close when I lived at home.
Oh, come on, Flick. She's not staying here so that you two can stay up and have cosy little late-night chats. All she's interested in is snogging with Steve MacDonald.
Do you reckon you can swing it then?
I might do, if that Jenny wasn't sticking her nose in.
Oh, your sister doesn't have to do what she tells her.
Yeah, well, it's not just that. Flick wants to go to France as well.
Yeah, well, I can't say I blame her.
Me neither. I'm going to do it myself one of these days. Just pack a rucksack and take off.
What, both of us?
Oh, yeah, that'd be brilliant. Hitchhiking down the Med.
Snorkeling, water skiing, parasailing.
Sunbathing, sleeping under the stars.
Eating fish we catch ourselves.
Can you catch fish?
No, but it'd be good though, wouldn't it? I mean, that's what they're doing on the Castaway films.
Anyway, I'm not keen on it myself. Soon I'll have a burger. But just to be somewhere where there weren't any mothers or fathers or sisters.
Oh, brothers.
Interfering. Just you and me. Oh, Steve, wouldn't it be wonderful?
What would you give to be that age again, eh, kid?
No, not me, flower. I wouldn't be a teenager again for all the tea and shine. That's when I met Gail's dad.
Hey, what was he like?
Good looking.
And?
That was it. Hank of hair and a pretty face, not much else. Well, when you're 18 and the hormones are popping, I mean, you don't much bother about whether they've got qualities like reliability and kindness. Actually, do you know, if I'd met Alfie then, I wouldn't have given him the time of day.
Well, I can't say reliable exactly fits Mike, but what he'll do for me.
Is the magic still there?
Well, not like that, but I mean, that doesn't last, does it? Used to say as well, though, I love. The trick is to make the most of it while you've got it.
If I want another cup of tea, is it too much to expect service, or shall I come and get it myself?
Hey, Blondie, you know when you were saying that you were looking for some new digs?
No, it was you who was saying that, Jack.
Ah, yeah, well, that's because I got a little bit upset with you saying how grotty it was getting at your place, you see, because I think a girl like yourself should live in the lap of luxury.
Oh, I agree. Unfortunately, laps of luxury don't usually come within a barmaid's price range.
Yeah, well, if it's this place, I know. I mean, it's not luxury exactly, but it's friendly, relaxed, home from home.
Sounds great. What's the catch?
No catch. I mean, now that Curly's moving...
Your place? You want me to move in with you?
Well, you need digs, we need a lodger. It doesn't sound that flaming ridiculous to me.
No, it's not. You're right. It makes a lot of sense.
Of course it does. I mean, it's just down the road from work, innit? You could have a little room of your own, which I decorated myself not long ago. You could have a hot meal when you finish
Right,
work.
all right. You've convinced me. Only one problem. Can you convince Vera?
I mean, I am proud of Curly, Vera, I am. And I don't want to stand in the way of his career. It's just that, well, I'm so scared of losing him.
But you won't, Flower. Look, he loves you.
He does now. But what about when he gets up there with all them girls looking up at him and hanging off his every word? I mean, it could go to his head.
Not Curly. Ah, Jack, yes. I mean, if a traffic warden give him a ticket, he thinks we're trying to chat him up.
Gosh, I hated him myself, though, Vera. And I've always thought how possessive women are so pathetic.
Yeah, but listen, it's not being possessive, is it? Not wanting your boyfriend to go living hundreds of miles away. Have you told him you don't want him to go?
I mean, Vera, I can hardly ask him to turn it down, can I?
Well, yes, if it's making you nappy.
But then that'd make him unhappy and he'd hate me for standing in his way. I just wish I'd never been offered the flipping job in the first place. I mean, it's all Mr. Holdwood's fault.
Right then, Dad. Yeah, see you tomorrow then. Give my love to Mum. Bye.
Thanks a lot. You didn't even ask him, did you?
Well, you've got to go back sooner or later.
Well, I didn't have to go back now. I could have stayed till September.
Not on your own. Jenny and I'll go with you to Canterbury. We'll stay overnight and then catch the Dover ferry to Calais.
Well, don't bother sending me a postcard.
Joe! I know how you feel about Steve. But I remember the first time I fell in love. Or thought I had.
Oh, terrific. Stand by for the lecture. How Big Sister knows best.
I don't know best. God, that's just the point. I got very badly hurt. Well, he was much older than me and... well, I just made a complete fool of myself, that's all. Took me a long time to get over it, too.
Did Dad know?
Of course not. You all need to have some secrets. But I do know what you're going through.
I only wanted to be with him a bit longer. That's so terrible.
Where have you been till now? How tall's when you will again?
Bet, love.
Don't bet, love me. I wouldn't put it past you to have gone out and left her the lot just to spite me. You really don't care about me at all, do you, now you've got your precious family back?
That is ridiculous.
Alec, all I want to know is that I still matter to you. Is that so much to ask?
But you know you do. I've told you. Why can't you believe me?
Because you won't prove it by telling me the truth. How do you think that makes me feel?
Yes, and how do you think it makes me feel with you nagging on about what's going to happen to me bits and pieces once I've popped me clogs? I'm surprised you've not sent me for a medical, find out how long I've got.
That's not what this is all about.
Well, it seems like it to me. Well, you're going the right way to get what you want, lady. By driving me into an early grave, you'll not have long to wait to find out who I've left me millions to, will you?
Can I have a word, Miss Trollsworth?
Well, this is my lunch hour, Mrs.
Yeah, well, I won't keep you a minute. It's about Curly. Mr. Watts.
Fine young man, he'll go far.
Yeah, well, that's what she's worried about.
Who?
Kimberly. She's worried in case he goes too far and forgets all about her. She's got herself in the right state of this move.
Well, let's step up the career ladder.
Yeah, but she's not interested in a career ladder. She's in love. I mean, even you must have been in love sometime. Don't send him to Hartlepool. Tell him that they've changed their mind. You can do it, Mr. Holsworth.
No, I could do, Mrs. Duckworth, but I don't intend to. Look, when structuring managerial appointments, head office can hardly be expected to take into account the hysterical reactions of some over-emotional girl. So if you don't mind, Mrs. Duckworth, I would like to finish my lunch.
Good, it's you. I thought it were him.
Why? What are you up to?
Well, I reckon the only way I'm going to find out what's in this will of his is to have a look for myself.
You don't think he'd be daft enough to leave it lying about, do you?
Well, he keeps all his bits and personal pieces of paper in here. You never know, there might be a clue. A letter to his solicitor or something. What's this?
Spare door key.
The key to his safety deposit box.
What are you keeping that?
I don't know, Flower. I didn't even know he had a safety deposit box till 2 seconds ago.
I don't understand why we need a new system, Mr. Patterson. See, the old one serves us perfectly. Updated, yeah. Direct purchase. Connected to our supplies by what was that again? Electronic data interchange. Yes, yes, of course I'm familiar with the term, yes. And we'll have terminals, modems connected to what? Multiplexers, yes, yes, good old multiplexers. Yes. Oh, we'll have to learn to work through the menus in the system and appreciate the technical implications, right? Yeah. Well, I will. No, of course I've no objection to going on a course. No, what sort of course would that be? Highly technical? Well, naturally, yes. Right. Well, goodbye, Mr. Patterson. God, let me. Laser scanning, SCUs, EDIs. Hello. Miss Maxwell, please. Personnel, here.
They're making a leave tomorrow.
I see. Well, Canterbury's not that far away. Perhaps you could write to each other.
Oh, great.
We could go visit her in the next holidays.
Oh, yeah, and I could really see her old man loving that.
I'm sorry, love. But you knew from the start she wasn't going to be around for long.
Yeah, well, she could have stayed a couple more weeks, though, couldn't she? If her sister hadn't put the mockers on.
It's not fair to blame Felicity. She's responsible for Joanne while she's here. Surely there must be plenty of nice girls local.
Oh, not like her. Didn't say that about Beverly Turner or Nicola Croft a few weeks ago. Going ape over the pair of them.
Stop winding him up.
Barely deserves it. Sloppy pillock. Losing his marbles over a stupid bird.
Like you didn't fancy yourself, I suppose.
I didn't fall apart over her, though, sunshine. Was she worth it?
Right! That's it! I've had enough! You, upstairs!
What for?
Upstairs! And you, just be thankful your dad's not home.
Well, it's not my fault. He's the one causing all the trouble. Falling in love. Stupid git.
Yeah. Well, some girl might break your heart one day. Then you just might have a bit more sympathy.
Me? No chance.
Miss Maxwell said you wanted me.
Oh, yes. Very efficient girl, that.
Yeah, well, she wears her skirts too short.
Really? Can't say I'd noticed. Mind you, we do pride ourselves on running a very advanced management here, Norman. Freedom of choice and all that, what?
Yeah, I don't think it's appropriate for staff to be walking around with the undergarments showing.
Oh, quite. Well, perhaps that's something you could put your mind to over the next few weeks. Drawing up an acceptable code of standards for the female personnel.
Me? I won't be here, will I?
No, I'm afraid that's been cancelled.
What?
Yeah, deleted, negated, expunged. That's what I wanted to see about.
But why they can't do that?
Well, head office in the wisdom can do what they want, I'm afraid.
But why? Why have they put the block on it?
Ours is not to ask the reason why. Ours is but to do it. Never mind. I'm sure something better will manifest itself in the near future. Personally, I'm very glad at being able to retain my most competent member of staff. I must ask this. I am right in thinking that you're a computer buff, aren't I, Norman?
You needn't keep popping in to keep your eye on me. I'm managing fine.
I'm not exactly popping in so much as popping out. Forgotten how claustrophobic being a housewife was.
Oh, you're more like your mum than you know, or you just Mr. Ashley.
I hope she's been of some help to you.
Oh, well, you know, Audrey, I mean, 1 minute she's here, next minute she just nipped off to have her hair done.
Yes, well, there are some women like that, not exactly guaranteed to pull the weight.
I know, but I just have to grin and bear it. I mean, she is doing me a favour after all. And anyway, she's always good for a laugh when she's here.
Well, at least Martin won't be always popping out to get his highlights stripped.
Hey, how does he feel about coming back?
Resigned, I think. He liked it at the hospital.
He's making quite a sacrifice, isn't he, poor lamb?
Well, he can always go back once the baby's born and I'm back on my feet. Though heaven knows when that will be.
Gets you down sometimes, doesn't it, all this responsibility?
What responsibility? Widow? Third child on the way? Toy boy, living lover? Look at them. Do you think they know they're having the time of their lives?
Are you sure she didn't say where she was going?
I told you, according to Bet, she went out at 2:30 and said she'd be back later.
But how much later, for Pete's sake? It's gone 6 o'clock.
She'll have gone shopping, won't she? You know what women are like when they've got a few bob burning all in the pocket? She'll be coming through that door any minute now, festooned in frock bags. You see if I'm not right.
Thank you, Jack. It's a great comfort.
He mentioned something about computers. That means head office have got something on me. A black mark on my file. Trial without jury, that's what this is. Sentenced without appeal.
No, you are being silly. What black mark? You've done no wrong, you know.
Yes, but how do we know what they consider to be wrong? It could have been when I changed to tomato soup for cereals, for all I know. Well, I took for initiative, they took for anarchy.
They've changed their minds, that's all. Look, it happens all the time in big organisations. Anyway, you know what the really wonderful thing is, don't you?
Go on, tell me, what is the really wonderful thing?
We can go to Bournemouth now with me mum and dad.
Fabulous.
Why, what's happened?
Oh, Hartlepool, it's been cancelled, that's all.
Oh, it's never piggy neck.
Oh, thanks, Jack. At least someone appreciates how I feel.
Is that definite? Maybe you've got it wrong, lad.
No chance. It's off. Negated. Deleted. Expunged.
And it's all thanks to Vera.
What?
Yeah, well, she had a quiet word with Mr. Holdsworth. You know, it was only nothing much.
Go on, saying what?
Oh, I don't know, do it because I weren't there.
Well, whatever it was enough to pull the plug on my promotion.
Yeah, well, I'm not sure it was anything that Vera said.
Of course it was. Our Vera's tongue's worn down better men than him. The interfering old bag.
Curly's plans aren't the only ones that have been expunged, are they, Jack? Do you know what? I'm going to have to get a new one. The elastic's gone in this. Mind you, I've had it yonks.
I thought this was meant to be a working holiday.
Well, not all the time. I'll pick myself up a sexy little number when we get over there.
I hope we're still talking about a swimsuit here. Anyway, we might as well take these. There's no point in throwing them out.
Do you know what? The amount of stuff you're taking, we're going to need a suitcase, never mind a rucksack, mon ami. Do you know what? I can't wait to go back.
How old were you when we went last time?
17.
Yeah, she ran away, didn't you? The original teenage rebel, this one.
Well, that was in my youth. Pillar of the community now, you know. Emily Bishop's been giving me lessons. Hey, I'll get one cut really high on the thigh, you know. Make me look dead glamorous.
But now about you, miss. Have you finished your packing?
Just the last few bits and pieces.
Yeah, well, we are planning an early start.
Yeah, I know. I'll go now.
See, she's fine about it. I told you were worrying for nothing.
No, she's not at Betty's. Rita's not seen her heard from her. Stella Rigby knows
Don't
nothing.
worry, Alec. Bet can take care of herself.
Can she, though? I mean, can any of us at the times we're living in? I tell you what, I'll ring our Sandra just on the off chance she's gone over there.
Yeah, I bet you missed the army, don't you, Jimbo? Even all those men jump to attention every time you open your mouth.
Well, it wasn't quite like that, love.
Oh, go on. I bet it was. I bet they were all scared stiff of you.
Hey, look, what makes you think that?
Well, you got that mastiff away with you, you know.
Well, the one thing I do know is, girls, that you two are taking the mickey out of me something wrong.
Oh, we're not, are we, Audrey? I mean, some men just exude that air of powerful authority.
And some don't.
No, she's not at our Sandra's.
What's going on here?
See if you can talk some sense into him, will you? Because I can't.
All right, son, what's going on?
Nothing, I just want to keep down here. Not wrong with that, is it?
I don't play games, just give us a straight answer, eh?
I just don't want to keep in the same room as him, that's all. Well, that suits me fine. I could do without your snorting all night anyway. Sweet dreams.
Listen, they're not still at it. Look, I thought we had all this sorted out.
Oh, it's got worse.
Oh, I don't know, kids. Well, tell you one thing, I'm glad that wee girl's gone home soon. Right, well, if he doesn't want to keep upstairs in his comfy bed and he's happy down here, that's fine by me. I'm knackered and I'm going to bed. You coming, Liz?
Where the heck have you been?
Well, first I did a bit of shopping, and then I went for a bite to eat. There's a nice little place open just off Deansgate. Do a lovely scampi.
Don't want to know about scampi.
And then I went to pictures. Wasn't much cop. You didn't miss nothing.
Why? Why did you just mizzle off like that for all them hours without a word? Frightened the life out of me.
Were you worried, Pet? I'd no idea.
Well, of course I was worried. What else do you think I'd be?
Well, I thought you didn't give a toss about me. Well, perhaps half a toss. Seeing as you've left me perhaps half your worldly goods.
Eh?
Oh, I forgot to mention. I popped into the bank. Had a little look into your safety deposit box. What you conveniently forgot to tell me about.
You can't have that's private.
I told them I wanted my diamond solitaire out for this big do we're going to. Of course, I haven't got a diamond solitaire. They don't know that, do they?
I don't believe you.
They did. But then, I've been banking at that branch longer than you, haven't I, Sunshine?
You haven't got a key.
Shouldn't leave your things lying around, should you?
And you've no authority. That's in my name. They'd not let you in there, not without authorisation from me.
Now, there, I admit, I was a bit naughty. But you didn't leave me much option, did you? It was a good little copy, if I say so myself.
You forged my signature.
Copied it, Chuck. And you needn't worry, it was strictly a one-off. I won't be signing no big cheques.
Well, I'm appalled at you, Bet. I am ashamed, betrayed. What sort of a wife would stoop to such a level to look at her husband's personal private documents?
The sort of wife whose husband goes behind her back and leaves his granddaughter £20,000. 20 grand, Alec. That's one hell of a flaming keepsake.
You're right. Thought you changed your mind.
No chance, you.
What do you think? Well, wake them up. Well, I'm gonna know who it is, are they? Could be anybody.
Come on, Dursley, on your feet. Don't think you're stopping there all morning.
Steve? Is Steve in the bathroom?
Now this, are you joking?
He's not here.
Well, you didn't expect he would be. I mean, you know, a dog couldn't sleep on there.
So where is he?
Well, a rough guess, I would say he's probably safely tucked up in bed, snug as a bug in a rug. I mean, not even a row with Andy could stop our Steve having his beauty sleep now, could it? I mean, he'll have had a couple of hours on there and come to his senses. Right, I don't think I'll have a cooked breakfast this morning. Just a couple of slices of toast, all right?
But why, Jack? Why can't Vera leave people alone to get on with their own lives?
Surely that is a question I've been asking myself since the first day we got married, lad. Now then, are you going to eat them sausage or are you going to worry them to death?
Help yourself.
Thanks.
Hey, you better get your skates on if you're coming in with me.
I'm not hungry.
Not hungry? You're not sitting in throat, are you?
Sickening, no. Sick, yes. I'm sick of people meddling in my affairs.
I only did what I did for sake of you and Kimberly, for your future happiness. Anyway, come on, we're late as it is.
No, I'm not going in today. If I set foot inside that place, I will not be responsible for my actions.
You can't do that. What am I going to tell Mr. Holdsworth?
I tell you what you tell Holdsworth. You tell him I've got 2 weeks holiday due and I'm taking them as from this morning, right?
Curly! What am I going to do? He could lose his job.
Tell you what you're going to do, Vera. You're going to get yourself off to work. And else Curly won't be the only one whose job's on the line.
You know, you're useless, you. Yeah, useless.
Yeah, but I know where to keep my mouth shut.
All right, where is she?
Who?
Joanne. She could have given us a shout. She knew we wanted to be off first thing.
I thought she was still in bed.
Yeah, if she thinks she's hogging that bathroom till lunchtime. Joanne! Joanne! She's not in there. If she's gone round to see Steve again, I'll throttle her.
Flick,
What?
Joanne's not the only thing missing. Her rucksack's gone as well.
Betrayed. By a wife who doesn't trust me, by a bank manager who's broken her confidence with a client.
Alec, why don't you calm down, sit down, and stop going on like a gramophone record? If you need to blame somebody, you need look no further than your own shaving mirror. If you hadn't been so flaming secretive in the first place...
If I want to leave my only granddaughter a little token of affection when I depart this mortal coil, it's nobody's business but mine.
Alec, this little token of affection you keep on about happens to be £20,000.
Still my business.
Aye. And I reckon it'll be mine when she's laughing all the way to the bank and I'm chucked out on the streets.
Look, what I happen to have left Victoria is the proceeds of an endowment policy. You'll be left just as well provided for as my granddaughter. Don't fret.
I see. And that's supposed to make everything all right, is it?
In my book, yes, it does.
Oh, well. It's very gratifying to know that you put your wife on the same level as a 12-year-old you hardly know. Thanks a bunch, Alec. Well, I know exactly where I stand in your book now, don't I?
Where are you off to now?
Upstairs, to have a long soak and reflect on what a considerate husband I've landed myself with.
I haven't had my breakfast.
Let Victoria get it for you, then.
Morning, guys.
Morning.
So, you finally decided to show your face while it's still daylight, then? Oh, you can tell that brother of yours if he thinks he's going to lie in bed all day, he can think again. Steve? Well, how many brothers have you got?
Well, he's not dead, is he?
He's not.
Well, he stayed down here, didn't he?
But we thought he'd gone to sleep in his own bed.
Nope, not last night, he didn't, anyway.
Where can he have got to?
Well, he's probably round at number 7 saying farewell to that wee girlfriend of his.
I'll get it.
Hello. Liz, could we talk to Steve?
Steve?
Joanne's gone off somewhere. She's taken all her stuff with her, and we just thought that she might have said something to Steve.
You better come in. Jim.
Oh, good morning.
Morning.
Steve isn't round at Joanne's. It seems she's gone off somewhere and taken all her gear with her. You don't think
The
that Steve...
stupid, brainless wee idiot.
I'm not with you.
Well, neither is he. I mean, we assumed he'd gone round to your house. Well, then, it would appear, wherever they've gone together.
Bloody hell.
Dad,
Yeah?
it's the bike. Oh, it's gone.
Oh.
I just wanted to make a gesture. She is my granddaughter.
Oh, you've made a gesture, all right, Alec, and not only in her direction.
Anyway, what makes you so sure you're going to be around to collect? There's no law says I've got to go first, you know.
There'll be no need for any law. You carry on the way you are, you'll make a good enough job of it on your own.
Morning. Nice to see you and all. What's biting him?
A few home truths, Betty, about a certain will he was hoping I'd never see.
Oh, you didn't.
Oh, yes, I did, Betty. I had to know, hadn't I? There was no way he was going to tell me.
You can hardly blame him for being upset then, can you?
He's not the one with reason to be upset, Betty.
So, the news wasn't good, I take it. For you, I mean.
For him and me both, Betty. Believe me.
Mr. Watts, Norman, I'm glad I found you in. It would appear that you and I need to have a little chat, clear up one or two little misunderstandings.
Misunderstandings? There's no misunderstandings as I see it. In fact, it couldn't be clearer if you set it in concrete and hit me over the head with it. Now, if you don't mind, I'm on leave of absence, as from this morning.
Yes, unsanctioned absence of leave, Mr. Watt, which could be construed by head office in a very different light, believe me. May I? Now, Luke, if you're under the impression that it's something that Mrs. Duckworth has said about your relationship with Miss Taylor, which is stopping you going to Hartlepool...
Oh, and I suppose you're here to tell me it wasn't.
Oh, Mr. Watt, Norman, the day I let some mild flirtation stand in the way of the good or better buys is the day that I'll pack away my management diploma for good. The reason why you are not going to Hartlepool is because head office, in their infinite wisdom, have decided that you've got a much rosier future here, where there's new fields to be conquered, new opportunities to be grasped.
I'm sorry, I'm not with you.
It's computers, Norman. The whole of the Better Buy operation is to be computerised. Buying, selling, stock control, the whole lot. Huh? And who better to take charge of the whole shooting match in our store but you?
Head office said that?
Well, they consulted with me, of course. But I mean, who am I to argue? Your talent has been recognised at the very highest level. Ah, you see? Ah, that puts a different complexion on matters, doesn't it? So let's have no more of this leave of absence nonsense. We'll talk about the entire thing in my office in the morning. Hmm? I'll let myself out.
Are you sure you haven't got any idea at all where they might have gone?
Nope.
Will you listen to me when I'm talking to you?
Yeah, I am listening. You must have asked me the same thing a dozen times. I've no idea where they've gone.
Oh, where are you going now?
I'm going to my room. All right.
Listen. Look, all I want to find out is what he's playing at, that's all.
Well, that's fair enough. But if you think I'm trying to cover up for him or something, you couldn't be more wrong, because I had it up to here with Steve. All right?
Why can't you leave the lad alone? It's obvious he knows nothing.
I just feel so flaming helpless.
You do? How do you think I feel? We've got to tell the police.
Hey, no way!
Jim, the two kids on a motorbike that Steve has never ridden before in his life. He doesn't know how to handle it properly. For all we know, they could be lying in a ditch somewhere.
Look, if we tell the police, he's really going to be in it. I mean, look at it, Liz. He's riding an untaxed bike. He's underage. He's not even qualified to ride it. He's not insured. He takes the bike without permission. He goes riding off for the girl Joanne's age. I mean, catch yourself on, lovey. They'll throw the book at him. Look, I am as concerned about Steve as you are, love. I just don't want to get him into worse trouble, that's all. Let him think about what he's got into, and he'll be back. You mark my words.
Came up here with the school once.
I've never been up here before.
Oh, I hated it.
Hated it? You've been raving on about it since we got here.
Yeah, well, I wasn't with you then, was I? Came up here in a minibus. There would have been more room in a dog kennel. Did a 5-mile hike, ate our butties and hiked all the way back. It was like being in the army.
What do you think your dad will do when he finds out what we've done?
Oh, he'd probably be in orbit by now.
Flick would kill me if she could get her hands on me.
So why did you come?
You know why I came? Because I want to be with you.
Well then, who cares what anybody else thinks? From now on, it's just me and you.
I know we said we'd be there today, but we can't help it. Rita's always been very good to Jenny. Yeah, I know, Dad. Well, we're disappointed too. Really. Yeah, we'll be there as soon as we can. Joanne? Yeah, Joanne's fine. Don't worry. Yeah, I'll call you again tomorrow. Thanks, Dad. Yeah, give my love to Mum. Take care. Bye.
Sure you don't want one? All right.
I told them Rita's come down with a bug. We're meant to be looking after the shop.
And they bought it?
Yeah. Why? Why is she doing this to us? Does she really hate me that much?
Of course she doesn't. She's just a daft, impressionable kid, isn't she? I know. I was one myself, you know, when I took off to France. And I'll tell you this for nothing. I came back, didn't I? As soon as I realised that the big wide world is nowhere near what it's cracked up to be. Just like Joanne will. Believe me.
Come on, you must have some idea what Bet found out.
I've told you, I don't know, and I don't want to know. I'm keeping well out of it. You know what's good for you. You'll do the same thing. Hey, hello. Tied up.
Come on, Curly, you've got to eat something.
I'm not hungry.
I don't know what's wrong with you, Curly. Honestly, I don't.
Because you're not being used like a human doormat, are you?
You're not. It's an important job, computers.
Oh, it's important to Holdsworth, yeah, because he doesn't know one end of a computer from the other. He couldn't wire up a plug without blacking out half of Weatherfield. He's probably at home now, trying to get Channel 4 on his microwave.
Why do you always have to see the bad side of things?
Because there isn't another side. Not to my life, there isn't.
Oh, come off it, Curly. You've got it made, you have. You've got a good job, lovely girlfriend, and comfy Billy.
Well, that's where you're wrong. I've got a crafty, conniving boss who uses me. I've got a girlfriend whose parents think they own me. And I've got a landlady who's not happy unless she's trying to run my life for me. Now, that's a recipe for disaster, is that?
Curly, it's not like that, you know.
It is like that. It's exactly like that. I'm trapped. And every time I struggle to try and make something of myself, I get caught up in life's evil web with 3 dirty, grey, horrible spiders gonna gobble me up as soon as it looks like I've got a mind of my own.
Well, if you think like that, there's nothing more to be said, is there? But if you want my opinion, Curly, I think you're daft. Because if you carry on like this, you're going to end up with nothing. You're going to have no job, you're going to have no girlfriend, and you're going to have no digs. And then where are you going to be?
Hiya.
Oh, it's you.
I've not called it a bad time, have I?
No, it's fine.
Oh, only I was after a bit of help delivering my council newsletter. I mean, you did say if ever I needed a hand, so, well, I just wondered if you could spare me a couple of hours tomorrow morning.
Tomorrow morning? I don't know. I can't promise anything. Not the way things are. I'm sorry.
Hey, there's nothing wrong, is there?
No. Oh, what the heck? Can you come in for a minute? If I don't talk to somebody, I'm going to explode. It's how Steve.
Steve? What's he been up to?
He's gone.
Gone?
He's run off with that girl from number 7. That Joanne. He took Jim's motorbike sometime last night, and neither of them have been seen since. I'm just going mad. I feel as though I'm sitting on a time bomb. Every time the phone rings, every time there's a knock at the door, I think it's the police coming to tell me.
Now, come on. From what I've seen of your Steve, he's not likely to get himself into anything he can't handle.
You do your best for them, and you try to teach them right from wrong. And it's not been easy, believe me. Not with Jim in the army. There's many a time I wanted to run away myself, but I didn't. I stuck with it, because I wanted my lads to have every chance in life. A good future. Where have I gone wrong?
Oh, there is nothing to blame yourself for. Honestly, there isn't. Kids these days have minds of their own. They do the daftest things without giving a thought to anyone else. I know. I've been through it and all. Tracy took off once, and she was only half the age Steve is.
Tracy did?
Yeah. Packed her bag, took off to Ken's daughters in Newcastle. So I do understand what you're going through. And I know that Kids today have a lot more sense than we give them credit for. Just as soon as Steve realises what he's missing out on here, he'll be back. You see if he's not.
Okay, thanks a lot.
Thank you.
How much have we got left?
Enough.
How much is enough?
Well, enough until we find ourselves some jobs. Shouldn't be that hard not to be.
What kind of jobs?
Anything. Cafe, hotels, boatyards, it doesn't matter. Just as long as we earn enough to live on.
Do you think we will?
No danger.
Do you think I should phone Flick?
Why?
Just to let her know we're all right. She could tell your mum and dad as well.
Forget it. We owe them nothing. They never tried to understand the way we felt about each other, so why should we care about them now? Anyway, like I said, it's just me and you from now on, right?
Jenny?
Hi, Rita.
What are you doing here? I thought you'd be in Canterbury by now.
So did I.
So what's happened?
Well, we just had to change our plans, just for a day or two.
What so?
It's nothing to bother you.
Well, it's something that's obviously bothering you. What's happened?
Come across.
Right, well, I'll just get rid of this.
Well, where did it go? Didn't it say?
Oh, he just got into his car and went, which wasn't much of a loss. The mood he was in.
Yeah. Oh, thank goodness for that. Where have you been? I've been worrying.
I've been out on my own for 2 glorious hours without having to dance to Holdsworth's tune, without having the tailors organising my holidays for me, and without you trying to run my life for me, all right?
All I did was have a quiet word with Mr. Holdsworth about your future happiness. Tell him, Jack.
I'll stay out of this one.
Yeah, me organising your life with the husband I've got. I've got on, organising my own life.
Leave it, Vera.
Well, I'm not having him accusing me of running his life for him. You're teasing the oven. And by the way, Kimberly's coming later.
Kimberly? I'm not seeing Kimberly tonight.
Well, you are now. I told her to call round. You need somebody to drag you back into the land of the living. I mean, it's obvious. Me and him are flavour of the month at the moment.
Jack, tell my husband there's a phone call for him, would you? You heard.
She said there's a phone call for you, boss.
Would you ask my wife who wants me, Jack?
You winding me up or what?
Just ask her, Jack.
She said...
Tell him there's only one way to find out, if he's not already hung up.
She just said... Move, Jack. How long have we got to put up with this?
Don't have a go at me, Jacko. I didn't start it. This is all down to your Lord and Master, this is.
He has hung up. You and your childish games. Could have been important. It's no good for my blood pressure, you know, this. Could be fatal at my age.
And that shouldn't worry you, Alec. It just means that your precious Victoria gets her inheritance that much sooner.
Do you think...
Jim, it's nearly 9 o'clock. It's obvious they haven't just gone for a ride round the block. We've got to phone the police.
No.
Look, I know Steve will be in trouble, but at least he'll be back. Back home where I know he's safe.
And what kind of relationship are we going to have with our son then? I mean, if we let the police drag him back here and throw the book at him, how long is he going to stick around then?
Look, we can't just do nothing.
I know, Steve. Wherever he is, he'll survive. We've just got to let him get it out of his system. And by my way of thinking, that's not going to be too long. I mean, come on. He hasn't got any money.
He's taken all his pocket money.
Well, he's not going to get very far on that now, is he? What's up?
There was £20 in here.
Yeah, there's nobody here.
What are we doing here, Steve?
Well, I reckon this is just the place we're looking for tonight.
Tonight?
Well, there's nobody bound to suss us here, are there?
You don't mean it. You don't expect us to spend the night in a place like this?
Oh, what did you expect, the Hilton?
Well, I didn't expect a grotty old derelict house.
It's just for one night, Joe. We'll look for somewhere better tomorrow. You'll be all right. I promise you. Trust me.
One night.
Promise.
Didn't think we'd be spending our first night together in a dump like this.
It's all right. If it gets a bit drafty, we'll just call room service.
Fool.
Come on.
Taking today off as well, are you then?
Yeah, I am.
What do you get up for then?
Got things to do, Jack.
Yeah. You don't have to stop in bed all day, you know, just 'cause it's not working.
Well, you can clean out my pigeons if you've got an out on.
Oh, I think you could say I've got a lot on, Jack. Yes, I have got a lot on.
Well.
The reclaiming of a life, no less. A life that used to be mine, but now has sadly gone astray.
Is that right?
Yeah. Oh, well, you can have a lie down later, eh?
Well, the time has come for the weeds to be cleared and the path to be straightened. And to start with, although I've been very happy here and I'm very grateful to both of you for giving me somewhere to live when I needed it, but I think it's time I was moving on.
Eh?
You are?
I need a place of my own to live.
Well, what do you want to do that for, eh?
Well, I've lingered here long enough, Vera. I've watched the weeks go, the dust settle. And so can I now give you 2 weeks' notice of my intention to leave. Thank you.
Well, after all we've done for him, and what do we get, eh? 2 weeks' notice and cracks about me dusting?
Hey, you don't think he's on something, do you?
On summit? Well, he said he were on 2 weeks holiday.
No. Drugs or something.
No.
Well, there's something up in it. I mean, all this bit about clearing the weeds. We haven't even got a garden. That's hallucinating, that. Well, it's either drugs or he's caught for a dodgy meat pie.
What harm can it do telling the police?
Well, it won't do any harm as long as you want him to come home with a criminal record, that's all. Look, I mean, for starters, he's underage on a bike. Goodness knows what else they'll dream up.
What do you mean, what else?
Well, whatever, I don't know. Look, they're 2 kids, they've taken themselves off. They've probably only got as far as the Red Wreck or a mate's house.
Have you any ideas where they might be?
No! Right, I'll be back at dinner time. If anything happens, you can get a message to me via the office, all right?
I'm going to ring the police.
No, Liz. Now, don't. Will you see she doesn't ring the police, please?
It's nothing to do with him.
Look, it was a cold night, right? If they've had to spend the night out, they won't have enjoyed it, and they certainly won't be looking forward to another dose of it tonight. Come here. They'll be back by tea time, I promise you. I'll see you soon.
See you, mate.
I'm going round to the girls, see if they've heard anything.
They're probably having a whale of a time. They'll just think it's a great big joke. I mean, when you're their age, you do, don't you?
They're not little children, Jenny.
I could kill her, honestly. And as for what my parents will say...
They don't have to be told.
Yeah, I hope not. I keep thinking they'll decide to come up and visit or something stupid like that.
I was wondering whether we should tell the police.
Oh, no, don't do that. Oh, don't tell the police, please.
No, I think you should wait a bit longer.
But why? What harm would it do?
Well, then it's serious, isn't it? I mean, even if they turn up this afternoon, if you've brought the police in, then it's a serious matter, isn't it?
Yes. So then I'd be wrong. So what? I don't mind being wrong as long as I know the 2 of them are safe.
Oh, but not yet. Liz, please, don't let's go to the police just yet.
Oh, all right.
I suppose I'm outvoted since Jim's saying the same. But I'm not going to wait forever, I can promise you that.
Well, I don't see what she's got to complain about. It's our precious son that's caused all this.
I need to have a wash.
Yeah, we can go for some later, all right?
I mean it, Steve.
Yeah, well, we'll look for somewhere.
And I'm not going back in that house with the rats in it.
Oh, there weren't rats.
Oh, well, I heard them.
Listen, we can have head to the coast or carry up north. What do you think?
I thought you said you brought some money with you.
Well, some, yeah, but we're going to need that. We're going to need it for food and we're going to need it for petrol. We haven't got it to throw away.
Well, I need to have a proper wash.
I thought you said you'd been camping before.
In the guides, yes. But we had proper facilities then. Toilets.
He is coming on, isn't he?
Yeah, no. He goes to school this time.
Oh. Have you seen Alec? Betty's grandson.
It's our Peter.
Very nice.
Yes, he is.
Yes, well, I'll go and get started, lovey.
OK, Betty, love, I'll be with you in a minute.
OK, Duck.
You might have shown a bit more enthusiasm.
Might I? Surprised you're that keen on other folks' grandchildren, seeing how much you resent me leaving money to mine.
I don't resent any such thing.
Oh, then what?
What I resent is the way you've gone about it and the amount that's involved.
I've gone about it the way anyone else would.
In secret, behind my back.
And the amount is what I think right and proper.
Never mind how it leaves me.
Oh, of course I can see your ideal. Your ideal would be the same setup Betty's got, wouldn't it?
What?
Well, her husband's dead. Can't alter his will.
By heck. You've said some terrible things in your time, Alec, but I think that just about tops the lot.
And it were a policeman. Shame I wasn't one and all.
You a policeman?
Yeah, well, you'd have a pension to look forward to then. Couldn't leave that to a granddaughter, could I? No, you'd have that all to yourself. Yes, that's your ideal. A police widow.
Alec, they wouldn't have you in the police if you went in on stilts.
Yeah, well, I wasn't suggesting I was going to apply.
In fact, you'd be hard pushed to get Percy Sugden's old job as a lollipop man.
Listen, the point I am making is I am not ashamed of leaving money to my granddaughter.
You've said.
Yeah, I know you don't like it. You've made that quite clear.
Well, it is a bit much, yes.
Well, what I hope I've made quite clear is I don't intend to change it. Now then, you can go on arguing, or you can accept the fact. It's as simple as that.
No, it's as simple as that, Alec. I've loved you and we've made a life together. And I don't like thinking that I might end up holding this against you if you do happen to fall off your perch before me. In fact, I can't help thinking it might be best if I do die before you. That way, all this would be beside the point then, wouldn't it? Right, love, thank you. Ta.
Hey, what's the news about the runaways? Is there any?
Oh, none that I'm aware of.
Is it just a silly jaunt, or are they eloping or what?
Yeah, I think that's something we'd all like to know. Anyway, here's somebody who might be able to tell us.
Tell you what.
Latest on the runaway situation.
Oh, it's the same as yesterday. I've just left Flick sitting by the phone.
Hey, gee. Well, I've just had Liz going on, and by the sounds of it, she thought Steve really weren't.
Now then, Percy, what can I get you?
Oh, I'm quite willing to wait my turn.
Oh, no, we run a point system in this shop. Regular customers get to jump the queue. What can I get you?
Oh, well, quarter mint imperials, please. So this is Steve MacDonald, is it?
What is... that's 45, love,
That
please.
you're on about leaving home?
No. This is Steve... what's it called?
Fitzpatrick.
From Waterside.
You know him, don't you? His dad's a butcher.
Fitzpatrick? No, I can't place him.
Well, can't say you've missed much. Tell the truth, I think his parents are glad to get rid of him.
Because of his drinking.
And his vegetarianism.
Oh, well, I'll say good day.
Right. Bye, Percy.
Hello.
Bye. I mean, MacDonalds are a good family, aren't they?
Yes.
And from what you tell me about Flick's parents,
Do
they're
you know
all
what?
right.
She's terrified they're going to find out. I get the impression they're really strict. You know, everything as it should be.
So what's made these two pull a stunt like this, then?
Young love?
Oh, blimey.
Oh, don't give over.
I think they'll be back. I think we're all making too much of it.
What if somebody comes?
Oh, no one's going to come. Come on.
me again.
Have you heard anything?
No, have you?
No. Come in.
Thanks.
But you know, I was thinking, that might not be a bad sign. I mean, they'd only ring if they weren't coming back, wouldn't they?
Hi. Hello.
Whereas, if they're already on the way back, then they might not think there's any point to ringing.
Look, I know we talked before about ringing the police, and I said I wouldn't.
Well, not yet.
But I've been thinking about it. In fact, I've done nothing but think about it. And all I know is that we've got to do everything we can to find them. I mean everything. Even if it does mean they end up in court or in some sort of trouble. At least we'll know they're both safe.
But not yet.
Well, yes, but
You promised.
I don't know that I actually promised.
You did. She did, didn't she? Well, I thought we were all agreed.
Look, I don't know what I said. And if I promised, I'm sorry, because I've already done it.
Done what?
I've rung the police. I've told them what's happened and they're coming round. They said they'll be here in a few minutes.
Look, everything you need, even a shower. Mind you, I don't know if it's working or not. I can soon sort that out. But look, all sorts in these cupboards.
You can't just... That's stealing.
Well, anything we use, we'll pay for.
Promise?
Promise. Listen, you said you wanted to wash and clean up. Well,
But we won't stay for long.
as long as you like. Listen, I'll rig that up so you can have a wash later on. And then I'll pop down to the shop, get some grub so we can have a proper meal. Yeah?
Yeah, well, I suppose.
Great. Right, let's see what we can use as a water supply.
But either you make a stand, or they have you marked down as someone who they can push around any time they feel like it. Well, I'm sick of being pushed around. I'm making my stand here and now.
What, sitting in the pub?
No, by not going to work.
Well, it doesn't seem like much of a stand to me, Curl. It's not pistols at dawn stuff, is it? Fight to the death.
You could get to that, though.
So how long are you going to stop off for?
Well, that's up to them, isn't it?
Yeah, and what happens if you get up tomorrow and your cards have arrived through the letterbox?
I'll be very surprised if that happens. I mean, they've already spent a substantial amount on me training. They'd just be throwing it away.
Hey, what are you looking at?
Do you know about drugs, Betty?
No, I don't want to.
Curly's been behaving in some very funny ways. I'm just wondering about them tablets he takes. He reckons they're for hay fever.
Give over. What's he been doing?
Insulting our Vera. Not wanting to go to work.
Oh, well, it's obvious, isn't it? He's lived with you that long. I mean, he's beginning to behave like you now.
Mr. Watts?
Mr. Holdsworth?
Do you think we might have a word together?
Certainly. Doesn't take him long to make the first move, right?
See what he says. I don't do this for everybody, but I have taken my dinner time off to come here and find you and ask you what on earth you're playing.
I'm not playing at anything. I'm trying to make my position clear.
Oh, well, make it clear to me, will you? Because I don't understand a word I'm getting from Mrs. Duckworth. All I know is that you should be in that supermarket and not sitting in here drinking.
I believe I've been the victim of an injustice and I want it put in right.
What injustice?
I should have been promoted and sent to Hartlepool.
Oh, goodness, Mr. Watts. I thought we put all that behind us.
Well, I haven't put it behind me, no.
Well, you're going to have to. The Hartlepool position has been filled and you are working where you were before. That's if you're working anywhere.
Well, that's the question, isn't it?
What is?
Whether I'm working anywhere.
Now, I don't want to start raking it all up again.
What are you going to?
This business with the will. Now, it's the sum of money involved. That's what's upsetting you, yes?
Alec, I can't remember what's upsetting me anymore.
Well, yes, it is. It's the 20,000 that'll be going to Victoria and not to you.
If you say so.
Yes, well, I intend to do something about it. Not changing the will. Oh, no. Something else.
So, did you get it sorted then, Curly?
What have they done? Off his chairman and a board or what?
Well, no, not exactly. We had a frank and open exchange of views.
Sounds dangerous.
Yeah, well, the upshot is I've tendered my resignation.
Oh, Curly!
Well, as I said, you've got to make a stand.
Yeah, but not when it means standing in the dole queue.
I think you've gone a bit over the top with this one, Curly.
Yeah, he has.
Well, yeah, look, I may have lost my job, but...
You have?
Yes, but I think I've scored a moral victory. Oh, yes.
Your brother didn't say anything to you before he went?
No, well, he wouldn't, would he?
Andy had been going out with this Joanne as well.
Ah, yep. Till Smoothie Steve started in.
Right, what's happened? Something happened?
No, no, it hasn't. Nothing's happened. I rang them.
Oh.
This is my husband.
Mr. MacDonald.
How you doing?
I'm sorry, Jim, I had to.
No, you didn't have to.
I think she was very wise too. So it's your bike that he's gone on, is it?
Yeah.
Only your wife didn't know the number?
406 RDM. Look, what's all this going to mean to my son?
It means we can start trying to find him, that's what it means. Now, have I got this right? This girl, Joanne, that he's gone with, it's her sister that lives at number 7.
Did you mean it about never going back?
Yeah. What about you?
And do you really think we'll be able to get jobs?
Well, it's the holiday season. Hotels and places are always short.
Yeah. But they might not take us on because of how old we are.
Well, then we just don't tell them, do we?
Well, no. But I think we should get away from here before somebody comes.
Is it because you don't like me?
No.
Well, what is it? Do you not trust me?
No.
Look, Joanne, if you want me to take you home, just say so. And I'll take you back.
No, I don't want you to take me back. And I do trust you. Otherwise I wouldn't be here, would I?
It'd be nice if this was ours, wouldn't it? And we could just live here without any hassles from any parents.
No.
You're gonna have to.
They wouldn't have gone there. That's the last place they would have gone.
We've got to check it out.
Come on, love, just tell him the address, eh?
Flick, you're gonna have to.
We wouldn't have to if she hadn't been so stupid.
Oh, yeah, we know all that.
Oh, well, thank you.
Look, I did ask you to wait.
And then went off to work as if nothing had happened.
Look, no need to fall out about this. We're all on the same side, aren't we? We all want to find these two and make sure they're safe. So can I have your parents' address, please?
Number 8, Beach Heights, Canterbury.
Thank you.
They'll kill her. And when they've killed her, they'll kill me.
But it wasn't your fault. I can tell them that.
Yeah, well, it's nothing compared to what I'm going to do to my lad.
Never mind all that. We just want them found. So you'll be looking for them now, will you?
We'll put out a description, yeah. And if any of you hear anything or see anything in the meantime, just let us know straight away, please.
Come here. Now, sit down. Now make us both a nice cup of tea.
Why, what's up?
Nothing's up. I just think we've had enough argy-bargy for the time being. So let's forget about wills and all that morbid stuff and see if we can't be a bit nicer to each other, eh?
Ah, well, no,
Alec, I just want to put all this behind us.
But I've made arrangements. I told you I was going to, and I have.
What arrangement?
Well, you were upset because I was leaving the 20,000 endowment policy to Victoria.
And I'm
not
going to
you.
get even more upset, Alec, if you go all over it again.
So what I've been doing this afternoon, I've taken out another policy for the same amount, naming you as beneficiary. Net result, Victoria still gets something from her granddad, but you, my wife, will lose nothing.
I see. Thank you.
I hope you appreciate it.
I am. I'm saying thank you.
Because it doesn't come cheap, you know. For the policy I've had for donkey's years, that's no problem. But this new one, taking it out at my time of life, well, payments are pretty hefty, I can tell you that.
I do appreciate it. Now, shall we have that cup of tea, love?
Yeah, go on then. It's all money that'll have to be found from somewhere, you know.
What is?
No premiums for this policy. You know, so don't expect new frocks. Holidays in the Bahamas, there'll be none of that. Oh, no. It's going to be economies all round to pay for this.
Yes, Alec.
No, I don't mind, though. I mean, as long as it serves to make you happy.
Oh, I am, Alec.
Very happy.
Well, then, it's the main thing, eh?
Flick, you've got to tell her before the police do.
I know.
Well, just make it sound as though, you know, as if we're expecting them back any minute. Like it's not really serious.
All I have to do is mention boys, motorbikes, the police, and she'll go straight through the roof. Straight through the roof and into orbit. Well, that's unless, of course, my dad answers. No, I can't tell my dad. I just can't.
Flick, you've got to. Anyway, he won't be there, will he? He'll be at work.
Yeah, you're right. I suppose so. Of course, I'll be to blame. Because I was the one supposed to be in charge of her. I don't know why I don't just run away as well. Oh, please, don't let it be Dad. Please. Hello, Mum?
Good.
Yes, listen, something's happened. No, we're all right, just listen. Joanne and this boy from up the road have gone off somewhere on a motorbike. And his mother has informed the police, so somebody may just be calling round on you.
Can't we lock it?
I'll be all right.
Maybe we should leave a note apologising for any damage.
Why don't we just give ourselves up if we're going to start leaving notes everywhere?
Look, I'm sorry, I know you wanted to stay, but I just couldn't relax in there. I wouldn't be able to sleep knowing that whoever owns it might suddenly come in.
Oh, sorry.
Upstairs.
Curly! Well, you're not going to believe this. He's only going to give his notice in.
He's not, has he?
Yeah.
Do you know he's crackers him? Do you know he's gone that far round the twist, you'll be lucky if he comes back?
Don't say that, Vera.
Well, it's true. Yeah, it's a good job you found out now instead of when you married him.
Hello.
What's all this about you giving your job up? It's not true, is it?
Well, it seems that management hadn't learned their lesson. They still thought they could ride roughshod over me, so there's only one possible outcome.
You got the sack.
I resigned.
Oh, no.
Well, you want to get in there and get yourself unresigned. Don't take any notice of me if you don't want. Take notice of Kimberly here.
Please, Curly, I mean, I just couldn't face going to work there without you.
Yeah, you take notice of her, she's your fiancée.
Please, Curly.
I'm sorry, but I've made the decision, and that's that. And talking about decisions, there's another little matter I wanted to discuss. This holiday with your parents.
Yeah?
I'm not going.
You're not going to Bournemouth?
Nope, I never wanted to. I don't know why I said I did in the first place, so that's it. I am definitely not going.
Oh, with this petrol?
Well, what's wrong with it?
No, I don't know. Oh, it's dead. It's had it.
Oh, Steve, what are we going to do? Well, I'm not going back to that house. We'll have to find somewhere to stay.
Oh, we've got no money.
I thought you said you brought plenty.
Yeah, well, I did, but we've spent it.
We can't have.
Oh, will you tell me where it's gone then? Oh, listen, let's just carry on and see where we come to.
No, I'm staying here.
You stay then.
your feet. These stinking pigeons and the state of the bathroom that can't live with.
Look, Vera, love, Vera. He's chucked his job, he's chucked his digs, he's virtually ditched his bird. Are you trying to tell me this is a rational man? So tell me why am I coming in for all this stick?
Because there's only you. Makes the house a flaming pigsty.
You weren't missed out on his picking and poking because he had a go at your cooking, didn't he?
No, he hasn't. All he said that with my salad once so hot.
He said your spuds weren't so hot neither. Let's face it, there's not a lot left after spuds, is it?
Yeah, but that's one of his good points. He speaks his mind, does Curly. He's honest. Look, he raises the tone. I mean, we've lost our territory to God knows what. Well, Curly fills the gap. I mean, it might not be flesh and blood, but it makes me feel needed, and that's what I like.
I need you.
Oh, aye, once a month after a Channel 4 film.
Oh, just that, no.
Well, what then?
All sorts.
What?
Everything.
Exactly, everything. Is that supposed to make me feel good, eh? I mean, at least Curly's doing something with his life. And I reckon a lad like that, he needs a bit of extra looking after.
Yeah, he asked me, sheltered flaming housing he wants, and on his flaming bike.
Look, you'll give that lad an hard time. You could find yourself living in here on your own, and then you'll have to do everything for yourself.
Morning.
Oh, morning, Curly, love. Egg and bacon suit, yeah?
Yeah, fine.
Ah, right.
You got a paper?
Oh, slip down to the shop, Jack Lowe. Get a lad of paper.
Yeah.
What?
Paper, was it you wanted? Would you like a big one or a small one?
Well, I'll have the Guardian if it's my turn to choose. Phone, Jack. Oh, thanks, lovey. Lovely.
Hello. It's for little Lord Fauntleroy.
Carburettor's my guess. There's a blockage in there somewhere.
Well, can it be fixed?
Can you afford it?
Well, I was wondering, like, you know, to let me have a go myself. Do a kind of swap.
For what?
Well, I use your gear in exchange for a few days' labour.
Sorry, mate. I'm the only labourer I need around here. Besides, this wants a proper looking at. Somebody who knows bikes.
Okay. Thanks. Title? What?
What did you expect?
Well, all that gear, it wouldn't have cost him out, would it?
You don't look old enough to have an experience for that kind of thing. But now we've got to lug that thing everywhere we go.
Yeah, well, not if I can help it. Are you going to help me or what?
What if someone finds it?
Well, they find it, don't they? Why not got other things to worry about, like you?
Don't blame me, Steve. If you'd looked after the money better, we'd still be all right.
Well, it's not my fault they charge £1 or more for a grotty burger, is it? And anyway, you spend the money with me.
You're always snapping at me.
I'm doing my best, right? And all you seem to do is moan. You have to go back to that house, it's got rats. I'm sick of walking all day. We're roughing it because we don't have a choice. We can't go home, so we're just going to have to make the most of it. Oh, look. I'm sorry. We'll just have to be a bit more positive, that's all.
Let's say I'm starving. What do you think that's negative?
Hello. How's things?
No news.
Well, I just wanted to warn you. Watch your back. Percy Sugden's on the warpath. I think he smells something going on, but don't tell him anything.
I don't really care about Percy Sugden, to be honest.
Oh, you know, you're too young for all this responsibility, Flynn.
That's of my own making. I had to call Mum and Dad last night before the police got to them. I don't think they'll ever forgive me for letting it all happen behind their backs.
Give over. You couldn't say why Joanne and Steve ran off any more than the rest of us. Hey, I tell you what, let's go for a little walk. Can't be good for you know, them four walls.
No.
You're right.
I'll just go and get me coat.
Hello?
Hello? Mr. Khan here.
Oh, hello.
Is Felicity there?
No, I'm sorry, she's not in at the moment.
Well, when she comes in, tell her I'll be up there tonight, will you?
Yeah, I'll tell her.
Joanne! Joanne! Bring the bags for home.
Why? What happened?
I've got us a job.
Oh, that's great.
Well, it's only 190 now, but he's living. They look desperate for help.
What did you tell them about us?
But all he wants to know is if we'll do the job.
Oh, that's brilliant.
Oh, wait. You get days like that.
Like what?
Well, it's your toothbrush and you're ready to go back to bed.
You know what you need, Betty? Ice cream and a toy boy. That'd fetch your colour back.
Give over. I was thinking of nipping into town and getting a new frock or something.
Always been your problem, Betty. You've always been too easily satisfied.
No, we're just saying similar to Phyllis. Some people need more than others. Mind you, that's life, isn't it?
We were just talking about insurance policies.
Oh, in general, you know.
No, I don't. If you didn't want it, you shouldn't have bought it.
No, Bet, look, you misunderstand me. I bought that because I love you. You needed proof, remember?
I wanted things evening up. I asked for an assurance, not the flaming Magna Carta.
Hypothetically, Phyllis, if the only way you can really prove you love someone is to leave them well stashed when you keel over, and so be it.
Oh, isn't that sweet?
I think it's enough. Yes, love.
I'm telling you, he knelt before he came to us.
Give over, Jack. You're making Curly sound like an old Labrador.
No, Labradors. They've got more sense, more loyalty. That little tiger just used us to get what he wants.
I thought it was the other way around. I mean, Vera would never have got that job at Better Buys if it hadn't been for Curly.
And you know why, don't you? So he can come the high and mighty at home. He's got a hold over her. He treats her like dirt, yet she would die for him.
I find it hard to imagine we're talking about the same people, actually, Jack.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you. Here.
Deirdre? White wine and soda, please.
Yeah, what was I telling you? White wine and soda?
And get one yourself, I'm celebrating.
What? Adolescence?
No, I've just won an industrial dispute. I am now officially Deputy Manager, Weatherfield Branch, responsible for new technology. And it means an extra 20 quid a week, so get one yourself.
Ah, well done, Curly. I knew I shouldn't believe these vicious rumours that you'd risen above your station. I'll see you.
Does this mean you'll be stopping on at our place, then?
Well, why should it? I think that's a totally different thing, don't you? I think the decision whether to stay or go rests on the evidence of improvements.
Bit strong, that, wasn't it, for a lad in specs?
Well, if you've got to make a point in this life, Alec, there's no point skirting around the edges. This is something I've discovered late in life, but it stood me in good stead so far.
Oh, it's all part of some master plan, is it?
Yeah, it's a tactical revision of circumstances. Now, if everyone tackled the life like that, there'd be a lot less misery.
I see.
I mean, I've got my job back, with knobs on. Jack started cleaning the bath, and Vera has stopped interfering in my life. Cheers!
Prost.
Well, there must be something in it.
She gets the lot if he goes, an endowment policy.
Well, I've not seen that MacDonald lad since the police were at his front door.
Cost a fortune, but he didn't begrudge a penny, because he loves it.
I mean, anything could happen. He could be in prison for all we know. Always said he had it in him. See if we can find out, eh?
Have you written a will, Percy?
Have I what?
Well, for your loved one, you know, who have you left it to, Percy?
I've left nothing. There is nobody.
KPs, kitchen porters, making sure food staff have everything they need. Ever done salads?
I have.
Well, you'll be shown how to do most of it, pick the rest up as you go along, but basically keep this place clean and tidy. Debbie, answer customers back again. You're out the door, right? Last but not least, once you've started, if I see it in this state, I'll be down on you like a ton of bricks.
Washing up?
Priority 1.
Oh, we don't mind doing that, do we?
Right, so I'll show you where you'll be tipping. You'll get used to it. $1.50 an hour with accommodation is not bad going, you know.
I thought you said 190.
I thought you said you had experience. It's a Manchester accent, isn't it?
Round there, yeah.
And you just decided you wanted a taste of fresh air, did you?
No, we're staying at my auntie's in Penrith. You know, got a bit bored.
Accommodation's entirely your responsibility.
Yeah, well, we're both house trained.
No guests, no music after 11. Not that you'd want to if you're getting up at 6.
6?
Breakfast. We don't just dish out cornflakes, you know. Not the Ritz, but like I say, it's staff responsibility.
No, it's fine. It's a bed, isn't it? What do you think?
Where's my room?
Well, call it his and yours, or yours and his. Either way, belongs to both of you.
I needed to get out more than I thought.
Where have you been?
Well, didn't Mavis call and let you know?
Oh, yes, she did, but that was over 2 hours ago.
What's happened? It's Joanne.
No, it's not. Your dad's phoned. He's on his way up. That's all he said, and then he just slammed the phone down.
Thanks, Bet, I need that. If Mavis still pestering, you want to tell her once and for all she's too old to be a cheerleader. And anyway, they don't make uniforms in her shape. If that were all. What then? Well, it's not Mavis, but on Guide's honour, that's all you're getting. Come on, read me. Sorry, I promised. Suffice it to say it's on home ground, and my Claire Rayner's running out of steam. Cheers.
Hey, Rita, thanks for that, love.
No problem. They invented Chinese rumours round here. I know when to keep it shut.
Yeah. There's some you just can't batten down, though. I mean, that Percy Sugden, he's such a nuisance.
Ignore him. He's harmless. I mean, his game these days is to invent rumours and then count the days till they come back to him. Can I buy you a drink?
No thanks, love. I've got to nip home before I go back to work. But thanks anyway, love.
Hey, Steve will be all right, you know.
Well, he'll be a very yucky young man then. Thanks, love. Bye.
Yeah. My God, he's really done it. Of course I did.
You mean you actually got more money?
I never doubted I wouldn't. You see, I had the stamina to stick it out. You know, I held me ground. Mind you, I was on very firm ground, even if I say so myself. So, here, cheers to me.
Yeah, cheers, Gilly,
cheers.
mate. You deserve it.
Well, I never thought I'd get away with it, mind, but there you go.
Well,
there you
Gilly.
Kimberly, shouldn't you be at work?
Yes, I should. Only I'm not feeling very well, and you know why that is, don't you? Because I can't believe what a complete pig I've been going out with.
Now, hang on.
No, you hang on. I've stood by and I've watched you turn into some kind of animal who thinks people are just things to be trodden on.
Well, actually, Kimberly, I think you ought to sit down and start making sense.
I don't know where you get your ideas from, but I certainly know where you can shove them. Goodbye, Mr. Watts. We're finished.
Oh, yes, I get your drift now, Curly. Tactical revision of circumstance, very impressive. Yeah. Get him a towel, Betty.
What do you think you're playing at?
Me?
Why didn't you ask for separate rooms?
That's all he had, he said so. Take it or leave it. Do you want to leave it?
Well, I'm not sleeping in the same bed.
Fine, I'll keep it on the floor.
How do you know there's any floor space free? You'll probably find that's where the porters are sleeping.
You know, I'm sick of you. We came out here to rough it. This is luxury compared to what we expected, and you're still giving it that.
Well, I don't trust you. You've already tried it on once.
Yeah, and you said no, so I backed up.
Oh, yeah. For how long?
To be honest, I'm not that bothered anymore, because it's obviously more trouble than it's worth.
Hey, you can do that in your own time. Sort the soup out, and you get rid of some of this rubbish. You have to shape up if you're expecting to be paid for it. You're not at home now, you know.
Before they disappeared, are you sure Steve said nothing to you?
Well, he said a lot of things, but not much about running away.
And you've no idea at all where they might have gone?
Nope. We didn't share that many secrets. Doesn't matter what anyone thinks, we still don't get on.
I know she's mean, but I'd rather she didn't know all the details. She'll just worry herself sick. Hello.
Hi. You come with some news?
No, except my dad's coming up from Canterbury. He's going to want to know why I didn't contact the police earlier. And if you don't mind, I'd rather he didn't know that you were pushing for it. I mean, I'm not asking you to lie for me or anything. It's just that, if he asks, I just rather you didn't tell him.
Listen, don't worry, love. Look, we'll skate round that, won't we? Now, look, you've nothing to blame yourself for, love. all
Andy,
right?
put the kettle on. They'll be all right. I know they will. If something had have happened, the police would have been in touch.
If they're all right, then why haven't they called? I'm going home. I'm sorry about all this.
Felicity, stay.
I'll see her out.
You did stay by the phone, didn't you?
Yes, of course I did.
Well, you know, that kid's right.
Don't say that. Steve will be all right. I know he will.
Yeah. What about us, eh? Eh? I mean, are all right, are we? Oh, I hope that young man knows what he's putting us through.
What are you doing?
What does it look like?
Oh, come on, I didn't mean it.
Get off me.
Oh, you're mad. There's not to go home to but trouble, you know.
Yeah, well, maybe that's better than what's going on here. Like I said, I don't trust you. And I'm fed up.
Is that it, then? Like a kid running back to some mummy and daddy?
You keep doing that, don't you? Keep saying how immature I am. Well, you're the one that needs to grow up, Steve. Living rough, making out. You sound like a first year on a camping trip. It never sank in, did it, why you ran away? You only did it because you couldn't get your own way at home. You're pathetic, Steve.
No, I didn't.
Because of a bit of hassle between you and Andy.
Well, I didn't do this on my own, did I? You were just as keen.
Big difference is, I did it for a laugh. You did it because you felt sorry for yourself and still do.
None of this is good enough for you, is it? I'm not good enough for you.
All I know is it was one of the biggest mistakes I ever made in my life. Excuse me.
Joanne! Joanne, how will you get home?
It's my problem.
Well, don't tell them, will you? Don't say where I am, please. Joanne!
I'm really glad you came. Would you like to go through? Jack and Vera, they promised to stay out later.
There's nothing I've got to say I wouldn't say in front of Vera.
Yeah, well, maybe I've got something I want to say. I've made a quiche. I hope that's all right.
I had cheese for dinner.
So she not turned up yet then? Well, not when we came out, she hadn't.
It'll serve the little rat right if she stands him up and nails him up to us all a favour.
I'm warning you.
I'll give the lad a chance. At least he's trying to put things right, innit?
Well, he's going to have to do a lot more than just cook a meal to cover his tracks recently, innit?
Anyway, I can't wait to see what he looks like with a broken nose and quiche on his head.
Oh, I feel sorry for him. I mean, you can't blame him for putting his foot down, can you? Don't you ever get days, Jack, when you just feel like somebody's rubbing rag and you feel like telling them all to shove off?
Me, if I've got a grievance, I've got something to say, I get it said, don't I?
Under his breath, usually. Wouldn't stand up to Alf Roberts when he overcharged Rob Slate,
Yeah, well, that
though.
was different, wasn't it?
Yeah, well, if I ever have a Niagara, I'll just send Kimberly in there from now on.
Hey, now listen. She surprised me, her. When I first met her, she wouldn't say boo to a goose. Anyway, fingers crossed she brings him back to his senses.
No, you see, Curly's the enemy within. But nurtured by the working classes, and then John Lee's with the gaffers, and they're a dangerous breed. They turn on their own, that lot, you know.
Am I the only one serving? Folk want drinks.
Right, I'll be in a minute.
And if you keep masquerading as working class, you'll get us nailed for trade descriptions. Move it!
She wants reminding where she comes from, I know.
Steroids wear off or what?
No, just contemplating on what seems to be the most important thing in life. Money, to some people, anyway.
Alex, stop it.
If that damned insurance policy cuts that deep, trade it in for a personality.
Oh, no, it's too late for that now. I've signed the direct debit. Costs more to ditch it than keep it alive, until I die, that is, and then all your worries will be over.
Cut it out.
You started it.
And I'm finishing it. If I hear one more word about that policy, you're dead anyway, and your money can go down with you. It's gone past a joke.
I don't know.
The only reason it came out as aggression is because I'm not used to it. People who are used to it say what they want, they get their own way, and no one bats an eyelid. Me, I try to put my foot down and everyone treats me like I'm cripping.
I don't know why I've come, but if you honestly think a broccoli quiche is going to get round me, you've got another thing coming.
I ask you round because I care. I care about what you think, and I care about what I've done to you.
And what does that mean? It's no good you saying you care if you don't know how much.
It means I love you. It means I didn't mean to hurt you. And it means that you mean a hell of a lot to me, Kimberly.
And does it mean you're still coming to Barmouth?
What?
Barmouth, the holiday, is it on or off? What do I tell me mum?
It's on.
Hello, Mr. Khan. Come in. I'm Jenny.
Where's Joanne?
Dad, I'm sorry.
Where has she gone?
Look, I don't know your boy, but you can't expect me to be thinking favourably towards him.
No, we don't expect that.
Look, all we're saying is... But I do know my daughter. If she wasn't abducted, then she was certainly persuaded. She would never be the instigator.
It takes two, Mr. Khan.
If any harm has come to Joanne, I shall hold your son and you directly responsible.
Now, just wait a minute. You remember this. Your girl is not the wholly innocent.
What?
Well, she's a fast wee girl, that
Jim?
kid. She wasn't on the street 5 minutes, but she's got my wee lad dancing to her tune.
Jim, this doesn't help.
Look, he is giving me this holier-than-thou business. Well, he ought to know what she's like. Tell him, Andy.
Oh, what? Leave him alone. When Joanne first arrived, it was Andy she was keen on. Now, there's no harm in that. We're not saying that.
Hey, no harm. She stirred up a right wee hornet's nest. She nearly had my two lads killing each other.
It wasn't just her fault.
Well, it certainly wasn't theirs. She was going out with one of them and flirting with the other.
Mr. MacDonald, I came here to discuss how we find our children. I didn't come here to listen to you insulting my daughter.
Yeah, well, she's no angel, and you'll find that out for yourself.
Mr. Khan, don't go.
There's no point in staying.
But we need to talk about this.
Look, I'm angry. I'm determined not to talk about this while I'm angry.
Nothing.
There's no question. You should have told me.
You weren't even in the country. Besides, there was nothing to tell.
Why couldn't she just send a postcard?
According to the McDonalds, there was something to tell.
What?
She'd been seen with both the boys.
Being seen with? What's that supposed to mean?
I don't think I have to spell it out to you, Felicity.
But you do. What does it mean? If you mean she was friendly with them, yes, it's true. If you mean she was more than that, then it isn't.
Are you sure?
Yes, I'm sure.
Where were they together?
Well, I don't know. In the park, the cafe, they went for walks, hung around together.
Did they have this house to themselves?
Of course not.
Still, you should have let your mother and myself know.
Know what? That she'd made some friends. Yes, I probably would have done, in the same letter in which I was telling you what she'd had for breakfast.
Don't talk to me like that, Felicity.
Well, what's the point? If you'd been here, it wouldn't have made a blind bit of difference.
I'd have taken her home.
Because she'd found some friends. Yes, I believe you.
She is a good girl, isn't she?
Of course she is.
Do you think so, Jenny?
I'm sure she is.
It must be the boy's fault. She'd never do a thing like this.
There's no point in talking about fault.
You know, he's a nice boy, Mr. Khan. If you met him, I'm sure you'd like him.
I hardly think so, Jenny. I think I'd probably wring his neck.
Martin? What are you doing back?
One dead motor.
Oh, no.
Yeah, do us a favour, get Kev to go and pick it up, will you? It's serious.
Where are the children?
Pauline's walking them, says she'll bring them back later. Can you tell Kev it's down on Sitwell Street by them lock-up garages at the end? Yeah, here's the keys. I mean, he's going to go out to pick them up, isn't he?
Yeah, okay.
All right, I suppose you better ring Garman as well. Not very impressive, is it? First day in, half an hour late.
Don't worry. You're well in credit.
How come?
By proxy. She owes me about a fortnight.
So I'll clean the gents' pens, will you? See you later.
Andy, will you get that?
Yeah, okay.
Well, don't rush, will you?
Yeah, hello? Yeah. Oh, you stupid jerk.
Is Mum there? Yeah, I don't know, just put her on, all right?
You're in it deep, mate. Dad's gonna have you.
Andy! Steve? Oh, thank God, where are you?
Is Joanne there? Joanne? Has she got back safe? No, she went off on her own.
Steve!
You better tell him he's dead when he gets back.
Shut up! Steve!
Looks as though you needed that.
Thanks, yeah, I'm starving.
Yeah, they do a good line in all-day breakfast here. So tell me, what's a girl like you doing on her own at the side of a lonely road?
That's a long story.
Of course.
Well, I've split up with my boyfriend. We were touring the lakes on a motorbike. I got fed up.
What of? The motorbike, the lakes, or the boyfriend?
All three. But mainly him. He's very young.
You're not exactly Methuselah yourself.
He's too immature.
So, tell me, where were you staying in the lakes?
We were working in a hotel.
Sleeping together?
No.
Or is that why you got fed up? You don't have to answer that. No, seriously though, you should be wandering these quiet roads on your own.
I had no choice. I want to get back.
Lucky you met up with me then. And I don't just mean for the meal either.
I can look after myself.
I wonder. You realise your parents would be tearing their hair out if they knew what you were up to, Joanne?
And no one's going to tell them, are they?
Oh, that's pretty horrible. Fancy another cup?
My treat. It's all I've got in the world, but it'll get us 2 cups of tea.
You insist. Bit more milk, I think, this time.
Yes?
Mr. Khan, can I come in?
Of course. Please, sit down.
Thank you. I'd like to apologise, Mr. Khan.
Oh, it doesn't matter. We're all upset.
But Jim doesn't make it any easier. He really doesn't.
Felicity tells me they were only friends.
I'm sure. I'm absolutely positive.
Is your husband so sure?
Jim speaks first and thinks after. He didn't mean to insult Joanne. He was worried Steve would get all the blame. He knows there was nothing going on between them.
Do you think there still isn't?
Well, we can't know, can we?
She's only 15, Mrs. MacDonald.
They're both too young for all sorts of things, Mr. Khan. Steve's a good lad. Please don't think he isn't. But he's a boy who thinks he's a man. You can't tell kids that age they're not adults. They're going to set out to prove you wrong.
Yes. That's why they need parents. I should never have allowed her to come here. She's far too young.
You can't keep her locked up, Dad. She could have done exactly the same thing in Canterbury.
She wouldn't have.
If she was going to choose someone to run away with, she could have picked a lot worse than Steve. He's all right. He'll take care of her. He wouldn't let anything happen to her, would he, Liz?
Steve's just phoned.
What? Where from?
He didn't say. He got cut off or put the phone down, I don't know. All he said was, is Joanne there? He said she'd set off for home and he wanted to know if she'd got back.
She's alone?
He said, on her own.
Well, how's she coming here? By train? Coach?
He didn't say. He just asked if she'd got back all right.
Keep to the motorway, or we can go the scenic route. Makes no difference to me. My time's me own. And whatever happens, we're going to be back in Manchester 5, 6, something like that. We might as well enjoy the trip home.
I thought you said you were going straight back.
I said I was going to Manchester. I didn't say I was an express service.
Well, I'm expected.
Who by? Not by your parents. You told me they don't know.
My sister. Her friend. I was staying with them.
They're not going to worry. Whatever happens, though, I'm not going to leave you alone again. I'm going to take you home.
Look, I don't want a guided tour of Lancashire.
There are some beautiful places out there. Relax. Life's too short for motorways.
Oh, no, just a half. I can't cope with it at lunchtime. 2 halves then, please, Bet. So you're still swinging the old lead, eh?
Please, call it sabbatical, Kev.
Sabbatical. How many times have you heard of mechanics taking sabbaticals? The only blokes who take sabbaticals are them who don't do work in the first place.
Tell him, Curly, dealing with customers is the sharp end of the industry. Any road, you don't need to be so smug. You spend half the day laid on your back.
Yeah, lay on me back covered in oil.
My dear of heaven, 92p.
In fact, I'll be on the Plassey's car this afternoon. What trouble? It looks like it.
Oh, that's surprising. He didn't buy it off Ken Barlow, did he?
Unworthy of you, Curly, 8p.
Did you say Martin's car?
Yeah, died on him this morning. I'll have to tow it to the garage.
Serious, is it?
Engine seats, well, looks like it.
And that's all he needs, just after he's given up his job to go and help Gaelic Cafe.
Oh, Kitty.
Hey, and if you want to bolt your nose, and you wouldn't have had to do that. And if I was still working at the cafe, he could have stayed at the hospital.
Quite right, Phyllis. Shame you weren't up to it.
Jacko, take Phyllis's order. Take her mind off warfare.
Yes, Phyllis, what is it, a Bloody Mary, is it?
Oh, give me strength.
Hiya.
Oh,
You know, I don't see much of your lodgers lately. Not gone away, have they?
I think the word's tenants, and no, they haven't.
We should be letting the hair down students in the holiday season.
Perhaps they've other things on their minds.
Such as?
Search me. 18 a beer, love. Shift that filthy ashtray. Thank you.
Look, I still haven't got it sorted.
You what? You've just got a pay rise, you've got the duck eggs eating out of your hand. You're in clover, pal.
Yeah, but there's Barmouth. I've still got to go to Barmouth.
Could be worse. Could be Southport.
Oh, I don't know, you know. I mean, Barmouth, Kimberly's parents in a caravan. You watch it rain.
Mom?
Any love? Hi, do you have a good time?
Yeah, my dad's here.
Hope I'm not intruding.
No, of course you're not. Come in, Ken. Where have you been?
Oh, just Heaton Park. Far-flung exotic places that are out of the reach of Greater Manchester public transport.
Welcome to the real world, Ken. Do you want a cup of tea?
Oh, that'd be smashing.
Hey, Dad, a free cup of tea. Now I don't have to keep asking people in the street.
Oh, just watching
God,
you.
just put the kettle on for your dad. There's some post on there for you, Ken. Take a seat.
Oh, thanks.
Now then, Cinders.
Now then, how's things?
Let you go out of this place.
Oh, I have. What a gal's gonna do, what a gal's gonna do. You pick the car up.
It's in the garage.
And?
Sorry, mate, you've cut the engine. It's had it.
I knew you were gonna say that.
Not had time to strip it down yet, but you're almost certainly looking new engine, radiator, hose, labour. You're talking £600-700, mate. Car's not worth half that, and if I do the job, I couldn't guarantee it for you.
Great. So go on then. Give us the good news.
£50 for scrap. Hey, I'm sorry, mate.
Talk about timing, Kev.
Yeah, your Mark's working on the car at the moment. Escort popular. It'll suit you.
So?
So, you could do a lot worse.
Kev, I can't do it at all. Without a warning coming out of house, you know. God, talk about timing.
Oh, I'm glad you finished those.
Why? What's wrong with Chris?
Nothing, it's just when you eat them in me ear.
Well, now, that's what I call news.
What?
Hands up, anyone in this room is going to be a bridesmaid.
You are?
Come on, Tracy, get your hands up.
What are you talking about?
Your brother Peter's getting married.
Oh!
He's not.
He certainly is. So Jessica finally decided to do the deed and make an honest man of me. Sorry it's such short notice, but the way my leave works out, unless it's next week, it won't be till the end of the year.
Next week?
Oh, that is wonderful. I did like Jessica.
Yeah, great news, isn't it?
What about me?
I'm sure the recorder can spare you for a day, Dad.
The recorder? You mean you still haven't told him?
Yeah, I know, terrible, isn't it? And I can't wait to see you and Deirdre. And tell that sister of mine to give Jessica a ring about the dress. She is #1 bridesmaid.
Oh, I shouldn't have had them crisps.
You're all right. Most of them went down my neck.
Where is it?
Portsmouth next Wednesday.
Can I give her a ring now?
We haven't measured you yet. Go and get the tape.
Brilliant.
I don't think that one will sleep tonight.
Awful, isn't it? I can barely remember her.
Oh, pretty girl. Dark hair, nice eyes.
Yeah.
And a really nice person.
Well, I hope he makes more of his marriage than I did.
You'll be going, of course.
Well, of course. Can't miss that, can we?
We? I'm not going.
Oh, but Deirdre, you must.
I can't possibly go.
Well, of course you can. He doesn't know. Nobody knows.
Oh, and that makes it all right, does it?
But Deirdre, you'd be mortified.
I doubt it.
I mean, how would you feel if your mother didn't turn up at your wedding?
Oh, for God's sake, Ken. I've met him half a dozen times. I am not his mother.
You're the nearest he's got.
And that is bordering on blackmail. I'm not responding.
Well, what do I tell him?
Well, what's wrong with the truth?
But look, Deirdre, all he wants, all anybody wants at their wedding is a family. That's not too much to ask, surely.
We are not a family, Ken.
Want to try the police again?
No, I'm not trying the police ever again. Utterly useless. They wouldn't care if she was dead.
Dad, don't.
John Fletcher had 4 visits about an unlicensed car. Now, there's a girl out there with her life in danger, and they don't even bother turning out. They don't even bother looking for her.
They're the same as us. They don't know where to look.
I don't suppose there's any point in going out to look for her.
No, you'd be more used by the telephone. Do you want me to go?
No, you're staying here. And when this is over, I'm taking you both back to Kent with me.
Dad?
If you can't look after Joanne, how can I believe you can look after yourself? Your poor mum, she must be praying right now.
A few years ago, you would have been too.
If only it was that simple. Why doesn't she phone?
Are they off?
Well, I think Nicky'll see the dawning, but Sarah's well off. Any joy?
Well, I reckon we can afford a reasonable car. £80 a month, 3-year loan.
Everything?
No, still got to run it. Tax, insurance, all that.
Oh, Martin, that's impossible.
It's not impossible. It's tricky. Just have to bust a gut.
How?
Dunno. Evening job, weekends. I'll do it.
I want to see something of you. Anyway, you can't do that. Slavery.
Yeah, but we need a car, Gail.
Well, why is it so much?
Interest rates, look, that's what it costs.
Who can afford that?
You just have to.
Well, you don't have to. It's insane.
Yeah, but you can't manage those kids without a car.
I've managed before.
You didn't manage, you drudged.
Oh, well, it's you or me. At least I won't be drudging for a finance company.
Look, there is one way we could afford it.
What?
Well, you know, we could use that money from Brian's death.
Oh, Martin.
No, Gail, look. I wouldn't mention it. I know you've got it in the kids' names. I know you don't want to touch it. But you'd be for the kids, wouldn't it? Like, they don't like being dragged round the streets any more than we like dragging them. And if we had a new car, we'd have more time for them. We'd all be happier. We'd be able to leave these four walls occasionally. It has to be a good thing for all of us. So it wouldn't just be for you and me. But for the kids as well.
You could apply that argument to anything.
Oh.
A new washing machine would be good for me, so it'd be good for the kids. A weekend in Paris would do me a world of good, and the kids' lives would be much better off with a stick of Eiffel Tower rock. By the time they were in the teens, there won't be any money left.
Gail, a car's different.
No, it isn't. Not really. Anyway, I can manage.
A couple of thousand, it'd get us a good car.
Yeah, until that broke down, and then another 1,000, and then another. That money's for the kids' future, Martin. I'm not likely to be able to give them anything else in their lives. I'd like to hang on to that.
That makes life a lot harder, that's
Well, I'm
all.
used to that. Anyway, it's not negotiable, so can we drop it?
OK,
please?
I'll drop it, you're probably right. But if it's not a bank loan, and it's not Brian's money, what is it?
No car, by the sounds of it. Be a lot healthier and a lot wealthier.
Oh, great. And when we're 65, we'll have a bus pass.
OK, takes a week off, spends it in the dizzy house. What does that say about his home life?
Says his home's got Alvera in it. What do you think I'm here for, the climate?
I hope board meeting.
Right, Norman. Can't stay long. It's just while the wife's at the St. John's ambulance. Sounded very agitated on the phone, so I thought I'd better drop in.
Thanks, Mr. Holdsworth. Can I get you a drink?
Really, no. I'll take a peanut from you, though, if I may. I hope this is not going to be more trouble, Norman. The ulcer's winning the fight as it is.
Well, not trouble exactly.
Well, what is it, then?
A favour.
A favour? Norman, if you took all the favours I've done you of late and had them cut into stone, you could bike on them from here to Liverpool. Or fire ahead.
Look, I don't think it'll be a problem.
It's what head office thinks is the problem.
Look, it's a domestic matter.
Well, you have my entire sympathy.
Look, you know I'm due to go on holiday with Miss Taylor's parents.
Yes, you did mention something about it, yes.
Well, that's the problem.
What is?
Well, look, to be honest, Mr. Holdsworth, if I find myself cooped up with Mummy and Daddy Taylor, in a caravan, in Barmouth, in the rain, well, you may well lose your deputy manager on a charge of homicide.
An head office would take a very dim view of that, I can see your point. But, I mean, what am I going to do about it?
Computer course.
Computer course? They're clever machines, but I never heard of one yet that could solve a problem as big as Barmouth.
No. I've looked at the schedule, and there's one due at the end of August and the first 2 weeks in September.
No, yours isn't until October. Oh, yes, but I've got a feeling, Norman, that October's going to be a particularly awkward time in terms of stock renewal and warehouse rationalisation. I wonder how the first 2 weeks in September will fall in with your plans.
What can I say, except thanks, Reg.
Hey, I hope this is last favour, you know. And I will have that drink. Make it a large whiskey, 1 piece of ice, a bottle of ginger ale and 2 packets of dry roasted. To hell with the ulcer. And the St. John's ambulance.
Oh, no! It's my dad's car! What's he doing here? He's gonna kill me.
Of course he won't.
Don't stop, just drive on.
Joanne, don't be silly.
Oh, God.
Joanne?